Good flipping morning, everybody. I am here. I am here. Y'all got to take my phone away from me because I cannot. It seems like every single morning, right about 10, I get a phone call from the man himself. And now I'm 9 minutes late to the show. Here we are live. It is coffee and a cup of color with yours truly, Color. And now that Capitan ain't holding me up anymore, let's get this thing cooking.
Turner Yell makes the stop in the secondary for Denver. 1st and 10. The fake. Good. Block in there, and down it goes. Caught at the 30. This is the dynamic Hill. He's in for 6. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown. What a block.
Take into your hands a plan, your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour, take a cold shower, scream until you're louder, work until you're prouder, and f*** all the doubters, they're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm off, it's these f***ing clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it.
That win is about us, fellas. That win was a month long coming, okay? And there was trials and tribulations that was baiting you to fall into the trap. Okay, baiting you. That took 60 minutes of team effort. No one blinked. We stayed together. We'll build momentum towards where we're trying to go, continue that growth that we experienced this week. It was a hell of a week.
It feels good to win, bro. That's the team win, bro. I'm going to tell you right now, the tide is turning. The tide is turning. We're going to this bye week. We do not relax. Got to stack wins, baby. Let's go. Stand me on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. It is a nice, cool South Florida morning. We got a nice cold front coming in. It's not cold yet, but it's starting to get a little easier. Fall is definitely here, ushered in with a nice bunch of clouds. It's a hazy, overcast day, but tomorrow it is going to be absolutely beautiful. And temperatures should be nice and low. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am your host, Color Commentary, to provide color commentary on all that is Miami Dolphins football, what's left of it anyway. And so Cap and I were just having a conversation about direction of the next, next few weeks with this network. And it seems that we've come to a little impasse. We'll probably have him up to talk about, what's going on. I'm so not wanting to ask the question, but the question has to be asked. I asked it before in a different way a few weeks ago, and I don't think people quite understood what I was asking. But I'll ask it again. Am I a fool? Is the tank in? Are we really not trying to win? Are we really looking to, if we continue, let's say we don't improve enough to get a win this week, are we really seriously talking about blowing a team up, a team that is in sole possession of second place in their division, a team that's one game from 500, a team that is playing for a playoff spot this week? We'll talk about why that is. A team who, roughly 75% of the fan base thinks this week is a must win. For what reason, I don't know, because the other 25% thinks we should blow the team up at 2-3. after we just spent $500 million putting a team together and putting it on the field this year. And I just think, look, people, we're just going to have to accept the fact that this is the team we got. And at the first sign of what McDaniel calls adversity, let's say we're having a little trouble moving the ball on offense and scoring, and it's been going on for a while now. Yeah, I get that. But we're still in it. With all the problems we have on offense, less than 70 points we've scored this year. 63, I believe, is the number. 12 points per game. All of that. And yet we're still 2-3. And our season is completely in our hands, in our players' hands. And I'm supposed to believe that none of these players know that we're actually tanking. So they're going to continue to play hard, and they're still going to continue to, say all the right things and do all the right things to make us fans think that they fully intend to win. But no, their coach is going to sabotage them by calling bad plays, putting wrong personnel in, keeping Tua on the bench, which is now highly speculated. We're going to play the Mike McDaniel presser from the other day, get his own words on what he says about Tua's status. But look, we're at a point now where we're either complete fools and being lied to, or we're just bad, and you guys have to accept the fact that when you put a team on the field and you pay $500 million for it, and the results ain't what you want, you just lost. You can't be like every single time you lose, be talking about blowing the team up. So let me ask you this. If we build this whole team up, we blow it up and we build a whole new team. 2 years goes by. We're finally at the point where we all as fans say, okay, this is the year we're supposed to win. And then we don't win. What do we do then? We blow it up again? See, y'all are feeding right into the same cycle that we called insanity 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Y'all are falling right back into it because you can't accept the fact that you might just lose even with a good team. Because a good team isn't about the names on the roster. It never has been. How many of you all know who's, even after watching the game last week, how many of y'all know who the starting running back is for the 49ers? Besides Michael K. Y'all crap on Michael K a lot, but the man pays attention to the league. Some might say, as AP Ryan, you're either competing for a championship or you're rebuilding. There's no in between. That's not true. Rebuilding is not the same as building. Rebuilding is what bad teams do over and over and over and over again. That's why they're bad, and that's also why they're rebuilding. It's called a cycle. At some point, a team has to accept that we just got to get better, and there ain't no way to get better other than getting better. You got to have some kind of core that says, you know what? We're still going to be here, and we're still going to play, and we're still going to improve, and we're still going to get better. I mean, the Packers started 2-5 last year. They were without their quarterback for the beginning of the season, which is likely why they went 2-5. Did they blow the team up? And I would also argue, Ryan, that even if you win a championship, you're still building and retooling. It's the same whether you win or lose. You're building a team. To blow it up means that you're at such rock bottom that you can't even win a game. And it's not you're purposely not winning games. It's you can't win a game. We can win. And as long as we have the ability to win and can win, blowing the team up because you've lost is stupid. It's just insane. How often do you hear about a NASCAR driver changing every one of his endorsements or the car he drives because he lost a race? It took John Force like his entire career to switch from Ford products to GM. You know how many races John Force lost in a Ford? And he never gave up on them. Right, Ryan. We can't change that narrative. What makes you think blowing the team up and putting new names on the roster is going to change that narrative? There's only one way to change that narrative, and that's to just do it. I'm sorry it seems so shallow and so flippant, but that's the only way to change that narrative. Another set of 53 guys is not going to guarantee that you're changing that narrative. It never will. We've proven that. We didn't make it to the bottom of the list in all of sports. See, this you had brought up all of sports. Well, in all of sports, we are at the bottom. In all of professional sports, the big four. In recent deep runs. That even includes the Mets. That includes the Padres. That includes every single hockey team. So forgive me if 30 years isn't enough evidence or is enough evidence for me to say that don't work, that there's only one way to change that narrative. And that's to do it. You know how you make it to the bottom of that list? You keep blowing your team up every time you get in a little trouble. Every time it looks like you're going to have a mediocre season, you blow your team up. That's how you maintain the bottom of that list. And you know how I know this? Because that's what we've done. That is literally how we got there. We're not even talking about teams that we started a rebuild when they did, and they're outperforming us right now. No, there are teams that are lapping us that have already rebuilt twice now. And are more competitive. There's only one way to do it. Hey, Cap, what separates the team that you coach from all the teams you guys beat all the time? Welcome to the show, by the way. Good morning.
Well, a couple things, right? Number one, most importantly, coaching and executing the game plan from the week on game day. That's probably number one. Number two, heart. We coach these kids hard. So, quitting is never the option. And
so what happens when your offense struggles? Do you make them run laps? Do you coach them, or do you just say everybody quit and let's go home? Don't ever come back to my practice.
So no, our offense
get a whole new set of kids in here and replace you all.
Our offense was struggling last week. So mid-game, we pivoted from working sideline to sideline like we like to do because we have kids with speed, and we're good at throwing the ball. We pivoted to smash mouth in between the tackles, and by the end of the third quarter, that team was cooked. So that's again, we have different ways we can lean upon via personnel.
Now, I understand you don't have the option to, but if you did have the option to, wouldn't you just take the easy road and replace all of those kids?
No.
Why wouldn't you do that?
Well, first of all, these are kids.
Besides principle.
Yeah, the principle most importantly, but okay. Because if I could replace them with other kids and everything like that, I don't know. Because I mean, what kind of coach
Let me ask this way: if you did replace all those kids with a whole nother set of kids, would you stop coaching?
No.
Would you no longer expect them to execute?
No, I expect everyone to execute.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that different set of kids, you would still have the same expectations.
Yes.
Okay. So now if you would have done that 4 times,
now
on the 4th time, would you replace all the kids, or would you say at some point enough is enough? I'm rolling with these guys and they're going to execute, or they're not.
So, I mean, sometimes whether you're either playing in the game, coaching the game, whatever it is, you're out there, your kids are executing to the best of their abilities. You're just outclassed by a much better team.
Right.
In which case that happens. But and I can take a loss in that scenario. What I won't take is giving up and quitting because you are outclassed. Quitters, oh man, I hate quitters. I hate people who resign themselves to not being good enough.
Right.
And I explain it to kids, especially because I'm a defensive coach, right? And you gotta get certain kids in there and everything like that. And I tell them just like this. I said, in my experience, those who are talented, God-given talent, they're the first to quit and give up when the going gets tough because it's come easy to them. And when you're going against, say, someone that's really good, right? They're going to beat you 9 out of 10 times. But that 1 out of the 10 times that they're bigger, stronger, faster, whatever, or all of those things than you, yet you beat them. The damage is so much worse on their part because they're expected to beat you every rep. And if you don't give up, here you are, they're pushing you around, but they're getting tired of pushing you around. So they take it easy or take that play off. And now you make a play on them. The psychological effect on the good player when you do that is paramount in victory.
Right.
Down in and down out.
Right. The other thing too is and it just occurred to me, when we were growing up and we knew that we were out of it by the time, because we never with Marino, we never really went. There was one year we went 6-10, but for the most part it was 8-8. And by the time we got to 8-8 or close to it, we knew we were out of it. Right. So we didn't say, we said, oh, well, we're going to have a mediocre positioning in the draft. Okay, no big deal. It's time to make sure that we piss off the rest of the teams that we have to face. It's called
time to play spoiler.
Yeah, right. And, that's the last shred of fun that you get to take from a losing season, right? As a fan.
Yeah.
And we don't even get that anymore because the moment you're 1-3, you're tanking. So you don't even get the joy of playing spoiler the rest of the year, lest the rest of your fan base ridicule you for not tanking properly.
So,
what kind of fun is this sport anymore? I'm literally not having fun anymore.
Oh, I agree with that. It isn't fun anymore. It isn't. And
it's something I alluded to you on the with you on the phone just now. Was it what happened? So because Culler's not having fun, we should no. It's not about my fun. It's not even fun. It's like watching paint dry.
Well, we were talking about this on the phone. I said, dude, there was more fun in the fan base in the 1-15 year than right now because it was more fun in the Brian Flores 2019 year, his first year when we knew, or 2000 whatever year was his first year, when we knew the team was completely underwhelming as far as talent goes and everything like that. It was more fun then.
Right. So at what point do we just call people that are ready to give up on the whole season, that think that they have some kind of special knowledge over everybody else, that this is over and we should just do this the right way, business wise, and all blah, 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 blah. Right. What right do those people have to exact their misery and project their misery onto everybody else that's still trying to have fun?
Well, that's the thing, Culler. It's not fun right now for everybody.
Yeah, but I can't even take fun in stuff. I can't even say, hey, let's try to play real football and get this dub this week, even though if we lose, it's likely all over. Well, no kidding. That's every week in the NFL.
I don't know, man. Maybe because to me, why I feel like the narrative of tanking is so strong is because of the facts that we're a team right now that's so financially in every way. And we just paid the quarterback who is proving what we had always worried about. Can't cut it.
Right. So it's one thing. That's a good point. Real quick. It's one thing to say, oh, we're just at rock bottom. We're upside down in the cap for the last 10 years. We've got a new general manager. We got this and that and the other. We're tanking. Okay. That's one thing. But to build it all up, show up to the freaking dance and be like, oh, I put the wrong color sock on. It's over with. Forget it. I'm not participating.
Well,
how sad is that, dude? How weak and sad is that?
Well, again, with the money spent and the expectation,
like the only comfort level we have is losing, and we're ready to run right back to losing, like a bunch of losers. Oh, we can't win this year. Oh well, we tried. $500 million. Oh well.
Well, that's the frustrating part for fans and everybody involved is that all this money spent for the worst
I'm sorry, bro. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of that kid that used to take a whole nother paper to repair a joint.
Yeah, they double wrap it.
No, they'll rip off a piece of a brand new paper to seal a hole on a joint instead of just using that paper to re-roll the damn thing.
Oh well, I don't know. I've done that. I've patched a hole.
Yeah, I get it, but or how about that kid that's like, hey, I'm with a group of 5 people. Let's use a pipe and not roll a dube.
I'm not a pipe guy.
But the point is how impractical that is with 5 people in your group when you could just roll one up and make it a lot easier for everybody. Oh, but it's mine and I decide how we consume it. Okay, fine, but what did you really prove there? That you can take your ball and go home? That you can say, oh no, we're 2-3. It didn't work out. Well, you're not getting that $500 million back.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Again, this is why I aired a lot of caution about signing Tua, because, and even though they've got this injury out kind of thing that they got going on, the team right now currently constructed, and I said it all off season, is the team that the Dolphins on paper and financially obligated themselves for 2024, 2025, 2026. And the fact that in that 3-year obligation window has now showed up like this, it's really, really bad, Culler. It's really bad.
But see, that's the thing. It was already looking like that before we spent the $500 million. I don't know why everybody's forgetting what happened last year. Like this is just like Omar. Oh, well, you guys haven't seen this offense get off the ground yet. It's only been a couple games with their quarterback and blah. Omar, what about the last 6 games of last season? We have seen this offense get off the ground. What is he talking about? Oh, with whatever changes they made in the offseason this year? Yeah, we saw what that looked like against the Jags. So what people don't realize is the reason it looks like we're tanking is maybe possibly because Mike McDaniel is coaching for his job.
But they just fucking extended him, Culler.
Again, that don't affect our salary cap. That's the part people don't realize. An extension for a coach is just as much a death knell as it is a vote of confidence.
I got you. But again, the sentiment overwhelmingly is that, hey, Dolphins got it figured out with whom they possess. We're doubling down and we're opening into a window. And
and there's 31 other guys that are tasked with the same job to figure Mike McDaniel out.
Okay, got you, Culler.
Right.
Currently, right now, this type of football is what we can expect for the next 3 fucking years, unless we do something about it. And the only something can be done is either A, figure it out, or B, blow it up. That's why it's talked about. Because right now, what are they gonna figure out? What I've seen is that Mike McDaniel can't coach another style of offense. Can't do it. Won't do it. Whether he can, I don't know for certain.
That doesn't mean it can't win.
I'm not saying it can't win. I'm saying he can't fucking do it.
Well,
He can't because I would. Thus far, I mean, Culler, he's had plenty of opportunities dating back to Teddy Bridgewater.
I know.
He can't fucking do it. So it's obvious he can't. He has a specific system that is set up for stylistic quarterbacks like Tua. Well, Tua, we can't count on because of the reasons we couldn't count before we signed him. But everybody in the fan base told me, oh, it's the market is what the market is. Show me the money. He deserves it. He deserves to be paid. Well, what's going to happen if he balls out year 5? Then we're going to have to pay him too much money. All that other bullshit, fucking dumbass, fucking slack-jawed idiots that don't know fuck all about nothing. All of them.
They don't even, that's the problem I have, Cap. They didn't even have to know anything about anything. All they had to do was see what was right in front of their freaking eyes, man.
That's that's not what they do, Culler. They do what tickles their little booty hole that the organization fucking tells them to do. Because they're a bunch of fucking idiots. That's what they are. And I'm talking about fans and creators all across all platforms.
Well,
fucking caping up for this dumbass
somebody
shit.
in chat just mentioned that it's the two ears not wanting to admit they were wrong and this and that and the other. And I disagree. I would say it's not the two ears. It's the Tua fans that were logo first that are now abandoning Tua for the logo. And now they think that we all who already knew about Tua are just going to accept them back with their idea of tanking. No,
Culler. No.
Listen, wait a minute. They could have sided with us against the Alabama Tuaneers for the last 3 years, and we'd have a different quarterback by now. No,
but
they're not going to come back now and be like, "Oh, you all were right about Tua. Let's tank." No. Excuse me. No.
Again, I'd say fine, tank away. But all those idiots aren't allowed back in the fan base.
The Alabama Tuaneers that think we're going to win when Tua gets back. I actually have a little bit of respect for them now.
I have zero respect for them, Culler, because they're not out here saying nothing. They're fucking got their heads in the sand.
Giving the frick up.
Their heads are in the sand, Culler. Give up. They ain't around no more.
Hey, you know what? Heads in the sand or not. Hey, their reasons for not giving up might be different than mine. But they're not giving up.
Culler, they're not fighting either. They're not nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. They're waiting patiently for Tua to come back start their rhetoric.
Exactly. They're waiting to see what happens. They're not out here calling for a tank. They're not out here calling for us to blow our team up.
Culler, because they don't give a fuck about the
They're out there saying, hey, why don't you bring in this guy? Why don't you bring in that guy?
No, they're not, Culler. They're fucking
I see him every day.
No. Those guys are they're waiting for Tua to come back to start round 2 of their rhetoric. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, well, at least they got something to look forward to.
No.
I get to look forward to the next 2 years of crap because nobody knows who our coach is even going to be. I get to look for 2 more years straight of July content.
Pretty much, Culler. Pretty much.
Well, I'm fighting for more. That's all I'm doing.
That I'm fine with. To me, I'm ready for the next step. And the next step is running all these fucks out of here. Running them out. And then
that's where you and I disagree. That's where you and I disagree, because to me, the next step is the same as it's been for the last 30 years. The next step is our freaking players get the job done. That's the next step. It don't matter who the players are. If you want to blow it up and bring in a whole new set of 53, fine. But the next step still remains the next step.
I think my transmission's going out in my truck, Culler.
Because they're going to have to do it too. Yeah, it might be.
I think my transmission.
Or did you ride that clutch, man?
No, dude. No, I don't ride it hard. I wish it was stick shift, that we would never have a problem.
Right? You're better than the computer? Is that what you're saying?
I'm way better than the computer, Culler. I'm way better than it.
You got to get one of them new cars that have the automatic manual.
No, that shit's fucking just more shit to break.
I know. It's all it is a new version of low gear and second gear and an automatic. It's the same thing.
Dumb as fuck. Dumb as fuck.
Now I just got to put it in that mode. It's like I never used to have to put it in that mode. I could just drop it in low gear.
So again, the season's not over, but I feel like we're 2 weeks away and 2 losses away from everything being lost.
Again, I don't even think a loss this week. As I said yesterday, I don't think this game is a must win.
Well, I agree with you on that.
It's a must win for principle, for feeling better about ourselves.
So, but hold on.
It's not a must win for the season.
Well, hold on. Because
it wouldn't have been if Tua was here.
See, here's the problem, Culler.
Wait a minute. When Tua was here, Minnesota wasn't a must win.
No, I know. I remember, Culler.
Yeah, none of those were must wins.
I know. Here's the problem. Okay. You keep the same standard on the team, and as you should, with or without Tua. And I'm with that. I'm with it. The problem is the team and the organization don't.
Well, okay? I would submit that they don't keep the standard with Tua either. That's my point.
I got you there, Culler. I got it.
Until that's fixed, nothing is going to change. And I don't know if that means bringing in a whole new set of coaches or just the coaches getting this shit to change. I don't know. I know what we've tried for the last 30 years, and that ain't worked. I don't know, man. Maybe I should just real quick. You got another rebuttal. Go ahead, Cap. I'm going to pull up this video real quick.
Yeah, I will. Everybody hit the like button first.
This is the part that I can't reconcile
But here's the thing. Colts aren't a good football team right now. They're bringing back their first round pick quarterback who has struggled mightily. Okay? He's a running quarterback coming back from an injured hip. They lose this game and they're worse off, but it's not over, right? It's not over until they have 7 or 8 losses. Let's call it for this. Until then, we're on our way to the playoffs. I'm not going to live in the delusional land that this is a football team that has been spent so much money on and losing games to the likes of the Colts, the Anthony Richardson-led Colts, okay? That ain't okay, but it still isn't over. To me, they lose this Colts game and Tua doesn't play in the Cards game and they lose that Cardinals game, they might as well never bring Tua back. They might as well go ahead.
I would agree with.
They might as well.
I would agree with. But now you're talking about you're in week 8 or 9 by then. That is far cry different than being in week 6. Okay.
I agree. But the impending doom to the fans of them wanting it to blow up, I understand the sentiment because blowing it up is the only way in which we get it back on track for 2026.
That's exactly what we said last time we tanked, bro.
But Culler, right now, no tank, no quarterback, no nothing for the next 3 fucking years, bro. That means we're going to have what we have right now, the first fucking 5-6 weeks or whatever. We're going to have this football team looking and playing the way it is for 2025, 2026, and maybe we'll get it fixed in 2027. To me, if these 2 games are lost, don't bring them back, shit the season, get rid of the quarterback, and maybe through a rookie, you could either get it back on track in 25 and be right where we're hoping to be in 2026. But if not, we're 2 weeks away from them continuing to what I don't want to see from this fucking organization is them, oh, well, Tua did some radical off-season fucking brain fluid bullshit, and he's got it right. Like I'm over it. I'm over knowing as much as I know about fucking CTE, concussions, and fencing. I don't want to know all this because I got a fucking soft-headed quarterback. I don't want it. I'm not saying that that's where we're at here, but I can see it right around the corner.
Well, okay, so I'm going to play this video. It was released a day or two ago by the Dolphins. It's called Sounds of the Season, right? So this is basically a hype video for what's transpired so far in the season. And I want the audience to ask themselves this question while they're watching it. Does it look to you like this is a porn star playing up to the camera? That's the question I want you to ask yourself, because that's what's important. Okay? Watch this video and tell me if you think it looks like anybody's playing up to the camera.
It's about us collectively, yo. I love y'all boys from the bottom of my heart, man. I can't wait to go to battle with y'all boys, man. Let's ride, man. Let's ride, baby. Let's go. Be somebody that your brother can rely on. Be somebody that your brother can rely on. Don't wait on nobody else to do it, man. You do it. You don't know what kind of work we gonna put in this offseason, dog. Just to get to this moment, dog.
I'm over the sleep. I said, oh,
I was coming around. I said, oh. I'm like, oh.
I block punch too. Yeah. Yes, sir. I like how hard you work. How much you know the game. And what you put in. Let's do.
You mean how hard you want to tank? How this organization is actually tanking and we might as well not even play today?
1, 2, 3.
First and 10 to a Tonga by Loa. Armstead the block, and he's going deep. He's caught Hill. Foot race. Driving. 36. Oh, he's a ghost. 80-yard touchdown.
Me. No one talking to you. Hell. What the hell did I just say to you? Huh? What the hell did I just say to you? Tell me. Come on, let's turn it.
Second down and 10. Empty backfield.
Oh, wait. Let's turn this up. Wait, aren't you supposed to be turning it down?
Lawrence hit his shot. Brought down. On pass. Big time sack to the 26 and a loss of 4.
Good job, dog. Hey, I didn't know you got that when I was taking down. Great job, man. Thank you.
With the first and 10, and Mostert the back in the pistol. Engel to block in the middle. Time for Tua winding up. Going. He's got Waddle. Here he goes. That's a foot race. Oh, he can fly. Big time connection. ETN getting a block from Cleveland. Chase. Ogba couldn't get him. Chased here by Phillips. He's blocked. Here he comes the other way. Looking for daylight. They make the stop. Kendall Fuller. Sealer and others got ETN on downs. 3rd and 14. Look out! Another sack! Jalen Phillips this time. 3rd Miami sack.
I couldn't have scripted a more perfect game for this team for game 1.
Love y'all boys, man. Hands on 2, 1, 2.
We here. Ski mask. Coming in. Take.
All right. Mike up.
Don't tell Jalen. He'll say something crazy.
Hello, boy.
Hello. Hello, Miss Lady.
Hello, Stetson.
Today, it's the Miami Dolphins and the Seattle Seahawks. 3rd and 21. Deflected. Intercepted. Shooter. And tackled by Charbonnet. Another ricochet interception for the Miami defense.
Great job. One more tackle to break. Appreciate you, bro.
So do people actually think that they, like, after all this, they, a couple plays later, they just sit there and they switch from that to, we ain't supposed to go too hard on this next one, guys. This next series, we need to chill a little bit because, the tank's in. Do y'all really think that? Like, really? You think Mike McDaniel's going in his head? Man, what a great game. But you know what? Unfortunately, I'm going to have to call this play that's going to totally ruin the whole season. Do you really think they do that? I mean, really?
I was waiting to get my clock clean, though. That thing was just hanging there. Felt like a minute and a half. I'm looking at it, I'm like, I'm about to get waxed.
I knew somebody cut it, but I didn't know it was you. So I got up. I said, "Oh,
Should have known, bro. Come on. That's all we do out here.
down, baby."
Yeah.
3rd and 15. 6 defensive backs. Oh, they're coming at him. They got him, and he throws it away. It's picked off on the ricochet. Kohu's got it. Miami's got a 1st and goal.
Give me the handshake. Y'all boys earned this moment, man. Y'all boys earned this moment, man. Take advantage of every moment, man. Together, we do this together all day from play 1 to play none. Let's go, Dolphins. Go 3, 1, 2, 3.
Go.
No, he should tell me. Sorry.
That's
Water and Gatorade is crazy right now.
Nearly intercepted. It was juggled by Emmanuel Agba. Dolphins winning like they have it. And we'll see. He's up and running. They have blown the whistle. We'll see that he hold on to the ball.
Big time, big time.
And that's Ridley going in motion. And drops. Coming in on the pressure was Jordan Brooks, knocking down Rudolph.
There we go, D.
So where have you all seen quit so far? I just want to know if you all have detected any quit so far in these players through this mic'd up sounds of the season session, part 1. Where's all the quit that I'm told I'm seeing?
There we go, JD.
Hey, all day. You won't get those 2 guys.
That's right.
Let's get it. Hey, everything you got today for your brother, dog. Everything you got for your brother. This is where it starts at, right here with us. Believe in your heart. Let's get it, dog. I'm about to be the dude taking like I love my life.
Pressure coming from the right side. He goes down again. Zach Sealer, who's played very well.
Now, mind you, if we win this game right here, okay, he said 1, 2, 3 win. He didn't say 1, 2, 3 lose. He said 1, 2, 3 win. Now, mind you, if we win this game right here, we diminish our draft position.
That's who we are. Great hustle, great finish, great job. That's all day. All day.
First and 3. Handoff. Yes! Alec go. You do all the dirty work, you get the football for the touchdown.
You get rewarded for that.
Hey, be the reason why. Be the reason why.
I wish it was hotter.
Yes, sir, Alex. Got about 2 plays left.
Brissett with time. Fires down the field. And the catch is made. Hunter Henry inside the Dolphins' end. The clock running, and the clock has run out.
That win is about us, fellas. That win was a month long coming, okay? And there was trials and tribulations that was baiting you to fall into the trap. They baiting you. That took 60 minutes of team effort. No one blinked. We stayed together. We'll build momentum towards where we're trying to go, continue that growth that we experienced this week. It was a hell of a week.
It feels good to win, bro. That's a team win, bro. I'm going to tell you right now, the tide is turning. The tide is turning. We go into this bye week. We do not relax. Got stack wins, baby. Let's go. Stand me on 3, 1, 2, 3.
I'm sorry, guys. I just cannot reconcile this idea that anybody in this organization, except maybe Ross himself and Greer, want to sell at the trade deadline.
Culler,
Like, I understand that results going forward are going to probably dictate that. But why is everybody assuming that the results are not going to improve, given what we've seen, you know, with a backup quarterback, a fifth backup quarterback, who's now on his 3rd game coming up, and with what you see out of these players? I just cannot reconcile. That to me does not look like a bunch of porn stars playing up to the camera. I'm sorry, it don't. What do you got to say, Ali?
so a couple things. First of all, before I say this, I want to preface it. I do not believe that Ross and company are in the tanking market. They have built a money machine. The only reason it worked in 2019 was because of the fact that that they were rebuilding around the stadium because they're developing the F1 track, so they had a distraction, right? It was something to look forward to. They don't have the something to look forward to if they were to tank again.
Oh, by the way, the irony of going up to Indy, by the way.
I know there's irony there, but to your question about where's the tank in the sounds of season, I could use the argument that this is a highlight reel. You're not going to see them tanking in a highlight reel.
Of course. And then I would use exactly the argument I made during the video of, do you really think that these people, after that clip, a couple plays later, were sitting on the bench going, what's all of this for? We're tanking anyway.
There's 2 pieces of evidence that could, and I say this loosely, could, all right, because it's not proof of anything, but you could make an argument of tanking, and I'll explain this. The first piece of evidence is Mike McDaniel's stubbornness not to change the system or the game plan whatsoever, right? When you do that, usually you're just sitting in neutral, not really doing anything, right? And that could be a form of tanking. But in addition to that, and the more piece of evidence of players quitting was Waddle and Tyreek not blocking on a run play, and you had to have Huntley yell at them that they need to start fucking blocking for him because he could have taken another 10, 15 yards. Just going to point that out there. And I've seen it on the field. That was one distinct time where it got called out, but there's been other times I see them just standing and looking rather than putting their body on their line when they know they have to rise above and beyond what the capability of their quarterback that's on the field right now, right? That is a form of tanking and quitting, in my opinion. But I don't think the organization...
Okay. But how would that be any different than Tyreek Hill being injured?
How could that be any different?
Yeah. Right.
Is he injured?
No. I'm asking you, how would it be different?
What do you mean? I guess I don't understand where you're
Yeah,
coming
he
from.
would be injured. That's how it'd be different.
With what the coach, how the coach has to react to that and adjust. If the coach is intending to win, how would it be any different than dealing with a player, any player that's underperforming for any reason?
Well, but that's my okay. I guess you're maybe not understanding where I was.
No. What I'm understanding you're saying is that Mike McDaniel went to Tyreek and said, "Good job, not blocking. Thank you, because we want to lose."
I didn't say that.
But that's what you're saying. That's what you're implying.
Keller,
No,
you can't ask football players to lose like that. First of all, they wouldn't get along with it. Because for a lot of reasons.
So then my question then would be,
go ahead.
when Alec Ingold was taking the ball into the end zone to get the game-winning touchdown, did he not get the memo?
That's right, Keller. None of the players got the memo.
Okay. All right. So I think you're not understanding.
You're right, Keller. Zero players got the
help
memo.
me understand, Ali.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make sure you understand my point of view. Okay.
I think I do, but help me understand better.
Okay. I'm not saying that Mike McDaniel is tanking. I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that the organization isn't tanking at all, but the players are quitting in certain circumstances. Because think about it. If you know that you have the responsibility to rise above the situation because of what happened, that you're starting
right.
You got to do whatever you got to.
So because Tyreek Hill didn't and Waddle didn't, that means the players aren't.
Those are just two examples.
Those are just 2 out of 53.
And there's more examples.
And guess what we still did?
Fine.
And guess what we still did? We coached around it and we won the game.
I understand that.
Right. So how would it be different if any of those 2 guys were just injured?
Keller, I don't get it, Keller. I really don't, because to me,
you guys are suggesting that because Tyreek Hill is an asshole that the team is tanking.
No. I'm suggesting that the team looks like shit, and the only way I can explain all the superstars and money is that the team is either quitting, tanking, or completely inept, all resulting in the same thing, that this shit ain't working.
I'm just wondering if Tyreek Hill would have sent out the memo to everybody. Would we have planned for that in the 3 games we lost? Now that we know, we're planning for it. And guess what we did because of it? We won the game when we're supposed to be losing.
You know who well, here's the thing, Keller. The 2 teams we've beaten are the worst 2 teams, are worse off 2 teams. There's only another third team that
I know.
or 2 other teams that are worse than that.
I know.
And that's the Browns and the fucking Raiders.
I know all that, bro. Y'all are acting like I haven't heard all that before.
But I'm just saying, right? Like, I can understand the validity to your point if we beat, I don't know, the fucking Ravens or some shit, right? No, we won a game against the fucking Jags from a punched out fumble right at the fucking red zone that they were literally getting ready to put the game on ice with that touchdown.
Okay.
That's number 1. And number 2, we are a heel away from losing against the fucking dredges of the NFL, the Patriots, right now. So again, when the context is put there over the victories, it's pretty bleak for this football team. And to me, and you could be a well-educated fan or just a fly-by-nighter, just a fan of football. The sense isn't made with all the money and superstar power this team possesses playing this bad. So to say and go, well, they must be tanking. Sure. Are all the players on board to tanking? No, of course not. Is that really what they're doing? I don't fucking know. But I will say
what your guys are failing to remember is that the best team in the league looks bad for a few games sometimes.
It's true.
I don't
It's a long
understand
season.
why we're
But
all of a
I
sudden,
agree.
like,
I agree again with your sentiment.
we are
but if
completely abandoning the 53 guys on this roster because we're in a bad run.
I'm not abandoning.
I'm not abandoning it either. But again, I feel this.
Well, do you think this top-ranked defense is going to stay intact if we blow the team up?
Well, I don't know, Culler. How much more injury is this top-ranked defense going to take? Is Javon Holland even playing?
Because the top-ranked defense is still performing at a top level
right now, but we don't know yet.
Yeah.
We're just now getting without. We saw how much it was affected with losing Jalen Phillips.
You know when we weren't playing at a top level last year when we put up 11 wins.
Against? Look at the teams we played.
All right, well then guess what? Since none of those teams are Kansas City and nobody's going to beat Kansas City anyway, why isn't everybody blowing up their team?
I guess my concern is the fact that even we're 2-3, right? Regardless of that, we lost to the Titans, which I would argue is the next worst team next to Jacksonville, right?
Yeah, the Titans' only win is against us.
And in addition to that, we should have beaten Jacksonville by way more based on the standards that they've shown this season, right? And the other part of it is, Culler, I don't think we are tanking. I don't, because if we were, Greer and company would be already wholesaling left and right. We're not tanking, bro. I don't really think we are. I'm just saying.
So you just don't, right. So what you're saying is we just suck and you don't believe in the team.
Yes, I don't
Fair
believe
enough.
Fine.
Fair enough.
If that's
fair
what
enough.
Fine.
That's fair.
I think that certain
let's not veil it under this idea that it's a good idea to sell at the trade deadline.
I didn't say it was a good idea, Culler. I even prefaced that I don't think you're tanking.
Okay, here's the thing, right?
We just got through arguing about a tank and now you're saying that you never said we were tanking. So you just don't believe in the team. Okay, fine.
I don't believe in the team currently.
Team on.
Well, I do.
You think we're tanking now?
I didn't say that.
He says he believes in the team.
How did you infer that I said we were tanking with what I just said?
All right. Well, I'm sorry, brother. I didn't quite understand what you said. So you're saying that you believe in the team. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I do. I have since we built it. Do you think that I just faked believing that we could win because all of a sudden I wanted people to think I liked Tua? Do you think I bought season tickets because I wanted people to think I liked Tua?
Yeah,
how dare you even ask me that question?
Well, you're assuming that that's what we're thinking. No, Culler, you bought tickets because you believe in the team. We know that. I'm saying heading into the season,
and I'm just
we all
asking
believe
what's
in the team.
changed, other than the fact that we're in a cycle right now of not executing on offense. What has changed?
I'm going to tell you what changed. The product from last year to this year, even with all of the turnover and re-signings and everything, looks like shit. It looks terrible. Even in both wins.
Before I bought my season tickets.
That's true. That's true. But at least they came out strong in the beginning of last year. Yeah. They ain't even fucking coming out nothing.
Exactly. They didn't this year. So we're going to blow the thing up?
Well, I don't know about... Okay, so blowing it up...
You don't believe in it anymore because we didn't start strong?
I don't believe in it anymore because in the last... All I can remember since dating back to the last time we played fucking Tennessee has been a shitty football team. That's what I don't believe. I don't believe this team is going to get it done with Tua at quarterback. And maybe they're seeing that too.
Right, and I have a hard time
seeing that too.
Believing.
Maybe they're seeing
I have
that
a hard
maybe
time
what they're really doing.
That all of
maybe what they're really doing isn't.
I have a hard time believing that none of this can get better.
Well, Culler,
at all.
How much fucking better is it going to get, Culler?
I don't know. Maybe more than 12 points a game.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Culler. I bet you it does get better. What are we going to put it at? What's good enough? Is 16
Well,
points
last
a
year
game
we
good
scored
enough?
30 a game.
I got you. Is 16
Maybe
points gonna be
somewhere in the
enough if they
middle.
get better?
Maybe somewhere in the middle.
Okay, so 19?
No, how about 24?
Color,
Okay,
what
Good
we'll
enough
go
to
24.
win.
So 24 points. Is that going to be good enough? Hold on, Ollie. Is it going to be
It
good
was
enough
for the
to
Chiefs.
do anything?
It was for the Chiefs.
Well, we ain't
Last
got
year,
Patrick Mahomes.
it don't matter. They only scored 23, 24 points a game. What it matter? Who cares who's the quarterback?
Okay, so again,
I think we're gonna lean on this.
even at our best last fucking year, it ain't good enough. This team needed to take a step forward to get
Well,
better.
I would
And all
submit to
we've
you
seen is
that
them
we were
take
not
a
at our
complete leap
best.
backwards.
I would submit to you that when we lost, we were not at our best.
You know what? I would agree with that. That's why we lost, because we
Right.
weren't at our best.
Right. So forgive me for thinking that we could still show our best.
Color, I'm not saying that we can't do better. And I'm not saying that this is our best. I'm saying that if we get better and give our best, is it ever going to be enough?
It's never going to be enough. If it was,
That's right.
the sport would stop.
And maybe the fucking team, since signing Tua and putting in the 1-year cut clause that they got, was prepared for this. And with the fucking
So in the meantime, we're supposed to tank again to make sure what we take
we get a quarterback. That we get a
get
quarterback
another
that
Tua.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know who we get, but I do know this: if tanking doesn't necessarily mean they got to sell everything off. They could just put more inept quarterbacks with terrible game planning together and let the defense just get brutalized.
Why would they do that?
Because they ultimately want a better quarterback to run this team that they possess with the weaponry they have.
And how is that a guarantee when we've already got a 5th overall draft pick on our team?
Yeah, but
how is that a guarantee?
There is no guarantee, Color.
Just why do it?
Well, it's better than not doing anything. It is not better than doing anything. Not doing anything.
It's better to repeat the same thing over and over again and expect different results. That's right.
Well, I don't. Well, I would disagree because what we did when we got Tua.
Oh my God, you know damn well that's what's going on.
Color. But is it though, Color? Because right now we possess a talented football team that has no quarterback. If we tank and get a quarterback, maybe that'll be a little bit different than what we did last time, right?
I think the biggest mistake we made is we took a quarterback that got majorly injured at top 5. That's the biggest.
That was the biggest mistake.
Actually, to y'all's point, that wasn't a bad gamble. Not moving off of him when it was realized that was a problem was the mistake.
Well, I would agree with that. I would say the mistake ultimately was you drafted a quarterback in a COVID year that you couldn't get eyes on. And maybe you should have, on a team that needed everything, maybe you should have traded back and fucking built a year prior or later.
Or maybe we should have taken an opportunity of one of the 5 opportunities of a known commodity. Maybe we should have done that.
That's absolutely true.
Instead, we're going to do the same thing we've done over and over and over and over again, which is tank and draft a quarterback, hopefully in the top 10.
I don't think we're tanking. If anything, I think we're going to lean on this defense for the rest of the season.
Well, if you don't think that McDaniel, as Capitan suggested, is purposely calling bad plays, if you don't think that that's true, then I don't understand why you don't think it's possible that we could improve our standing this season.
I agree we can improve our standing, and I agree that ultimately is probably what will end up happening, to improve it just enough to fuck us out of everything, so we continue to be what we've always been, is a poorly run organization that prioritizes hype and ticket
I'm trying to tell you that is not going to change whether we have a different set of 53 guys or not. It is time that we as fans make them perform. If they don't want to, then guess what? We're mediocre again. How is that worse than being losers? I don't understand.
Lewis.
I understand you want to get out of the cycle of mediocrity. Okay? But you're trading that for a cycle of defeat. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I mean, I would say,
and you know what, Lewis? I hope Skyler comes back too. Just
I
so
hope
you
he does
get what
too.
you want. A bad football team, which is obviously what you want.
I mean, it's not what I want, but it's what we
I'm
might
talking
as
to
well
you.
lean into. It's might as well we might as well lean into it. If we don't win this week and
Hey,
don't win
my
next week,
name is Culler. I want to root for a bad football team.
you know what, Color? I think you're missing the byproduct that could be very good in all of this. The byproduct that could be very good in all this is that A, we run all these idiots up out of this fan base that have gotten us into this situation with their caping up for Mike McDaniel and fucking Tua and this loser finesse bullshit with their fucking dumbass fucking
And if that's
graphics
how
of
it's
some
going to
obscure
be,
cat.
that's how it's going to be. I don't care if we're 8-9. I don't care if we're 7-10. I don't care if we're 9-8 and mediocre.
I do, because then we're just staying the same.
Well,
I would
no,
rather be
apparently
really good
not.
or really bad.
Apparently not, though.
Color being caught in that middle is it's like being in a desert, bro. You got nowhere to go.
So right. So we'll just, yeah. You do have somewhere to go. You can dig a hole in the desert and stick your head in it. That's where we go. That's where you suggest we go again.
No. I say I dig a hole until I find water.
So we tank. We go 1 and whatever, 2 and we go 2 and 15. Then we go 5 and something with a rookie quarterback. Then we go 10 and 7, and then mediocre again. What's the difference?
Well, that ultimately
What is the
be
difference?
what happens. Well, the difference would be is that we would have a rookie quarterback
Right.
with the weapons we possess.
And during that
And
process,
hopefully,
and
well, hold on,
during
Color.
that time,
when you get a rookie
cannot
quarterback,
take advantage of any known commodity because we're going to have to give that quarterback 7 years.
well, see, that was my problem with the Tua situation. Was the okay, next year? Well, again, Color,
Well,
you're
the only
applying
way to
all the
stop
stuff
it
we
is to
dealt
win
with.
your way out of it. The only
Color,
way to
you're
stop
applying.
it is to execute your way out of it. This is what Brian Flores knew.
I'm agreeing with you, but here's what you're applying. You're applying us having to fight the same battles over again with this fan base about how
I'm done
you
fighting
know,
with the fan base.
we need to wait one more year to see what we really got. Okay, well he did this. We need to wait one more year to see if he can do that. Okay, well he did that, but we need to wait one more year.
I stopped fighting this fan base when I was told who our QB1 was and I should deal with it. Guess what? I'm dealing with it. And now they are too. They all want to go home and be like, oops, we're sorry. Tank again.
Well, Color, here's the thing, man. This is the time to build back better, bud. This is time to build back better in this situation.
No, it's time to execute. It's been time to execute for 35 years.
Color, this organization has only executed what they're continuing to execute. A fucking heel win. A heel drop in the end zone win against the fucking worst team in the NFL.
Yeah, well, there's a reason the field is a certain length.
I would have
if
to.
You can't play within the field of play. It's not a play.
I would have to
good enough.
With
if you can't play within the field of play, then you ain't good enough to beat us that day.
Organization is the master of executing. They've been executing for the past 35 years, executing
money. Yeah.
If you can't run into the end zone without getting the ball punched out, you ain't good enough to beat Miami in Hard Rock. How about that?
How about that?
If you can't stop Tyreek on the very next play from going 80 yards, you ain't good enough to beat us.
Well, right now everybody's good enough to beat us because I've seen it.
That's the thing, Culler.
Yeah? And how come we have 2 wins?
Well, because those teams
and rule. That's why.
Because of a stinking rule. Okay, because of a stinking rule, or is it because the Patriots couldn't play within the field of play?
I'll tell you what, Culler. If we played the Jaguars this week, Javon Holland ain't punching shit out with his broken hand, and we lose.
Fair enough. We'll see. I mean, that's why they play the games. You guys suggest that we just don't play them anymore.
I'm not suggesting that. I already told you I don't think that's what they're doing.
Well, then what do you think we're doing?
Fuck it, Ali. I think we suck. That's what I think we're doing. I think we're putting out a shitty product.
I can accept that because guess what? I can tell you how a sucky team can get better. I can't tell you how a team purposely losing can get better.
Well, I got you, Culler. We could talk about getting better, but ultimately, even if they got,
I have no interest in talking about a loser.
What's the goal, Culler? What is our goal? To be a good football team, to be a better football team, or to be a championship football team?
I can't tell you what the Dolphins' goals are because they send out too many mixed signals. All I can tell you is what my goal is.
Okay, what's your goal?
My goal is to talk about a winning football team.
My goal is to talk about a Super Bowl.
My goal ain't to talk about the losers of the NFL. I don't sit up here and talk about the Carolina Panthers every day.
And if we were, we would be acting eerily similar as the Jaguar fans, the Titan fans, the Panther fans.
Right. But when my realism has me talking about how we can win and how it don't matter that it's about execution. No, I'm just being a fool. And I'm just hoping for mediocrity. Because inevitably, Culler, the team's not going to execute. We already know that for sure. I just don't
Mr. Negative, you need to come over here to YouTube, Mr. Negative.
I'm just not convinced. I'm not convinced that those players we just watched in that highlight film, I'm not convinced they don't think they can get better.
Okay, I got you, Culler. I'm
not convinced that
what does that mean? What does that mean, getting better? Not losing to the Tennessee Titans?
Bro, it means executing. I wouldn't care if we lost every single football game if we're executing and we're just getting beat. That would be altogether different. Being outclassed is not a bad thing. That's when you know you have to get different people and whatever else.
We're being outclassed.
No, we are not. We're being out-executed.
Well, I mean,
nobody is going to look at this roster and tell me it isn't full of class.
Then explain to me what's going on then.
We are not executing.
Okay,
I don't know how else I can say it.
I got it, Culler. Not executing.
And why
I know it's hard to think it's that simple.
No.
I know it's hard to think it's that simple, but it is that simple.
Okay, so
as Ali said, when Tyreek Hill didn't block on that play, that was a lack of execution.
Culler, lack of execution. You say it's simple. It's not, because that is a blanket statement.
Include Coach McDaniel with that.
That is a blanket statement saying lack of execution. So it's a blanket statement because that means everything.
That's all that's left, bro. That's all that's left.
Culler, that's all that's left.
There's nobody going to come in here. There's no 53 guys that are going to change that.
Culler, I don't ask for 53. I ask for one guy.
Right.
A
So
fucking
let's trade
competent
Tyreek Hill.
quarterback.
So let's trade Tyreek Hill
No,
for somebody that will
because then we
execute.
have more of the same.
So let's trade Tyreek Hill for somebody that will execute. It's that simple.
My question is, okay, so we're not executing, which I agree, because I do think that the Miami Dolphins are stuck in neutral, maybe in the desert, like El Cap said. What can the team do about it to execute, or what's contributing to them not executing?
The player deciding not to execute.
So they're quitting, is what you're saying?
No, sometimes it's for not trying. Sometimes that play, they don't feel like it. It's not a matter of quitting. For some players, it could be.
Well, my thing is,
Some players might have checked out on McDaniel's vision.
All right. Well, here's where I'm at.
They need to go. They need to exit the building.
I understand, and
or Greer needs to decide right now that Mike McDaniel's vision is not where we're going. Because guess what? If he were to do that, then the tank would most certainly be in.
Well, for me,
as long as he continues to give Mike McDaniel a chance to work his way out of it, we have to let him work his way out of it.
Okay. What if the Dolphins are tanking with talent? What if they're tanking with talent? So when the tank is over and they get the top draft pick that they want for a new quarterback,
and it's pretty
then
sad.
they can come.
It's pretty sad that Tyreek Hill can't go to Calais Campbell and everybody else that you saw in that video that sure seems to be like they want to win. Okay. It's really sad that he can't go to those players and let them know.
I mean, Calais Campbell is a grizzled veteran. He's been in this league a long time. He probably knows.
And again, then they all deserve Oscar awards and they should all become actors. Maybe that's why they do.
I could understand Culler's point of view when it comes to Calais Campbell, because Calais Campbell's on his last year, bro.
Not the only person in that video, bro.
Just gonna point that out. But my thing is, Culler, and this is what I was trying to ask is, like,
when they broke the huddle at the beginning, did Jalen Ramsey go to them all and go, you know, all that was bullshit, right, guys?
I see him say that, Culler. I did see him say that to everybody. He was like, listen, great speech, cameras off, but you all realize that we're not winning this football game, right?
Right. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
I'd seen it. But, Culler, here's the thing, right? I don't think the full tank is in. I think we're 2 weeks away from seeing this team fucking nosedive into a tank. Now, could over the next 2 weeks, depending on what happens with Tua and or Tyler Huntley, and definitely with this team's winning and losing record, and how they win or lose matters too.
It's so funny how everybody's so worried about mediocrity when we all sat here and predicted easily that even with Tua, this would be mediocre. Yet everybody said we were full of shit. Well, guess what? Again, y'all are acting as if I'm the one that wants mediocrity. Okay? All these people saying that they don't want mediocre are the ones that wanted Tua to get paid. Okay? So bottom line is you're not jumping ship now. Okay? Not without me saying something and calling you out for your weakness. I'm sorry.
I mean, look, Culler, I don't want to fucking.
I didn't want mediocrity. The moment we drafted Tua, I didn't want mediocrity. But I was told I'm an idiot, and I can't see what Tua is.
Well, Culler, again.
Well, I've seen the light, Capitan. I've seen the light. There's too many names to put on it, Game Boy. There are way too many names to put on it.
Just say everyone. It's everybody. So, all right.
And I don't even blame the Alabama Tuaneers. At least they've got something to stand on. It might suck, but they stand on it. You got me out here defending 2 ears, guys. It's freaking sickening, bro. Oh my God.
So here's the only saving grace, and it's a little it's more self-serving than it is, nice to hear for Dolphins fans. To me, we have an opportunity here. If this team does tank, say we lose against the Colts, and say they hold out to from the Cardinals game, and we lose against the Cardinals, and both we lose by a touchdown or more, and just we're never in the game, and we hit our 11, 12, 13 point average, some bullshit like that. They then decide to just, all right, no to the neurologist that he finally went and seen, waiting 2.5 months.
Well, that's a whole nother discussion.
See.
I haven't even gotten to that yet.
I know. The neurologist says, yeah, not a good idea, Tua. It's been 2 months and you still fucking can't tell me what color this is. You got to go. Okay? So that happens. Tanking and us coming out with 3, maybe 4 wins when it's all said and done, right? And us with a top 5 draft pick to get one of these quarterbacks or even move up and grab the one we want, right? To me, it's going to cleanse this fan base this year. And I for one, am going to take it on the chin with this entire narrative of tanking and use this to my Finn's tailgate advantage. And that is to run all these fucking dummies up out of this community. All these idiots that don't know shit from Shinola. Okay?
Look, man, I don't disagree. I'm just simply think that there's a different way to go about it. If we force these players to perform and they don't, then we have good reason to say good riddance to them all, because it wouldn't matter what quarterback we have at that point.
Culler,
that's my point. Let them fail is what I'm saying.
Culler, there is one thing we could do that we haven't done that is different from what we've done for the past 35 years. And that
be in charge?
No. The one
let the team fail.
Well, yeah, let the team fail, which we've been doing for years, to be honest.
No, not really.
But
not really.
Hear me out, though.
We've been soft padding the landing for 35 years.
So let's say Tua comes back, nothing changes. We still only win maybe one more game, right? And at the end of the season, we trigger the cut clause that we have, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we have a top 5 draft pick. Let's say we have the number 1 overall pick. Let's just say that hypothetically.
Right.
Well, what could you do different? Because you're automatically thinking that we're going to draft another guy and we're going to be stuck in the same boat. But you mentioned earlier that you should have earlier on gotten a known commodity.
Right.
Well, I want to take the Atlanta Falcons approach. Draft your guy and get the known
The problem is we don't have the Atlanta Falcons fan base.
I get that.
Okay,
we don't
I don't want to understate that though, Ali, because
we need the Atlanta Falcons fan base for that. Go get the known, person.
What I'm saying is we don't have a fan base that can accept winning without the guy. Okay, so in other words, there's no quarterback like Kirk Cousins that can actually win while we're grooming the next winner.
So
because our fan base won't allow it.
Stafford might be available, bro. I'm telling you, go get Stafford.
Again, Culler, you're hitting on my point. Culler, you're hitting on my point. We don't have a fan base that will allow it. And I'm saying, and context is picking up what I'm putting down. That's called gatekeeping, Cat. I'm saying it's time to gatekeep these fucks up out of here. To change what you just said. To change the fans that inhabit the Miami Dolphins that have a microphone.
I would disagree with context for semantical reasons, but okay, fair enough.
I'm not talking about gatekeeping, not allowing anyone in, but gatekeeping in the fact that I want to run all these fucking dummies up out of here. And and when you say that we don't have a fan base that can take that, I agree with you. And that's what I want to change. Because to me, and I've said this for a while now, the problem is us. Because we allow this shit to continue. We allow this team to be mediocre. Look at the fucking Eagles fans right now. Look at what they're doing. They fucking went after their coach and have continued to go after their coach and their team that beat the Browns because they beat the fucking Browns in a close game against a shitty football team. Those fans have the right fucking temperament. There's a reason why they've been in some Super Bowls and have won some as of recent because they're fucking fans.
I understand, bro. But nobody said it's over and the run is over and forget it about Buffalo the way they started last year. Sometimes you start slow.
I don't, you know why though? Again, their fans were like that beforehand. That's why they ran fucking Fitzpatrick out of there. That's why they ran those other quarterbacks out of there. That's how they ended up with Josh Allen.
They also didn't have a quarterback that has a soft head. Just going to point that out.
They also didn't have a top running game and a top defense. Well, they have a top defense, but I'm just saying there are aspects of there are aspects of every team that the other teams don't have.
Yeah.
It's the teams that know how to exploit that advantage that are the best. And sometimes that advantage changes year over year. Nobody's going to tell me that a high-powered offense was the way Kansas City won last year. I get that Patrick Mahomes makes a difference, but he didn't last year. He didn't do anything special to beat us. Our quarterback froze up like a popsicle. That's not something our running game couldn't have fixed. We had none of that either. You know why? Because our coach didn't execute. To somebody's point earlier, Ryan said that I got to hold coaches to the same standard. And I do. McDaniel needs to execute just and fix his execution problems just like the whole team. That's usually where it trickles down from. Do I think that can happen? I don't know. Maybe not. Okay. But I'm still riding on the fact that we don't have another coach right now. We don't have somebody else to fix it. And if that means that, we're going to blow it up then. Okay, well, what's the point then? Why don't we just forfeit the rest of the games?
I don't think we blow it up. I kind of like the idea of, like you said, let it fail. If it's going to fail, don't blow it up, right? And if we get the first round, high pick, I still think we should go get the known guy. And
right. And I you know what? There is a way that could work because I was just getting to that. Because I obviously at first I kind of don't think that we're built that way as a fan base, but there is a way it could work. You could do it to where you get the known commodity in here first, and then you draft the quarterback. Now that is what Atlanta did, right?
Yeah.
But they also made it known right away. Like, we're paying this guy. We expect to win with him. And whatever players don't execute are out of here. They didn't waste no time getting rid of people.
And that's the issue that I have with our team, Culler, because we don't do that. Look at the 49ers. They gave, Trey Lance like 2 years and you're out?
Okay, we do it, Ali. The problem is we can't do it individually. We're like the Congress. We can't just pass one bill, one line item. We got to add 53 guys. We got to replace everybody.
I hear you. But I'm talking about in the most important positions, right? That we hold to the highest standard, like a quarterback position.
Right.
No, we don't do that. We run ourselves into the ground until we can't get out and we're just dead.
Right. While everybody else is executing.
Yes.
Right. While everybody else is executing. Right. The way you actually do it even if you are tanking and rebuilding totally, you don't go get a bunch of UPS drivers to make sure you lose. You simply weed out the people that won't execute. And if that means you win 5 games and you have to trade up and use some draft capital to get your better pick, that's what you got to do.
Hold on a second. I just want to address this real quick. Lance, I understand that he may have sucked and may not be as injury prone. That wasn't the argument. My point is that even if you're injured or you're injury or you're you just suck, right? At some point, the 49ers will sit there and say, you know what? Enough wasting my time, and cut their loss.
Right. Exactly, Ollie. What you're saying is, at what point do you decide Tua sucks? 7 games, 8 games, 10 games?
How many games does the guy not been on the field that he could have proven that he's not sucking?
It took them what, 3 games to decide Lance sucked.
Year 3 is when we found out Tua sucked.
Only position that they do that with. There was a middle linebacker that they had that was a top pick, and they're like, "Oh, you're gone." Right. Same thing with defensive tackle on their team. They did the same thing.
And I want to address this from context. He says, "Culler, you said Tua sucked for everything except injury." Yes, and I still believe that. So that's not the point. The point is, I have lost the chance to see whether that's going to improve or not. Because what you fail to realize is I actually do give Tua grace. I'm trying to give the team and the coach the same grace that you guys wanted me to give Tua. I'm trying to give it all to them. And instead of watching Tua prove me wrong or prove me right, he's riding the pine.
And I say I didn't want to give Tua that grace, and I'm not, and I didn't, even though everyone else did, and I'm not going to, nor am I going to give it to the team either.
Well, I just believe that when you've shown what we have shown, yes, against bad teams. Well, we're losing against bad teams right now. So it's all the same. You can bring up bad teams and good teams. We're losing to both right now, which we weren't before. Yet it's the same team. So that tells me there's a slim chance that we just might need to improve execution. And we're back to at least the standard we were at, which was to roll the bad teams. Can we at least get to that, back to that point, so we can see if we have another chance against a good team to improve that area? No, we haven't even gotten to that point. Because our quarterback is riding the pine. So we have to deal with a guy that's only been in the building for 3 weeks. And we're already starting to improve.
Culler, could it be not just that the players are not executing? Maybe this offensive scheme just fucking blows?
We can't know that, Ollie. We can't know that.
But here's the thing, though. Mike McDaniel and his play calling, maybe in his whole playbook, maybe it just fucking blows.
As I told Ryan, that's part of execution too. If McDaniel needs to change that and to adjust, that's part of his execution. It's a West Coast system. I don't know how many times I have to say that.
I understand it's a West Coast system, but
I understand that different coaches have different wrinkles, but they adjust. The good ones adjust.
And maybe he's just not a good coach.
How are we supposed to find that out?
Let the season play out.
I mean, with a little bit of an expectation that a guy just doesn't get that position, being an idiot.
Look, I understand that he got the position. I'm not saying he's an idiot.
I'm not saying he's qualified. I know there were shenanigans involved. I get all that.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not an idiot.
Well, he's showing.
If you're going to compare McDaniel to a guy like me who sits here and shouts on the internet, making 0 ducats doing it, I'm pretty sure I'd be the idiot.
I would say Mike McDaniel showed me he's a dummy by tripling down on Tua Tagovailoa and not facing facts that he might need to hitch his wagon Or no, I'll do
Okay,
this.
fair enough. But that's a
He
different
proved to
type
be a
of
dummy
decision.
when he
That's a
didn't
different type of
unhitch his
decision, which
wagon.
takes longer to play out. You know what I mean?
He and listen, Culler, still at this moment, he has not unhitched his wagon,
I know.
and he's
I
gonna
know.
stay teaching an
know.
offense to guys who aren't the type of quarterback that he
I know,
possesses
bro.
anymore.
I know.
That's
I
why he's
know.
proven to be a fucking idiot.
I know.
Now,
but
I don't think Mike
okay,
McDaniel should lose
okay.
his job, and I think he should get another shot with another quarterback. But ultimately, I don't think that's how they'll go.
If you're talking about an idiot compared to other coaches, then fair enough. But that's a decision that the organization has decided to back him up on.
Well, the organization's full of dumbasses too, Culler. That's how we've been in this situation for forever now.
Yeah.
Right. And if that's the organization I have to deal with, then I would rather root for 9-8 than 1-16.
Not me. I'd rather root for no wins every year until this fucking owner goes bankrupt.
I get
the
that,
fuck
but
up
that's
outta
not
here.
going to cause that, bro. We could go 1-16 for the next 5 years straight, and that's
Yeah,
not
but you
going to
know
cause
what will
that.
cause? You know what it will cause? It'll
The St. Louis Rams were sub 500 for 15 years straight, and Stan Kroenke still owns that team.
That's some shenanigans right there.
I agree with that. But here's the thing. St. Louis, and I don't know that area, and you do, and yada, yada, yada. But to me, again, and I talked about it, the selfish needs. To me, this team does what it does, and we can then again unite this fan base in the same direction.
Well, you know what? Guess what? Execution cures too. That very thing. Because if we started executing and winning, you don't think that's going to unite the fan base? I would say that doing it without Tua gives us a better chance of uniting.
I don't want. Listen, Culler. You know what we had? You know what we had last off
Maybe
season?
that's what I'm desperate for, because I know that if we win consistently without Tua, that's what'll unite this fan base, and I know it. That's why I'm so thirsty for it, bro. That's probably why I'm fighting so hard.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I don't want to be united
Until
with
we
dummies
unite behind this team.
Culler, I don't want
everybody that talks about logo first.
Culler, I don't want to
unite behind the team besides the quarterback.
Culler, this fan base last offseason and the prior offseason united. And I don't want to be united with the dummies that forced me to come from my side of the aisle to
united,
them.
bro. I don't think we were truly united.
Absolutely we were.
If we were, then we would be united now without Tua.
No, see, that's my again, Culler. That's where you're wrong. They united because we went to their side to say, all right, we're going to play nice. We're going to ride the Tua.
Right, that's called faking it. That's faking
I got it. But it's still, the fan base by and large was united for a while. And I don't want them to come. I don't want to go to their side of the aisle. I want them to come to mine this time.
Really quick. Lewis is making a great point right there. Now, he's saying he's united in the tank. And I'm not saying I wouldn't be. What's going to cause that unification is I should have said, either winning or losing. Because if we win and we continue to win, Lewis will be back. Because I know Lewis. I know his heart is with the logo. So as long as this logo is winning, Lewis will be back. Likewise, if we continue to lose, we lose this week, we lose our first game with Tua back. Hey, we're united there too, because I'll be coming to Lewis's side. You see what I'm saying? But if we're talking about being united in winning, the only thing that's going to happen there that's going to cause that is execution by the players. Don't matter if it's the next 53, if it's 2028's 53, whoever the coach is, it don't matter. We're never going to be united in winning until our players decide when they come to Miami that they're going to do their job instead of everything else that Miami offers. You're talking about united in losing? Yeah, that's going to happen anyway. And it will cull the fan base. I know it's amazing that we're talking about culling the fan base and you think that I'd be all on board. My name's Culler. I'm trying to cull the players out of the team. that don't wanna
Context is 100% right. I do want a civil war in this fan base because I've been fighting against these fucking idiot dumbasses for 3 years now, and I don't want them around no more. And when we get this, when we go back to try to do it again, I don't want to repeat the same mistakes I'm seeing every fucking couple of years. Nothing. I'm tired of these
what
fucking
context
dummies.
is doing though is he's blaming John Brown for the Civil War. Blaming you for this Civil War in our fan base would be like blaming John Brown.
But context doesn't realize there's already a civil war in this fan base.
Exactly, Ali. That's my point. It would be like blaming John Brown for slavery.
It's already here. Ugh.
It looks like context got the analogy. Look at Joe. What's John Brown's 40 time? Oh my God. Probably not so good. He got caught, Joe. He got caught, man.
Fan base, Game Boy says.
We were at peace, but I think it was like a Roman peace.
Ultimately, we all want
it was a scorched earth peace.
We just disagree on how we get there. That's pretty much what it comes down to.
Look, it's not that I so much disagree. I think it's just defeatist.
Oh, that is
talking about it right now. It's a defeatist mentality.
Von Joe wants to know if we actually did bring back Eli Apple.
I heard that too, but I couldn't find any
It's a joke. It was a joke. We did not bring back Eli.
Yeah, it would be on the Dolphins roster moves by now.
Yeah. Cam Smith is in practice, though. That's the first time I saw his name pop up this season.
Who?
Yeah, who? Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any roster moves on the website.
Oh, it's fucking team.
I don't know, man. I just, I can't accept the defeatist mentality, bro. It just kills me. If you lose, you lose. That's one thing.
Culler,
you got to accept the loss, but I can't accept a loss before it happens, bro.
Culler, you're chalking up a defeatist mentality to what I'm looking at is the ultimate goal to win. Not a 9-8 football team. I'm not going back to wanting what I hated all along. Was a 9-8 football team.
Right. I got you. I just don't think we're ever going to get there. Maybe tanking might be a valid way for some people and some teams, but it is not working for Miami. I mean, it's just not.
I just don't think we tanked properly. I think there's a way to execute it and actually do it the proper way.
Bro. There's too many variables.
Yeah.
Who tanks correctly?
I get it. I get what you're saying. I'm just coming from the fact that I'm a big fan of what Atlanta did, and I know that you said earlier it's not going to work here, and I get that, but I like the fact that they got their known guy and they drafted the guy of the future. It's almost like what freaking they did with Brett Favre. They had Brett Favre.
Okay, let me ask you this:
Aaron Rodgers.
Did they do that before or after they had a losing season?
They did it after the lose.
Right. And are they sitting here going, we're going to tank now to get better weapons for our rookie quarterback that's coming in behind Cousins eventually?
No, because they built the team up before they got the quarterback.
Right. They're winning because they're in a window. Now, if they started the season 2-3, do you think they'd be giving up on it?
I don't know. That I don't know.
Do you think the hype videos that they put out at 2-3 would be disingenuous? Like their players are just faking it?
I think that if I took video all the time for 3 months worth of fucking video or 2 months worth of video, I can find plenty of fucking propaganda to put together.
Well, I think that's being highly unfair to the players, to be honest with you.
Culler, I don't give a fuck about the players. They can all go to fucking
I know
hell
you
for all I
don't.
care.
That's why we lose. Nobody gives a fuck about the players.
That's right. I don't. They can go to fuck off. I care about
And they don't
me.
give a fuck about
No,
whether
I
the
care
players
about-
execute
I
or not.
care about
They don't give a
me.
fuck whether the players are injured or not.
These fucking players, I don't give a fuck if they're injured. I don't care if they got baby mama drama.
We're the
They
Dolphins.
can all go to
We
fucking
sit
hell
here
for
with
all
a
I
whole
care.
bunch of draft picks in our hands, and that's going to win us a Super Bowl.
Culler, I don't give a fuck what needs to be done. Don't tank. Go fucking, give everybody hookers for all I care. Whatever the fuck's got to happen to give me a Super Bowl. I don't give a fuck how it's done.
Well,
The problem is I can see the product now, and I can see what's happening, and it looks shitty. It's junk. It's garbage. It's trash. It is a hot dumpster fire. A fucking bunch of UPS guys playing for Brian Flores had more heart and soul than this team's got right now. That's the facts. And I don't give a fuck. Throw Mike McDaniel to the fucking wolves of the fans. I don't give a shit. I don't.
Well, I should expect to be calling the game by myself this week, then, I would assume.
No. See, there's where to me, again.
You like calling
fans,
losers?
Nope. I'll fucking call a loser every day because I'll just shit all over everybody who's fucking co-signed this shit to get us here. Because that's what I'm about.
Why would you be shitting on them when you already know that's what they are?
Well, good, because now, guess what? I keep
Not as
shitting
if
on
you're
them,
calling the game expecting them to do good and going, oh, and then start complaining that they're not doing good. You already know they're not going to do good, so why bother?
Because I want to do good one day, Culler. That's why I bother. I want to be better
You'll
than
be
this
telling
now.
a bunch of fans that this person needs to do this instead of what they did, but that person's not going to be on our team anymore.
I don't give a fuck. Again, Culler, I don't care about the persons. I care about the result.
Right.
Okay?
So, and I'm saying to you, 2 years from now, you'll be saying that same position needs to learn how to do that better, just like you did this Sunday to whatever position player you're talking about. That's my point. It's not going to change just because you change out the player.
Well,
there's nothing about Joe Smith
now who has the
compared to
defeatist
John.
mentality.
There's
Now
nothing,
who has the defeatist
there's
mentality.
nothing about Joe Smith compared to John Thomas that's going to tell you he's going to actually execute when this guy didn't.
Culler, I will always hope for better, but I am prepared to fight to the death for what I know will be a better result. And the better result is a team that does execute, Culler, as you stated.
Okay, but look at this comment here. The players are getting paid already.
Hold on, Culler, let me land, please.
All right.
This team currently, even executing, has nowhere to go because they can't execute against the better teams. Fuck, they can't execute against the shitty teams this year. But in years prior, they can't execute against the better teams. Why? Because they don't have it. They don't have it. And we could blame coach, we could blame players, we could blame whatever. I don't really give a fuck about all that.
Again, I would just still have, if you believe that, then I would have to question your mental stability if you continue to watch it.
Well, Culler, what else am I going to do?
I can think of 1,000 other things to do.
Well, Culler, it's football season, buddy, and this is my team. And they
I
suck,
know.
And
I know. That's my point. That's precisely my point.
Yep, maybe you're right, Culler. Maybe it's time I become a Kansas City Chiefs fan.
The players are getting paid already. Do the players worry about Mr. Negative, the fan? All our players care about is getting paid. Well, then if you believe that, and this is no offense to the person because this is a comment
That's Mr. Negative. That's Mr. Negative.
If you believe that, then you are a cuckold.
No.
I'm sorry. If you are continuing to watch a product where you know the players are just pulling money out of your pocket and you're watching that, knowing that's what's going on, you're cuckolded.
No, Culler.
You're
No,
cucked.
no. I would say no. Because I would say the hope is that you're there for the rebound when it does get right.
Hey, all I know is if somebody tells me that they're here to win and all they are really about is getting paid, I'm not watching it.
Well, Culler, you want to know something?
If the players
That's
came
what
out
I
and
did.
admitted that right now, I would not watch it another second of it.
I'm gonna tell you this, Culler. I've already
Which
done
means
that.
if I believed that, I would not watch another second of it.
Culler, I already did what you're saying to do. Okay? I already walked away from this team and didn't really watch football in like, I don't know, 15, 16, some shit like that, whatever it was, right? And you know what it got me? When it was time when I did want to watch football again, I found myself surrounded by a bunch of fucking dumbass fans that I got to fucking explain how this shit really works for it.
Right,
and I got to
right.
tell them, hey, I just want to point this out that everything they're doing to us right now is stuff they
Right.
did to us 8 years
So-
ago.
so
but
the
they're too
solution
goddamn
to that is
stupid
to-
to know.
So the solution is that is to let them have the money and then walk away. Don't make them perform. Don't expect them to perform. Just get another 53
Culler.
guys.
The solution is
them
that
$500
hopefully
million and then
the
walk, and
solution
then they
is,
can walk
Culler,
away too.
The solution is hopefully this franchise filled with this fan base learns their fucking lessons this time. And I'm going to be here through it all to remind them the entire time. So when it comes back around
Has
again,
that
they'll be
ever
like,
worked for
oh,
us?
there's that horse of a different color that
Has
fucking
that
Cap
ever
was
worked
talking
for
about.
us?
Color, it's only been 3 years. I already told you boys again. I didn't see this team going very far. And this is the long game for us here at the Fins Tailgate. It could be 20 fucking years before it finally comes to fruition. But I'm gonna be here for it when it happens.
And I'm going to be here telling you we shouldn't tank every single year.
I got that, Color. I get it. But I'm going to tell you it's time to tank because we got to not only get rid of these players, coaches, GMs, but I got to get rid of these fucking retards in this fan base that got us with these dumbass coaches, players.
You can do that without losing all the people that are executing.
No, we can't, because you want to know why? Because when we lose like this is when they leave.
Then I don't see what you expect for an end result. Then I really don't see how you expect.
The end result is that real Dolphin fans inhabit this fandom only and know what it means to win football only, and we'll get the results we want only.
Well, if
Rather
we
than
always have
us
UPS
being-
players, we're
rather
never
than
going
us
to learn what it
clapping our
takes to
booty
win
cheeks
football.
because we pulled out from a 2-4 fucking season to a 9-8 season. That shit ain't gonna fucking cut it for me. You know what this team is doing, Color? It's going to deliver last year's results this year, and we're going to think it's so great that we were the same thing at the end of last year because of how shitty we started. I already know what time it is with this goddamn fan base and this fucking piece of shit organization.
Guess what? We don't have shitty teams left on our schedule. So it's if what you suggest happens, how could we not say we're better? How could we not have hope going forward?
Well, Color, if we are a fringe playoff team that gets our booty cheeks clapped in the playoffs like ever, we're no better than we've ever been.
Right. Which is no different than 1-16. Whether we get another quarterback, whether that gives us a better draft position, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing.
Color, that's the defeatist attitude right there. Because if that's the facts,
no, it's not. No, it's not. Because I don't believe if we were to get to the playoffs with this schedule, I don't believe that it would be as cut and dry to say we're one and done in the playoffs. And then if we can't prove that, then you get what you want anyway because we're not winning.
Color, I want to win. I think you're misconstruing. What I want is to win.
Only if it's 11 wins or more. Because we had 11 wins last year and still got bounced in the first round. You know why? Because we didn't execute. Not because we changed out teams. Not because all of a sudden we got a bunch of trash players. We just simply don't execute. Until that changes, nothing is going to be different.
Color.
We're
We're
either going to have
executing
9
just
wins or
fine.
1 win.
We're executing just fine. And you want me to tell you how? We're executing at the level the Miami Dolphins organization has continued to execute, and therein lies my problem.
I just don't understand how you expect that to change.
I don't
Just by
expect it to change
changing out the
today.
players.
Color. I don't expect it to change today. I don't expect it to change next year. I don't expect it to change from now into the foreseeable future. What I do expect is myself to not leave here until I can gather up enough real fucking Dolphin fans that aren't fucking dummy idiots listening to some fucking dumbass on YouTube or Twitter or wherever clapping their cheeks with some bullshit stats. I'm going to wait until this channel has enough to fight back on the retard narrative that runs in these fucking streets. That's what I'm going to wait for. And when we do have enough to fight back in that aspect, the fucking organization will know they can't pull the wool over these people's eyes.
I'm just simply saying, without football, dude, I can't provide that content, dude. I just don't have it.
I will.
That's
okay,
not me,
Color.
bro.
I will. You can play the how we're gonna win this week and that week. I will play in the dark, mean streets of fighting against idiots all day. That's fine.
Yeah, but
I don't need you to go.
No, because that positions me to be a freaking town freaking idiot, bro. And I'm not doing that.
No.
Well,
Again, Color, my goal, and I told you guys this all along.
I'd be a fool if I continued to talk about this team if they want to blow this thing up, dude. I'd be a complete idiot for even wasting another calorie on this football team.
Nah. Again, Color, I didn't. To me, I am here for the inevitable long haul to rid this fan base of the dummies that inhabit it, to rid this organization of being able to get away with the mediocre product, with the fucking ups and downs that it has, to only have the same shit. If you look at the Dolphins in a 3-year sample size, pick any 3 back-to-back years you want for the last 30 years, we've been the same
How do
thing.
you think it's going to be any different if we go draft Shedeur Sanders and everybody from Colorado becomes a fan of the Dolphins? How do you think that's going to be any different?
First of all, I don't want
with the
Shedeur
Bama fan?
Sanders. I don't want Shedeur Sanders for that exact reason, Color.
Well, Dion already wants his kid here, bro, so it's coming. Get used to it.
Believe me, Color. That's what again.
What's the
and
difference?
I'm prepared for that 5-year fight too, buddy.
Yeah,
I'm prepared for it.
Guess how we don't let that happen?
Oh, by winning enough games to keep Tua next year?
Yeah, by winning.
By winning enough games to keep Tua again, Color?
By not needing him.
Got you, Color. You're right. Let's win enough games to roll this back for 2025.
No, let's win enough games to not need him. I didn't say
not
be able to get him. I said not need him.
And okay, we don't need Shedeur now. Because why?
Did we need Shedeur last year?
Color, I would have taken fucking Shanae as my quarterback last year.
Then why do we have to go get Shedeur?
I don't want him.
Why do we have to get anybody?
Because our quarterback sucks.
We could go get Donald Duck. As I've told you all for 3 seasons, we could go get Donald Duck.
And?
The second we went and got Donald Duck, nobody believes in the team anymore. So it was always about Tua.
No. See, there's where you're conflating it, Color. Those that are all about Tua are my fucking problem. Because then those be the same idiots that are all about Shedeur.
I've got problems with 2 sets of people. Those that are all about Tua and those that are all about not believing in this team all of a sudden after 3 years of claiming they do.
Well, that I mean, Color, I've made no
I've never said you did.
Yeah, I mean, that ain't me. And I agree with that too. Again,
that comment ain't for you. You know what I mean?
And I want this to not be the repetitive 3-year, 7-year cycle we've been on since Ross has been owner.
The 7 years, that's the point. The 7-year cycle is precisely what you're saying is going to happen. Tanking.
Yes, that's right.
So why would I want to do that?
Well, Culler, because I mean, what else are we gonna do? What else is there?
Pick from the wide pool of known commodities at quarterback and get rid of the individuals on your team that refuse to execute. It's that simple.
Okay, they do that.
But I know all those quarterbacks are trash. We've already decided that. So I get it. We have to start fresh. It has to be somebody fresh. Well, okay. How's that work for us? The last 2 drafted quarterbacks did nothing, and we want to do a third. And that's not repeating the same thing over and again?
I would say the difference on the face of it is that the team when you draft a quarterback is a team that is in rebuilding where as long as we don't sell
so
off.
Now you're
all our
saying we
assets,
keep the team, but we just tank and get another quarterback.
That's what it fucking looks like to me, and that's why I said it earlier. Maybe the team is tanking with talent rather than bereft of talent and tanking without it.
Tank with Tua. Now I would suggest
tank
you
with
look
Tua
at
on the bench. I'm fine with that. Listen, here's why I don't want Tua on the field, Culler. Hold on. Here's why I don't want Tua on the field. I don't trust him to tank and not fuck me. Okay, not fuck us up by winning just enough games to put us out of reach of everything.
Huntley's out there getting the guys to work with him in the off time. So I don't know. And we just won last week.
Oh,
we're already out of first overall pick.
But both teams we've lost to both have quarterbacks. That's the difference right now. In heads-up matchups, and if we have same fucking things, those teams
really? You think Tennessee wants Will Levis? You think they really want to go forward with that?
We lost to Tennessee. We didn't beat them.
Right, but they have 1 win.
Doesn't matter. That again, they might win another or 2 or 3. I get you, right? Maybe they're in our way come the end of it, but at least we didn't win against them, did we?
The Patriots drafted 2 quarterbacks in the same draft.
Okay, and they've got quarterbacks. I mean, potentially, yes, but if I was going to take a shot, are the Patriots in any situation they're just going to draft a quarterback every year? No.
Bro, there are like 5 teams that have less wins than we do.
Okay, and?
That's just in the AFC.
Culler, at this fucking rate, we won't win more than 4 games, in which case there'll be a couple of, there'll be a matchup,
we've
right?
already won too many.
Culler, you can't, that's just not true. The top draft pick outside of Carolina, who's been amazing at fucking losing.
That's not true.
When's the last team that had a 0-win season?
When's the last first overall pick that we've picked that worked for us?
We've never had a first overall pick. Ever.
Our first overall pick, yes, was fifth overall, but it was our first overall pick.
I got you.
In the first round.
Sure.
In the top 5.
And what are you saying?
And I'm saying we've already lost too many games to even get in the top 5.
So then there's nothing to do.
I mean, we've already won enough games. We've already won too many games.
You're right. Then we should just stop watching because we can't draft. We can't fucking buy free agents. We can't do nothing. We can't tank right. We can't even fuck up properly.
Yeah, because that's not any of that is not going to solve the problem.
Culler, again, then what does solve the problem?
Execution. By the players
Culler.
And the coaches.
Execution by the players? These players suck, obviously, Culler. This fucking coaching staff sucks, obviously.
Right now they do, yes. Right now they do, yes. Right now they do, yes. Along with 8 other teams in the AFC.
Then I
along with 8 other teams in the AFC.
I say we don't draft a quarterback. I say we win every game we can from now until we stay 9-8 for the rest of our lives.
I mean, I guess.
That's what we're on pace for.
I guess. Yeah, if we don't execute, you're right. That's what we're on pace for.
We're on pace for more of the same. And that's what infuriates me to no end. I could destroy this house that I'm building right now with my bare hands.
Right. And given that win or lose, given that win or lose, we're on the same pace, I would rather win.
Not me.
That's just my nature.
I would rather go with a group of fucking vigilantes and burn everything to the goddamn ground and make sure the Dolphins don't have a stadium in the fucking state of Florida ever again.
That's uninteresting to me.
Not me, bro. I'm all about the anarchy. To me, Culler, it's pitchforks and torches. It's pitchforks and torches. It's time for us to rebel and rise up as a fan base against our
oppressors. We don't even know what we're rebelling against, dude.
I do. Follow me, Culler. I got it. Follow me. I got it. Because I'm telling you, I know who our oppressors are. I know who are those.
Yeah,
that
I understand what you're saying on the abstract, on the higher macro level, dude. I understand that.
And the only way to get it
changing.
It's not right now, but it will over time. Again, Culler, we only got 6,000. When it's 600,000, then I got
calling to draft another college into our fan base.
I don't want Shador. No,
I don't want any of them.
I want Cam Ward.
At least if it's Cam Ward, we're bringing in Hurricane fans that know what winning culture is.
That's what I'm saying, Culler.
That's different.
Uh-oh. Crypto just got in the back, Culler. He's fit. I don't know, Crypto. I don't know if you want to get in on this today, man. It's heated up in here.
I'm kind of with you, Cap. I'm for both of them. I want Ward and Shador. I want them both. We're gonna go with the Redskins route when they pick freaking RG3 and Kirk Cousins in the same draft.
Now you're
I want them both.
Or the Patriots who just drafted two.
Why not get them both?
It's out of the box.
I'm on the Redskins plan right now. Goddamn it!
I'm dead ass.
That's what I'm on.
It's out of the box thinking in action like that.
Let's use all 10 of our picks to draft the quarterback.
Can we at least give it one more game to make sure
Two more games,
not got Geno Smith on our ass?
2 more games, Culler.
One.
It's 2 more
I'm
games.
just asking for one.
No, I'm not giving it one game. I'll give it one drive in this next game. One drive.
I just want to make sure
if we're
going to lose anyway. I want to
I'm giving it one drive.
That we don't give up another Geno Smith. Is that fair?
No,
if we don't score on the first drive, then I'll give you to the first drive.
Geno spent 11
compromise.
seasons in this league before he got it right.
Culler, I wear the purple jacket in reference to the Joker.
But it took a Hall of Fame coach to get him there right, though.
I wear the purple
Do we have a Hall of
jacket.
Fame coach on our roster?
Crypto, you wanted to come in here and scream and yell and say you agree, you on Cap side. Let me come in here and say I'm on Color side. Color's been saying the right word all goddamn day, and it's execute. And I agree. I think I'm trying to have this execution of the tank. That's what I'm trying to execute. Color has been spot on all goddamn day.
Okay, we'll execute the tank.
Execute the tank.
Well,
right, but Louis,
no. Hold on
Wait a minute. Could you at least agree, though? And maybe I'm wrong. I don't want to speak for you, so I want to clarify. Right? Could you at least agree that that it's because of you're not convinced we will execute going forward?
Yeah, listen, Color to be without joking.
Whereas a guy like me just believes that we can still correct that problem.
Well, see, and Color, we've had this conversation, right? And I thought you said it beautifully when you were, because I was just joking and trolling, kind of.
I know.
The fact of the matter is, for a person like me that has had high hopes not only for our quarterback one and this team for the past 2 years, and coming out here and saying this team should be AFC contenders and Super Bowl contenders, for me to come out and have feelings of that, to now just be happy with 8 and 9, 9 and 8, no, that's not going to work for me. That's where I stand.
Well, wait a minute. See, I never said I'd be happy with that. I simply believe that it would be more progress where we're at now as a team.
Well, no, because see, again, this is where I will.
Given our schedule.
This is where I will agree with
I think
Cap,
it lures us into a trap.
Everybody that wants Greer fired and Mike McDaniel maybe to be fired and Tua to definitely be out of here, right? If you win, let's say 7 out of the next 11 games, and you finish 9-8. Guess who comes back? Tua Tagovailoa. Guess who comes back? Chris Greer. Guess who comes back? Mike McDaniel. All these people that we've been crying about and want out, if you win 7 to 8 games this season, all those guys come back. So you're fucked either way. For that,
right. See, here's the and I think I just found a little bit of a difference, because I don't disagree with what you're saying. I just believe that it's inevitable for that to happen. In other words, why are we so scared to risk that we win those 7 games given the strength of schedule this year? Because that will prove something in and of itself for more hope next year, given our opponents. Now, if you're talking about we continue to just barely win against trash teams all year, that would be different. I would agree with you that same old thing. But if we're talking about Tua comes back and we're consistently beating good teams, even if it ain't enough to be more than mediocre on the season, that's still going to show me, hey, I was wrong about Tua. This is something we could beat good teams with down the road.
Nah, fuck all that, Culler.
Because to a 5-week sample size, we haven't gotten no sample.
Let me land. Or we'll all be proven right as we've been for 3 seasons, and Tua ain't going to get it done neither, and we end the season with 3 wins. Oh, well, we've got to trade up a little bit.
Real quick, I'm about executing too, guys. I'm the executioner, and I'm ready to chop the heads off all these motherfuckers.
I guess what I'm asking is maybe I'll be a little more blunt, and this is where I hate defending Tua and ears. But what makes you all so sure Tua ain't the guy?
His soft noggin. Let's start with that.
A large track record, large sample sizes.
Let's
enough
start
tape.
with the fact that I'm going to chop his head off.
But according to Omar, we haven't seen him and this offense get out the gate yet this year.
Oh yeah, well let's wait a little longer. You know what? I think you're right, Culler. Let's wait 3 more years to figure it out. Let's wait a couple more years, then it'll work out in the end.
Well, this is the problem I have right here, right? And it kind of dawned on me watching the game Monday night between the Jets and Bills, right? Forget about the moves that we all heard about on Tuesday, right? We all know what happened on Tuesday. They both traded and brought receivers into the division.
Right.
But just watching that game, what are some of the things we always cry about with the Dolphins? Or most people? It's the offensive line. Well, guess what the Jets have? A terrible offensive line, right? The Jets' offensive line is terrible if you watch that game.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Again, there's problems. They can say how great their secondary is and all this shit, right? If you look at the Dolphins and Jets, they're pretty much viable. The Dolphins have just as much talent on their team as the Jets, right? Now, we both have offensive line problems, this and that. The Jets played Buffalo in 3-point games, right? And the fact of the matter is, even they played them even with that terrible offense. You know why that game was close? Because Aaron Rodgers had 2 touchdowns and almost 300 yards passing. And the fact of the matter is, the reason that those games are close is because the Jets, and I'm sorry to say it, they're trash, but at least their trash are not fucking pussies. And on Miami, I'm sorry, and again, I'll take my L. I'm still a Tua fan, but Tua is a pussy. Jalen Phillips is a pussy.
See, now you're giving me different reasons for wanting to. You're giving me different reasons for wanting to.
Like Javon Holland is a pussy. That's why we're never going to beat the Buffalo Bills or the Houston Texans or the 49ers or the Kansas City Chiefs. Because again, you don't need a top offensive line to beat them. You don't need a top 10 quarterback to beat them. What you need is a mindset of, hey, this is football. And we're here to play football. And our guys want to ride the slide in the facility. Our guys want to write Instagram posts. Our guys want to do, and that's the fucking biggest problem we have in Miami. So whether we win 8 or 9 games this season or we tank this season, I just want the pussification, to use El Capitan's word, the pussification of America It resides in the Dolphins.
See, I'm
facility,
lockstep and barrel with you guys on that overall.
And Color, I'm
so
saying
that's
we need a
we gotta,
cleanse, and we got to start
yes,
chopping the
and we have
heads
to
off these
cleanse.
motherfucker.
Right, but
We
see,
need the
those are
cleanse.
different reasons for wanting to blow up the team than just, oh, we're in a little bit of a slide. Let's just forget everything we told Culler for 3 years about this
Color, those that
being
told you
the
for
best
3
thing
years.
since sliced bread.
Color,
No, we're all going to walk away from it while Culler's still sitting here holding his season tickets with shitty parking.
well, here, Color. Hold on, the shitty parking was good. For Color. Here's the thing, right? And I get it. What you're saying with the season tickets, and that's why it probably hits
I'm
a
not
little
talking
bit
about
harder.
you guys on that. That wasn't.
No,
meant
I got
for
you.
guys. You know what I mean?
Those,
because you're giving me
that
valid reasons why you want to tank. Hey, the
Color,
guys are pussies. Okay, get the pussies out of here. You know what I mean? I'm with you.
Those that were telling you for 3 years are quiet, and they're almost gone. And I would take 2 years of this shit to get them the fuck up out of here. Because 2 years after, it means that at least we build back in a right way. Not more of the shit where they're gonna take this bullshit narratives and spin it around on our head and put us right back to where we are, only delaying the inevitable to sell season tickets to the likes of Color Commentary.
The biggest issue I have left, even with the reasons for wanting to get the pussies out of the building, is that not all 53 guys are pussies. And I feel like we're going to end up
collectively, I guess enough of them.
We're going to end up losing the dogs just to get rid of the pussies and then get 53 other pussies in here.
No.
No, we don't need all 53 of them to be there. We just need enough of them that makes a difference.
People picking the pussies is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, again, that's why you just got to get the pussies out of here. You keep some of the like Culler, a guy that me and you both love, Jalen Wright. He's a Dolphin lifer to me.
Right, but how are we going to determine who those dogs are without risking wins? Is what I'm saying.
Well, you know
we're
what?
gonna have 5 wins this year. Face it, guys.
That might be enough to get you number 1 overall pick.
I don't think it is.
That might
That's
put
fine.
The
Bears got the number 1 pick with 7 wins.
Listen, that might be close enough to at least be in striking distance. Go ahead, Lewis.
Well, this is the question that I asked last night on our show, right, to Tony and Alex. The fact of the matter is, going after this game, I believe we have 11 games left after Sunday. After the Colts game, we have 11 left. Because we're going into week 7, but we got a bye, right? So this is our 6th win. Out of these 11 wins, and I don't give a fuck if Tua's back or not, whatever. Out of these 11 wins, realistically, I'll ask you 3 gentlemen, how many wins do you see the Dolphins getting in those 11?
Well, I think these 2 games
4
coming up are the most that we have.
You talking about the final 11 or the
Lewis? That's what I need. The one more
final
game
11.
For.
If the final 11, I'm going to say 4 or 5 tops.
Precisely what I need the one more game for, because I want to be able to judge based on what we do this week where the team is at, where the players are at, where Huntley's at in his head. You know what I mean? I need one more game.
I don't know what Huntley's got to do with it, because Huntley is going to be gone next week.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Okay, because
next week, he'll be the number 2 guy.
But when you talk about the plan that Ali was talking about, the Falcons plan, you don't necessarily have to go get one of those known commodities if Huntley ends up being a known commodity.
God.
And that's what I'm hoping
about developing. Hold on a second. Color, I'm not hoping for us to then throw down and fucking develop.
No.
At this stage of his
I'm
goddamn
talking
career.
about let Huntley play out. If it gets us 5 wins, but you're like, hey, this guy's decent enough, then you got your 5-win season. You get your first round draft pick, and now you got your guy to play the Kirk Cousins role.
Yeah, but
because he's better than we all think Huntley is right now.
Yeah, but they're not going to play Huntley. Obviously, they're going to bring Tua back, which I wouldn't do. But again, that's what the plan is. So I'm trying to let's just call it for what it is. Tua's coming back, and with this team or whatever, let's say everybody stays healthy. I'm talking about OBJ. Everybody's here, right? In 11 games, let's say realistically you win 7 out of those next 11, right? You already got, what, 3 losses. You'll have 4 more. You're finishing 9-8.
Right.
That's what you're getting.
That might be good enough to fall in this year, Lewis. That's the problem here.
But this is what I'm
No,
saying.
not in the AFC because you got to win
I don't
these
know.
two.
There are
Maybe.
8 teams in the AFC below 500 right now.
But that's at this
9
stage.
and 8. The only thing you're falling into at 9 and 8 is losing draft position, right? And you're falling into another season of the two. And this is for Cap, right? Cap says he wants the 2 years and all these people to be out of here. At 9 and 8, what you're falling into is another season of 2 years. What you're falling into is another general manager season of Chris Greer. What you're falling into
fair
is another
enough.
year of Mike McDaniel.
But
that's
the last
what you're
time,
falling into.
Yeah, you're falling into purgatory.
but
That's what I'm
here's the
saying.
thing.
You're
Here's
falling
the
into
thing,
purgatory.
And I'm not saying this is the rule of thumb or anything, but the last time, and I only pointed out because it's coincidence, but the last time Calais Campbell and Jalen Ramsey were on the same defense that was top 5, they went to the AFC Championship game with Bortles, and that organization did not see fit to bring Bortles back the next year.
Right, but they don't.
That's a totally different
They
scenario.
were just going to move off anyway, and
because they knew their offense sucked.
Right, but Miami won't do that because in that scenario, probably Miami will be putting up gaudy numbers offensively. Right, but the problem
I can see how it's different. Yeah, a little.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact of the matter is, when Jalen Ramsey and both Calais Campbell were on that Jaguar team, let's call it for what it is, there wasn't a lot of pussies on that team. And again, this is the biggest problem because I hear what everybody's saying. Our schedule. If we're going to be honest with ourselves, we're not beating Houston. That's a nail. We're not beating Buffalo in 3 weeks from now. So I don't really give a shit if the Dolphins come out and beat the Indianapolis Colts with Huntley. And then Tua comes back against Arizona and he looks amazing and cartwheels are being done and backflips are being done by Tyreek. Beat Arizona because the following week we go to Buffalo.
That's setting us up for a letdown. God.
Tyreek Hill.
To me, Lewis. To me, Lewis, that's the best case scenario to get Tua out the building because it shows once again that we can do fine here, but not here. You know what I mean?
But again, we've already been shown that.
Well, we already showed it
enough. The fact that Tua is coming back still tells me we haven't shown the fan base enough of that.
Well, to the fan base and management, I think they know they got a clue now.
The fact that the organization thinks they can get away with hyping up Tua's return tells me that we haven't had enough of that yet, Lewis. And it's unfortunate.
It could be
it's unfortunate because I want to believe
they haven't learned a lesson.
You know what I mean?
That just means the organization had learned a lesson.
We have a quarterback that is on our roster now, right? That everybody doesn't want to see come back. And that's the one I want to see come back. I don't want to see Tua come back. I want Skylar Thompson. When I got that news yesterday, I guess it was reported or somebody tweeted it out that Skylar Thompson, I guess, talked and he said he wasn't ready. His ribs are still bothering him and he could barely even breathe or walk or what. I was disappointed because I think Skylar Thompson, to use your word of the day, Culler, execution. I think he executes the tank plan. That's the quarterback I want to see. I'm done. Again, people can call me whatever they want to call me. And I was one of the ones saying Tua deserved the contract. Now, I wasn't trying to pay him the max. I wasn't trying to make him the highest paid quarterback. And I don't think we did. I think, again, Tua was paid. He only $3 fully guaranteed dollars. If you really break it down, he didn't get paid what all these other quarterbacks are getting paid. But I was dead ass wrong, bro. And all I'm saying is I'm just tired of this same old. I want everybody gone. That's why when on the show last night, Tony and them posed the question. That was the title of the show. Are Miami buyers or sellers? And I could see both sides of the argument.
At the deadline?
No, I'm talking about where we are right now and at the deadline or whatever. Are we buyers and sellers? And I'm saying, why the fuck are we even waiting, getting closer to the deadline? I would trade Tyreek Hill today. Today I would trade him. Get him up out of here. He's not in your future
Cleveland
plans
already
anyway.
started selling, and the Raiders already started selling their big time
And
receivers.
that's the
So
part I'm
why can't
talking
we do
about,
it?
Lewis.
Why can't we
have
start the
no idea
process,
what
right, Lewis?
We have no idea what the
Cleveland
future
did it.
plan is because the signals we're getting from them are both. So in other words, if the tank is in, I don't see how Mike McDaniel can survive losing. Like, they must just be waiting for another loss to fire him, because why would McDaniel subject himself to a press conference every Monday morning for the rest of the season, having to explain why they lost and hide the fact that they're doing it on purpose? I just don't think he has it in him. He'll end up resigning. It'll be a mutual firing.
Well, I don't think they have to tank. I don't think, to your point, I don't think the players are going to tank. But
Just be themselves.
Yeah, just
and
be
it'll
them.
naturally
Bro,
happen.
The fact of the matter is, I think we overlook the fact that we got caught up, and me included, we got caught up in all the names.
Yeah, but I'm talking about when you suggest we trade Tyreek now. That's telling the fans we're tanking.
I don't know.
Again, I mean, that's.
Is it really necessarily telling them that?
Yeah. Why wouldn't it be?
I mean, they've already said that Tua can play without Tyreek anyway. It wasn't that the gospel that we need to look forward to what Big O's leading the charge out there saying that we shouldn't be getting rid of him anyways. Why not take the Big O's lead?
I'm talking about the sensible people like me, Crypto. I'm not going to deny the tank if we trade Tyreek tomorrow. I'm no longer going to continue to deny the tank. I'm not an idiot.
Yeah, again, I don't really care what they're saying up to the fan base anyway. Because what is Tyreek telling the fans that are watching the game on TV on Monday night when he's going up and down the sideline berating the head? He's basically telling everybody he doesn't believe in this fucking guy or this fucking team. Or when he's throwing his helmet on the sideline after beating L'Jarius Sneed twice against Tennessee, and Tyler Huntley throws one ball out of bounds and then 15 yards in front of him, and he's going off. He's basically telling the team he's quitting on the team anyway. You see what I'm saying? Like, we're so worried about what this team is trying to say. I don't really give a fuck what they're trying to tell us. What they're showing us is that this team is not as good as we originally thought with the collective of talent that we got. So Tyreek, in my opinion, he would have been traded if it was me. I would trade Jalen Ramsey. I would get him the fuck up out of here. And I would load this team up.
We already more for Ramsey than you can Tyreek.
I'm trading both of them.
Yeah.
I'm not bringing Tua back. I'm riding. If Skylar Thompson's not ready, okay, cool. Tyler Huntley is moving forward. Or bring Mike White back in. Or start get goddamn Tim Boyd. I don't give a fuck what it is. I just don't want to see this team win 8 or 9 games. Now we're picking at
as long as and that's the issue I'm getting at, is that as long as McDaniel is at the helm, he's gonna find a way to win. He is not going to.
He has to. He's the coach. Any coach will. But I'm just saying.
Subject himself to standing at that podium every Monday a loser. He will find a way with trash, just like Flores did.
Well, let him do it. It'll naturally happen.
I'm not saying he'll be as successful at Flores at it, but he will find a way to win.
Well, just all the Dolphins got to do is just do Dolphin things, and it'll naturally happen. It'll naturally happen. We'll end up with 9 wins.
The risk that he has enough time to fix it. He's not going to want to stand at that podium another 11 times a loser.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure Cam Cameron didn't want to stand at the podium 15 times losing either, but it happened.
Cam Cameron wasn't tanking.
That wasn't intentional.
Cam Cameron wasn't tanking. Nor
was that naturally happened.
Nor was that the order of the day.
I don't believe Mike.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It could be given that. It can naturally happen.
I don't believe Mike McDaniel is a better coach than Brian Flores, to be honest with you. So I don't.
Not a better head coach, better offensive coach, but not a better head coach for sure.
Would you suggest that so either two possibilities exist. Either he is that thick-skinned, which I don't think he's shown evidence of being that thick-skinned, or he doesn't know either. that the tank is in.
But maybe he does though, Culler. Maybe again, I just don't.
Maybe that's why he got paid.
Absolutely.
Well, I did call it a prepayment of the 100,000 per game. I do recall myself calling it that.
And maybe Mike McDaniel has went into that front office and told Stephen Ross, "Hey, I was one of the ones advocating to let's pay Tua." And at the end of the day, bro, listen, the Dolphins put a contract, an out in that contract after the first year for a reason. Tua, obviously, he answered that question for the Dolphins himself. Nobody else did but Tua. Maybe Mike McDaniel is now going to that front office and saying, you know what? Y'all hired me for whatever reason, right? I told
if
y'all
they put in that clause, then why did they need Mike McDaniel to advocate for him? They were already willing to do it if they put that clause in there.
Well, who knows, Culler? All I'm saying is maybe Mike McDaniel is now in that front office telling them, hey, guys, I brought y'all 700 plays of how I could get to it. He did that. But now, basically,
but I ain't got 701.
Yeah, basically, Culler. That's what he's saying. I can't find the 701, right? We're basically hitting our head on the fucking ceiling at this point. Let's
or the walled garden.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we hit our. I feel like we hit our head on the ceiling last year at the Dallas game.
Yes, that may be it. Culler. Cap. The Dallas game probably was it.
Whenever it was, all I'm saying is maybe Mike McDaniel's sitting in that office now and telling those guys, give me an opportunity to get a high draft pick with some of these kids that are coming out, right?
Yeah, I think you only need top 10 too, Lewis. I think that'll do it.
To draft a guy and give me one more opportunity at this. Because we can say Mike McDaniel has gotten the most out of Tua Tagovailoa.
Do you think possibly admitting
I think the top 10 will do it. You don't need the number 1 overall pick.
Lewis, now I know your character would probably credit him with this, but we're talking about Stephen Ross's character here. Do you think that admitting he was wrong might be saving his job?
Absolutely.
Like personality-wise? Like maybe Ross is just looking for a guy that's able to admit he was wrong? I don't know.
He still might treat him like Sperano anyways.
All he's got to do is go in there and promise Stephen Ross that next year we're going to get it all back and I'm going to make you more money. And ABC, he'll stay.
Right?
Yeah.
I just don't know how more stark it can be than Chicago's corner as opposed to ours. That's, he gets to practice this week? Oh, awesome, guys. Good for Cam Smith.
I think the real plan is to make sure you get all the Matt Moores off the team, because this suck for luck project will fail if you keep the freaking Matt Moores on this roster. That may be Tua as well, because Tua could be the next Matt Moore. For all I know, goddammit.
So now we're cycling in coaches because we decided, well, we can't win the Super Bowl correctly, so we got to tank correctly, and now that's our mission, to learn how to tank correctly. So we got to go through 10 years of that.
Let's just let the natural order flow, Culler. That's
right.
all you need to do. We just need to let the natural order flow. The natural order of the football universe needs to just be restored and let it naturally happen. Get all the Matt Moores off the team and it'll naturally happen.
Well, we did that.
Well, I would say that because they got in trouble tanking last time, and then trying, there was a lot of finger wagging when we tanked for Tua and all that stuff, and they didn't do it right, but it worked out because they got the quarterback they wanted outside of us really wanting Burrow. This time they're going to tank with talent and not get in trouble with the NFL. And not have to deal with the finger wagging.
Well,
and
the
not
Vikings
have to deal
tanked with talent, didn't they? They're undefeated now.
So you think that was the pitch to everybody that got paid? Hey, I'm going to give you this god-awful amount of money, But the trade-off is you have to deal with the fact we're going to be losers this year.
I will know
Well,
it to be a
if it does it
certainty.
for 11 games and we do what the
That's
Vikings
right.
do and be 5-0 this point next year, I'll take it.
Well,
I will know it to be a certainty if we end up with 5 or less games won this year and cut Tua. I will know it to be a certainty. So,
well, until then, you look like
There's
a
no
loser.
suffering too long. There's no suffering that's too long for 11 games. Hey.
and if they
We've
don't
done it
fire Mike
before. We can do
McDaniel
it again.
and don't trade away the talent, that's how you'll know.
Well, actually, Jacksonville, for all I know, could be doing a soft tank too, because they probably want the star wide receiver.
Fuck, they need one.
Right. So they could be doing it quietly too. We don't know.
I don't know. It looks to me like there's a couple of really good wide receivers coming out. So
Yeah, they're trying to land that other guy to play with the guy they just drafted this year.
I fail to see what makes you all think that even if we had the first overall, that we would get any of these guys that are good.
As long as Greer's not the one doing the picking, then yeah, we'll get them as long as Greer's not doing the picking. That's the key. We got to go get another GM to pick the guy.
I mean, at what point does he finally decide this is the right guy?
Well, I know this, right? I can fix all of the Miami Dolphins' problems in a 5-year plan.
Well,
the 5-year Capitan plan, where in 5 years I will turn over the roster from coaches to players, and before that 5 years is up, the trend will point so forwardly up that it will be undeniable that this organization has been turned around. But until the Dolphins are willing to call me and let me run this fucking organization, we're just going to be what we are.
you got it.
So in that
somebody's going to have to try it.
So in that last locker room speech, when he told the guys that that's the step to get to where we're going, he's talking about nowhere. He's lying to them all right to their faces.
Oh, don't! Oh, they wouldn't lie to their faces, would they, Culler?
It's not like he didn't do it before.
Yeah, they don't look at the lie right to everybody's face, huh? They don't lie to the fans. They don't lie to the players. They don't lie to everything. Remember when they were telling everybody how much they love Tua? Meanwhile, they're on a fucking yacht trying to freaking snake him with Tom Brady. I remember that. Remember they were telling everybody they love Tua when they were trying to trade. When they were trying to trade everything and their mother to go get Burrow. I remember. You know who remembers? Pepperidge Farm remembers.
How do we know they weren't just lying to us to keep the Tua haters on board?
See, I like that, Culler. Now you're speaking my motherfucking language now, buddy. Again, I don't trust, believe, like. I already said this. Every year the Dolphins draft a quarterback, they always go, oh yeah, they always let it slip out through. Hold on, Culler. Always when we draft a quarterback, right? Or draft somebody, and someone else comes out, specifically quarterback that lights the world on fire, it slipped through back channels that, oh, Stephen Ross wanted Lamar Jackson all along. Oh, Stephen Ross wanted him to go up and get Burrow. It's great to say that in fucking hindsight when you look at someone who's successful and say, that's who I really wanted, when it's just bullshit for us to be on board with the owner knowing so much. How can our owner know and our GM not know? Owner don't know shit. He didn't really mean that. They're just saying it so you love him because he's an owner that spends money on a football team. Everybody spends the same amount of money on a football team, dummies. That's why there's a cap, you fucking idiots. I hate this fucking fan base, Culler. At least we got an owner that spends his money on what? Himself? He ain't spending it on winning. That's for goddamn sure.
He wanted to cheat. That proves he wants to do everything
Yeah.
possible to win.
Fucking, that's so fucking dumb. It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life, bro. What's wrong with these people? Hit the like button,
Flores
dummies.
is a snitch.
Those are cheaters.
Hit the like button because the people in our fan base that follow this network and what we do, they're at least not dummies outside of Michael K and
Flores
Sal
is a
and the other
snitch.
Bills fans that are in chat. Fuckers.
Flores is a snitch. And I got a question. How come snitch in that context is not seen the same way as thug or
Oh, Culler. Totally,
bro?
buddy. Totally, bro. Totally.
I don't hear everybody out there calling white coaches snitches.
Damn, Culler, you on it. And I'll tell you what, you know what else? Flores was right. Because you know what he did? First of all, he didn't want to sacrifice his own personal integrity of, going behind doing some illegal fucking bullshit. That's number one. That should be applauded, not
We're getting
criticized.
some answers. Game Boy, do tell. Never allowed
Number
by
two.
who? Who is snitching never allowed by, Game Boy?
Number two.
Do tell. No, I'd like an answer to the question. Who is it that never allows snitches?
I mean, I'm not a big fan of snitches either, but here's the thing. Who'd he snitch on? This shitty organization that don't know how to do nothing?
John, what you're not a fan of is tattletales, not
That's right.
snitches.
No, Color. Here's the thing. Flores was right. You all don't know fuck about football is what he screamed at the owner and the GM and the likes of everybody who that sided with Tua and the soft pussy organization that we were breeding at that time and that we ultimately have right now. Mr. Negative wants the link, Color. You might want to give it to him, buddy.
I mean, I would. I have no problem with that if somebody wants to DM it to him. I don't know why, other than to tell me we suck like everybody else is. I mean,
well,
I already know Mr. Negative's position.
I do too. Mr. Negative wants us to get rid of Ross and Greer, and I agree, right? Like Ross is the crux of the problem, but really, that's an impossible task. Firing Greer, I'm not on board with that. I'm just not. I'm not on board with firing Greer because present me with a better option than Greer. I'll wait. Oh, that's right. You don't have one. You just don't. Greer ultimately has done two things.
Look, you guys have to realize that the moment we gave Tua an extension and he put his signature on that paper, we decided our fate. We decided to be that mediocre team. I really wish you guys would understand that.
I think that's what we're most mad about, Color, is that we did everything in our power since the inception of this show to prevent us from being in the situation we're in right now. And that ultimately is our frustration. And I'm saying this to you. I welcomed the inevitable outcome because I knew it was inevitable. And it's because I'm here for the long game. I'm ready to do this as many more times as it's going to take to get these fucking dummies out of my fan base, to get these fucking dummies up out of the fucking franchise, to get this freaking pussification of my football team and of my country and of my state away from me.
Hey, Mr. Negative, I DM'd you the link. I certainly want to give Mr. Negative a voice. I don't want to just shoot him down. I just was pointing out that I'm aware of his position, and it's pretty much the same as what you guys have been saying. I mean, and I don't disagree with anything y'all are saying. That's where I think people are missing that point. I don't disagree with anything y'all are saying.
No, Color. I think you just would like to see some good football in the stadium with those
I want people to
again.
stand on their square. I want people that forced me into this situation as a fan to stand with me in it now. That's what I want. I understand we're upset. So am I. And I'd just rather y'all continue to stand in this mud with me that you all forced me into.
Color, I'm saying this to you, okay? You shouldn't be upset. What you should be is vindicated, Color.
Oh, I am vindicated. But I can't be vindicated if I jump out of the mud like everybody else.
Not me, Color. I'm not jumping out of no mud. I'm pulling everyone into the mud with me. We're going to mud wrestle, Dolphins fans.
I mean, I'm standing here holding the bag like, wait a minute. I thought we were supposed to just deal with it. Tua's our quarterback, Color. Deal with it.
Yeah, how many times have we seen that?
I'm dealing
Color?
with it. We're going to be 9-8 until Tua's gone, Color. Deal with it. I'm dealing with it.
Well, I'm dealing with
Everybody
it.
else is the one that ain't dealing with it.
I'm dealing with it.
I mean, well, I guess we're dealing with it in our own way, but I mean, and no, I don't appreciate the Tuaneers being silent right now while I stand up for them. I think it's pretty telling.
God, I'm so cool. I'm fucking happy as hell that the Tuaneers are silent, Color. I don't know why you. Yeah, fuck that.
Well, I'm
I
happy
hope
in
they're
one
super
respect.
silent.
I'm happy in one respect. Just the one little shred of respect I had left for him is gone.
I didn't have no respect for them, Color. They didn't know fuck all about football. And you know, again, Color, here's the thing, right? We gotta, for lack of a better term, capitalize. You know, people here capitalize and stuff like that, that it pertains to money. No, I'm capitalizing on what really matters to us here at the Fins Tailgate. A Super Bowl winning Miami Dolphins, a championship style fucking team and organization. And to me, where we are right now with the Tuaneers scattered in the wind and the Tuasexuals, you know, gone in a way, and the fucking by and large dummies in this fan base shutting their mouth. Now's the time to capitalize and get out in front of it and put our stake in the ground and prevent those that look to capitalize monetarily off of hype of dumbass motherfuckers like this with shitty, underwhelming fucking players on my team and a ideology that breeds nothing but pussification in my fucking in my fucking town's football team. And we need to capitalize so we're not here 4 years from now having these same conversations over. I'm trying, again, when you say, I don't want to tank, I want to win, I don't want to fucking relive Groundhog's Day every couple of years. I don't. And the only way I can see a way forward is to gather up enough like-minded individuals to unleash and, for lack of a better term, gatekeep this fucking fan base the right way, to inhabit the right type of fans, to inhabit the right type of mentality. That's the goal.
Well, that goal ain't happening without playing. I mean, without the games playing. I don't know how we're getting to that goal.
Real quick, Sal, pussification, my dad made that word up. Just so everybody knows. He said it my whole life growing up. Every time. It's the pussification of America, trying to soften us all up so then we're easier to control. And I don't want to get political and I don't want to get whatever, but I watched in my lifetime participation trophies be given out. And it started. And now it's, you know, that whole fucking thing. It's the reality of it, bro.
Well, accepting mediocrity is the definition of a participation trophy.
Nobody said anything about accepting mediocrity. What I'm talking about is accepting responsibility. We called for this team. We called for this team.
But right now, the responsible thing to do is to get the Matt Moores off the team and make sure we can ensure that team.
That might be the responsible thing for them to do. The responsible thing for us as fans to do is expect wins out of the team that we called for them to create.
Culler, that's
And to
again.
say wins is not possible.
Culler,
That's what I'm
again.
accepting as a fan.
Well, I don't believe it's
The
impossible.
team that they called for, we pushed back on. What you're asking for is the dummies that we've been fighting against to be back here fighting for this team like they were. And that's where you have a problem with the
No, but what I'm
hypocrisy.
saying is we
Right,
fought
I'm
to
trying to
build
have
this
those
team
people turn
again.
back.
Look, we fought to build a team that transcended the quarterback. So we've done that, and now nobody believes it anymore because it didn't end up transcending the quarterback.
All right, I hear you on that.
Like that earlier, so we want to hit the pause button and
So
reset.
in other words, when I told you all, you could either build a powerhouse or you could get the guy. Either way, just do one or the other. And once again, we've done neither. We tried to build the powerhouse and not get the guy like we've done for 30 years, and it didn't work again. So can we get the guy this time? I don't care if we have 5 losing seasons to get the guy. Can we get the guy?
Well, here's the thing right now. We have on paper a powerhouse. I don't think it's we
I'm
have
not
to
even
choose one
buying
or the
that.
other. Right now the product on the field would be hard to argue. You're right, Crypto. But I would say the guy added on this team would be everything we hoped for. The problem is we don't have the guy with what we perceive to be at least a team. I don't know, dude. Again, Culler, I think I don't know. We got 2 weeks to know exactly what I think, but I'm not ready to completely burn it to the ground. But I've got my can of gasoline. I've sharpened my pitchfork. I have my torches ready.
That's where we actually differ. I only need one more. I only need to see how this team performs again this week.
Well,
if they don't, if this team performs it well enough to carry a guy like Tyler Huntley to another win, then I would expect the same thing.
Well, I could say this. Culler.
I don't understand
The
how
Dolphins,
we would be right back where we were at when the season started.
Culler, I could say this. I say it's 2 weeks because I don't know. What if the Dolphins lose 30-27 in a fucking 58-yard field goal?
Okay, that's fair that you would need to see the actual results.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, if this team performs well enough and executes well enough to get another win with Huntley, then I don't need to see it because I'm pretty sure we'll get plenty of wins with Tua.
Until he gets fucking dropped on his head one more time.
But that is an inevitability that we all decided we were going to accept.
Not me, but yes,
we re-signed him.
The fan base, yes, you're right. God, dude,
we're falling into the
9-8 because Tua gets injured again. If we're 9-8 because Tua gets injured again,
absolutely nothing to show that we can play our football.
Listen, you guys want to talk. You guys want to talk about X's and O's and Jimmys and Joes. I want to talk about ideology. And to me, we have an ideology problem.
What I'm talking about. No, that's precisely what I'm talking about. Because you asked the question, well, what if Tua gets injured again? Well, it don't matter because if we're getting wins with Tyler Huntley, then the team is the one doing it anyway.
No, it could be
worried at that point.
Responsible for a win. It's not like he ain't capable of winning no games because of him.
I'm just saying, if the team is going to continue to carry a guy like Huntley to wins, why would I care if Tua comes back and gets injured again?
Right, and if that team carried him to a win against the worst teams in the league, I'm not expecting
the team is already carrying Tua to wins, Crypto. We already know that. The team is already carrying Tua, and it has been.
That's not what the Tua-neers believe.
I don't give a damn what the two in ears believe. I'm talking to you about what I believe.
Well, I understand that, but the two ears is not going to agree with that, and that's going.
I've never been concerned with what the two in ears actually think. I really don't care.
I don't either. I'm just saying. But you know, when you got a big blowhard out there,
doing that, Crypto. They're already doing that.
When you got blowhards out there,
they're already calling for us to get better offensive linemen. They're already calling for us to be buyers at the trade deadline. They are already doing it, Crypto. I'm used to it. It's like smelling shit in the countryside. You know what I mean? I'm nose blind to it.
Damn, not countryside bullshit.
The countryside BS. Well, you got big guys out there, big media figures like the Big O out there touting and stuff. So
I know. Omar doesn't know what he is from 1 minute to the next, bro. Oh, this team is old and shit needs to be blown up. Oh, why are you all quitting on the team?
Well,
like
because
he can't decide from 1 minute to the next.
Because those guys have skin in another game. That's the problem.
Keeping us on the hook. Exactly.
That's right.
While
they
still
got skin
telling
in
us
another
the
game.
Truth. While still trickling out the truth.
That's right. So they can be here for something else.
So they can say they've always told you the truth, right?
Yeah, I'm not down with any of that. I'm not down with none of that shit.
That's typical mainstream media.
I'm down for running the Big O's and other creators up out of this motherfucker. I'm down.
Game Boy says Culler's the worst Tua defender ever.
I'm down for running those folks up out of here. I'm down for running them up out of here.
Well, I've been practicing my talking points over the last couple of weeks, so I'm trying to figure it out myself. I've been,
and then on top of that, the thing you guys are also forgetting is that if we were to eke out 9 wins with this schedule, that's actually a damn good thing.
Not considering, because the Dolphins, by way of strength of difficulty at this point, have the third lowest.
What I meant was, if we eke out 9 and 8 and it falls into the playoffs and we're competitive in the playoffs, that's not a bad thing. That's not mediocre. A schedule doesn't determine whether you're mediocre or not. The conditions of the league at the time that year, plus your stats and all that, determine whether your record is mediocre or not. Because if we're 9 and 8, and there is 18 teams that are 6 and 11, we'll still have a good draft position. Or you know what I mean? Like if we're 9 and 8,
want to talk about the draft cover.
And there's again teams that are 10 and 7, we still got a good draft position.
Well, you know what? It could be fun. The season could be salvaged with loss by having a good conversations and looking at quarterbacks all fucking draft season. So maybe there's that to look forward to. Or maybe you're right, Culler. Maybe we turn it around and win 9 games so we can then have the long year off discussion about whether or not we keep Tua or we're going to cut him.
That's fair. And I want to bring some perspective to it as we welcome Mr. Negative. Good morning, Mr. Negative. Or I should say good afternoon now.
Yes,
unless you're over in the Pac West in the Chaz zone.
I'm in the Eastern time zone, so good afternoon, guys. I really love the topic you guys.
Yeah, your accent's way too thick to be on the West Coast.
Yeah, I have that Canadian accent, so I can even throw a few A's in there if you guys want.
It's believe it or not, it's actually Minnesotan too. I mean, Minnesotans speak like that too, man.
Okay,
but people don't.
Right. I didn't know that.
Kind of. It's very similar.
No, you call it soda or pop? That's the question.
Might have something to do with being right there on your border.
Yeah, we
call it pop
here.
Yep. All right, then you're.
But really quickly though, to put it into perspective, Cap, this is why I want at least one more game, if not one more, and then if Tua comes back for Arizona, that game too. Okay, fine. This is why we're at 3 losses right now, and I know this is going to sound Pollyannish that I'm thinking about records and positioning and all that, but just bear with me for a second, just to gain perspective where we're at on the season. We have 3 losses. We arguably have improved week over week since we lost Tua. Okay. We're 2-3. If we lose this game, we'll have 4 losses. That means the stage is set, right? That's 6 games in. We'll be 2-4. That leaves 11 games to go, which means if I believe, which I do, that 10-7 is actually a more respectable record getting into the playoffs this year, given the current state of the league, okay, then that gives us 3 more losses. That means that Tua, with this schedule, will have to go on an 8-3 run for us to be respectable entering the playoffs. Okay? We know that Tua can go on an 8-3 run. The first argument to that is going to be the quality of opponent. And I submit to you that the quality of opponent left on our schedule this year is strong enough that if Tua were to be able to accomplish an 8-3 run, that is actually an improvement for him and our team. Would you not agree with that?
No.
Okay.
Because
You know why no? Because I'm taking the
quality of
whole
our opponents
season
is gonna
into account.
change over time until we get to that point with the back end of our schedule. Once it actually starts, we start that first game.
You broke up a little bit, Crypto. Start again.
No, I'm saying because the quality of our opponents, it all depends on what their records are going to be.
Okay, fair. I knew you were going to say that. That's something I would expect out of you in particular, and that's a fair point. Let's just say that things remain consistent with what we know about the teams on our schedule going forward. Let's just say that not everybody falls apart and becomes trash on our schedule.
Right, you meaning the Clevelands of the world reverse themselves, the Jets and the Patriots start playing good football.
No. The Jets are a division opponent. They're going to play us tough. The Patriots, one more game with them, are going to play us tough. They're a division opponent. We've got one more game with the Bills. We have to play. Let's see, who else do we have to play? We have to play Washington. We have to play Washington, I believe.
No,
or I'm sorry. No, we have to play the 49ers. We have to play. Who else am I thinking of?
We got to play Green Bay and we got to play the Browns
and the Houston Texans.
Houston and
I don't see those opponents all of a sudden becoming trash teams.
Well, exactly.
The Browns, we know the Browns obviously are already a trash team.
I'll tell you what, Culler. I'll meet you. I'll meet you halfway, Culler.
But this particular roster has had good success against the Browns.
Hold on, Culler. I'll meet you halfway. Okay. If you're telling me the Dolphins end up with 9 wins and get into the playoffs, if in those 9 wins,
well, actually, I was saying 10, but we'll go with 9.
Okay, whatever. If in those games they're beating the likes of Buffalo and the Niners and the Texans and the Jets sweep the Jets.
We would have to because that's the only way Tua could go on an 8-3 run.
No, he could lose all 3 of them, and the remaining 8 games could be just trash.
There's 4 of them. We would have to beat one of them.
Yeah.
Well,
okay. So we split with the Jets.
Got the same situation as last year.
We split with the Jets and lose one to the Jets, lose one to the Niners, and lose one to the Bills. If you're telling me that we get in there and the only good game win we have is against the Texans or Green Bay, I still don't believe.
Right.
Bullshit.
And to your point, we end up finding out the same thing we did last year, except this time we've got the out that Lewis mentioned in the contract, and we know he got injured again, which means there is nobody in their right mind that would bring Tua back next year.
Okay,
that's already done.
Okay, well, that's not true because if we did this with Tua, then maybe we could trade him Okay.
Well, okay, trading maybe, but I'm talking about Tua is not going to be our starting quarterback next year. Mark
If
it.
Tua comes, listen, we
Clip
come
it
back
right
and
here,
win
right
9
now.
games.
Clip that.
Culler, I'm telling you right now, Dolphins come back and win 9 games and miss the playoffs, but Tua plays the remaining of the year. He'll be back.
Nope. We're going to Jared Goff him.
Nope.
There's no way Tua is our quarterback.
He would have had to won
The only
7
way-
out of 9 games.
The only way
Culler, you know why? You know why we? You know why you believe? I know why you
I'll
believe
get you in
we
just a
Jared
second.
Goff him. I know why you believe we would Jared Goff him, but I'm telling you, we won't because it's not about winning; it's about money, and that
But would we
Tua
still
drives
not-
the numbers more than
Would
anyone.
we still not try to get draft a quarterback and groom him behind Tua?
What quarterback are we expecting to get at the 23rd pick or the 22nd pick in the
I
draft?
mean, as many draft picks as we're supposed to have, we could trade
Supposed to
up.
have what? Color, we don't.
What's the difference
Trading up in the
between
first
trading
round
up from
costs you first.
21st or trading up from 10th? What's the difference?
Trading up from 10th to number 5 costs you 3 first-round draft picks. I guess fine, right?
Man, we say this all the time. We say this all the time, but teams move up, and we're like, how'd they do that?
Well, we're not that lucky, Color.
It happens every year.
Yeah, but that happens to everyone but us.
It depends on how many picks they move
You know
up.
what? You know what? The who was it? Was it? I forget whether it was Amari or whether it was Devontae. It was Devontae Adams. You know what the Jets gave up for Devontae Adams? A conditional third.
But yeah, that's a guy that's already got wear and tear and tread on him.
He's got age on him too.
He's been in the league and he's old.
What age? He's been sitting around doing nothing for the last 2 years.
He's like what, 32, 33 years old.
Yeah, Color. I mean, that's not and listen, that's not a fucking first-round draft pick, Color. That's not a first-round draft pick quarterback in the top 10 either.
What I'm okay. You're right, and it's a bad, probably kind of a bad example for that. But for the point I was making about how everybody just assumes, oh, this guy will get this, that, and the other.
No, I got you, Color. But I'm saying that we can't ride on a hope and a prayer that we're going to get so lucky as we're going to be able to move.
Whoa. Mister, I want to draft another quarterback?
Yeah?
And you don't want me to go on a hope and a prayer?
I'll say
Color,
that.
you're talking about drafting a quarterback. You're talking about drafting a quarterback in the first round and moving up to get him.
That they come a dime a dozen.
Johnny
They come
Manziel,
out
like Baker Mayfield, like Sam Darnold, like Josh Rosen, like how many more first-round quarterbacks should I name?
I don't
Jameis
know.
Winston.
You know what? If we're at middle of the pack picking in the first round next
Deshaun
year,
Watson.
we will end up with Shedeur Sanders, and the cycle will have effectively restarted for us to be right where we are today in 2027.
I just can't believe we're right back to holding so much water to a first-round pick when we sit here and watch the Brock Purdy's of the world.
Color, Brock Purdy is the outlier, not the fucking
Apparently not, because that's
who?
Man. There's Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers. Let's see.
Aaron Rodgers was picked in the first round.
Yeah,
Aaron Rodgers was picked in the first round.
He failed 21.
Aaron Rodgers, yeah. He sat there until the end of it, if I remember correctly.
He did.
No, he was a 32nd overall pick.
Oh, Jalen Hurts. Already been to a Super Bowl.
Color, you're saying draft somebody and they'll sit and wait behind Tua while I gotta watch this
I'm
shit
saying
show.
use your brain and draft a guy for his abilities and not his draft positioning.
Color, this team doesn't draft for their brain; they draft
We're gonna
for
have
the
to
fucking
start
dollars.
somewhere. Remember, that's part of execution too. We have to start somewhere.
So are we assuming that Chris Greer will be fired? Because do we really want him making more picks? If we do bottom out, if we do take a
Chris Greer has to be fired.
Well, Cap disagrees with Greer firing, but go ahead and get a word in, Mr. Negative, because
Well, I just think the problem with this franchise has been the gentleman making the decisions, and I understand that Ross is going to pick and choose who he feels is right for this franchise and who aligns with his, I guess, model and whatever he's looking to do. He says he wants to win, and I think partially that's true. But if he did, then he wouldn't let Chris Greer continuing to do the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Like, I mean, how many examples does he need to see before he says to himself, yeah, I have the wrong gentleman inside the building running things? And they had the guy. They had the guy, I felt, that was changing that culture. Like, I mean, Brian Flores, whether we like him or not, whether he did everything correct, and obviously he wasn't perfect, but he had this team disciplined or getting to be disciplined. He was cutting down the penalties. He took a whole bunch of guys off the street and was doing something. These guys wanted to execute. These guys wanted to, make a name for themselves. I mean, a guy like Tyreek Hill, he's already got a Super Bowl ring. Where's his motivation now to catch the ball when he needs to catch the ball?
Tyreek Hill didn't win a Super Bowl with him, I thought.
Well, with one in Kansas City. So, he's already got his ring.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay.
He's already got his ring. So, I mean, they bring in these guys who have a Super Bowl pedigree. Okay, Jalen Ramsey, you got your Super Bowl ring now. Now is it all about getting paid? I don't know. Now, miraculously, you're fine to play once you got your new deal. Like what is these Dolphin players? They seem to be content after they get paid. And then to Culler's point, where okay, these guys got to execute. Culler, I agree 100%. They got to execute, and if they're not, they need to be gone. Because I want players. I can handle losing as long as the players are giving everything they have, the 110%. And I don't see that from this roster. I can live with the losing and then they try and fix it and go another direction. But when all these players,
right there, Mr. Negative, is where I do see it over the vast majority of this roster. The problem is at key positions we don't, and those key positions are the ones that will lose you ball games.
Okay, so you feel then like so the wide receiving core, for example, right? Are these guys giving their all, right? They take plays off, right? They come off the field here and there. They're not out there. I mean, I don't know if then get rid of them, I guess. Like, why are we keeping these guys around? Because they sell tickets?
Here's an example. Huntley, we got word that Huntley called up Waddle and all the other guys for anybody that wanted to come back into the building early and work with him.
Okay.
Why'd he have to do that?
Why did Huntley? Well, Huntley's trying to make a name for himself.
I understand. I understand. Why did Huntley have to do that? Did we ever hear about Tua having to call the guys and do that? Or did we just get reports that they all showed up together at a park and started working together?
Well, again, it's hard to know what to believe with the media and everything else. I mean,
I'll say, hold on a second, Mr. Negative. I'll tell you why we heard it, because that's the propaganda that needs to be said right now to get the fans to buy in. That's why it's been said. They could have done it and not said nothing to nobody, but they wanted to make it a public fucking viewing because they want to fucking sell the
And
bullshit.
in Huntley's case, he actually offered the information in an interview. They didn't ask him, and nobody reported it. He just said, I did this and that.
Well, I think fans will be more interested to say if Tua had to do this, because
the malpractice in our media is the fact that journalist didn't follow up that with a question of, well, did he acquiesce to your request? Like, we didn't get that question.
He talked about it yesterday a little bit more in the locker room.
When Huntley said, hey, I called up Waddle and the guys to see if they wanted to come in early and work with me. Any journalist that's actually worth his degree would have then said, and what was their response?
Well, it was implied because I saw the interview. He said, yeah, they asked him, they said,
well, I was going to actually play that today if you want me to pull it up real quick.
Nah, not necessarily.
Short.
Like,
it is.
He
said that Waddle showed up and others showed up, and
right.
They didn't get. He asked for a list, and he said he wasn't going to give everybody that was there. So they have been working, and that's great and fine. And I like it.
And what's the point of all that if they already all got the memo?
Because that again, the
You see
memo.
where my problem is here, bro? I can't
Here, Culler.
reconcile
Let me
it.
help you. Let me help you. I could get the Kansas City Chiefs to tank their entire season by not telling everybody on the team, but only getting 3 players to tank for me.
Right,
That would
and
be
I would
Patrick
say
Mahomes.
that's the heart of evil. That is the epitome of
The
evil.
other 50 players would absolutely have the
That is
next
the
those 3
epitome of
players.
evil. To risk other players' freaking livelihoods like that, dude. That is the epitome of evil.
And just my opinion, but I don't even think a tank is needed here. Like we tried that before. A tank doesn't
Right,
really
exactly.
do
And
anything.
by the way, y'all talk about getting the pussification out of the building. If you got a memo from the guy upstairs and you're supposed to keep it under wraps and risk everybody else's career, that's pretty pussy right there.
I would say until Stephen Ross really feels like or finally makes the decision to jettison this front office, the Dolphins, we're just going to be doing the same things. Like the Dolphins are just going to keep doing the wash, rinse, repeat that we've seen for years. It doesn't come down to a tank. It's not. It just comes down to the GM, the coach, all being on the same page and having the same philosophy, a tough mentality where they just don't have it. Like, I mean, you see it with McDaniel, you see it in his press conferences. They're absolutely brutal to listen to. I don't know what the heck he's talking about. And it's all over the place. Chris Greer just continuing to bring in injury, old players, and expecting a different result is it's insanity, in my opinion. And I don't know what Stephen Ross
defined by Stephen Ross himself, Mr. Negative.
What's that, Culler?
Defined that way by Stephen Ross himself.
Yeah, and right. I mean, these guys both said we're going to do it differently in 2019. I actually had hope. I was like, they finally get it. And then in 2020, they go on a spending spree again, and they're all over the
They
map.
lock themselves into a mediocre quarterback.
Right, because they
pump
wanted
out
to
a bunch
sell
of
tickets
propaganda,
and
make
jerseys,
him
and
out to
that's
be
what
Dan Marino.
That quarterback comes along with a cult from Alabama. It comes with a cult. And Stephen Ross is rubbing his hands together, saying, "Oh wow! Not only can I have the state of Florida, buying my tickets and my jerseys, the state of Alabama now loves my team. Right now, you have this entire separate fan base who is only in love with Tua, filling the pockets of Stephen Ross. He's good. He's great. Because now we hype it up. We say, oh, we're finally ready to go. It's Tua time. And it's no time. It's mediocre time.
So then what would make anybody think that Stephen Ross would allow us to keep sitting Tua? Wouldn't he be making a phone call being like, yo, why isn't the guy on the field?
Play him. If he wants to play, you paid him all that money, you better play him. Because it's
I'll say this.
It's
not necessary because it's cashed in. The check he cashed in, boys. And I'll tell you how. He sold 10% for $800 million.
He's already made his money. Right.
It's done.
He made his initial investment back. Yeah, you're right.
That's right.
And why would they care going forward about the Tua fans?
Because they don't need to worry about it anymore now, Culler. It's done. The cash is over. Now it's time for the second
We'd
act.
already have another
The second
quarterback
act
if that were the case.
He shouldn't worry about the Tua fans
like he
anymore.
didn't know that deal was going to go through before the season
Culler, those
started.
Tua fans are getting ready to jump and be Milrow fans here directly.
Yeah, I already
for whatever fucking dumbass team drafts the next fucking Alabama quarterback.
Oh, and by the way, I saw some of his highlights from a game recently, and the guy throws exactly like Tua, bro. Milrow.
Of course he does. That's what they got there. They would be the Bryce Young fans. That's what the Carolina owner was hoping to strike.
Like they teach their quarterbacks for some reason. They teach their quarterbacks to crouch down as small as they can before they throw the ball. It's weird.
It is weird.
You notice that too, Mr. Negative? It's like
yes, I do, Culler. I don't get it. I don't understand.
It's like they all have to have this really wide stance. It's like that's not good, man. Their quarterback coaches suck.
Even Nick Saban himself said in an interview, like he said, we don't groom quarterbacks. We're not grooming them for the NFL, out of his own mouth. So, I mean, why would we want to go and grab a quarterback from a school that doesn't care about grooming their quarterbacks? They don't care about that.
They don't have to. They've got 5 fucking players deep at every position.
Right,
Of 5 stars.
exactly, Cap.
You know what? I hate to say it.
Right, when everyone says that Tua had to deal with the tough coaching of Saban, there was no tough coaching. Saban just had to let those guys go out there and just rack up the W's.
It's literally like somebody just picked up a football and learned how to throw it on their own.
Right.
I just want to point out.
However, I got to get this ball out of my hand to the guy is how, you know what I mean? It's like not. Oh, it's terrible.
I just want to point out the insanity that these are the people who invaded this fan base that are caping up for a guy who's throwing the ball with his non-dominant fucking hand. Okay? That's the type of dumb shit I gotta fucking prevent happening again next time. That's, again, guys, you're looking at how can I get it fixed this year? How can I get it fixed next year? I'm looking at how can I get it fixed in my fucking lifetime? Okay? And by getting it fixed in my fucking lifetime is getting rid of these dumb fucking cucks and running these fucking dumb fuck creators up out of this bitch.
What I'm saying is, until that happens and we have results, bro, like, I just, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't understand why they don't forfeit every game if that's what they're good. If that's what they want to do. I really don't understand.
Well, then the league will really have a case that they were tanking before and they're tanking now. So.
Let's all just risk our careers and our bodies and everything like that when we could just forfeit the game.
They're getting paid, buddy. They're getting paid.
Right. So what would they care? How about why don't they just walk off the field?
Well, they have a job too. They have contracts to uphold.
Right. They got paid to do a job.
It doesn't
and
mean
if they do that job, they win. And if they do that job, they win.
They have wins and losses.
But that's my point. If they do the job they were paid to do, they win.
Maybe it's just the fact that we have a whole bunch of individual players and not a team. Maybe they're not a team collectively. They're just a bunch of, like they're a bunch of, like, there's stars out there that are just, they don't fit within the team concept.
Right.
Maybe that's why Flores didn't want a lot of superstars on the roster.
So we either have to let the coach we hired work through that, or we have to get another coach.
I mean, we look at the Buffalo Bills, for example, right? Like everyone said, their roster has taken a hit. They're taking a step back. They haven't taken any step back. They find working type players. They replace players that have left with players that are just maybe not as good, but they are hungry. They work hard. They work within a team concept and a team.
No, Michael K. It's called belief in my team. I said, if our guys do their job, they win.
But they're not doing their job, and that's why something has to change.
I think they are doing their job.
What's their job? To sell jerseys and tickets?
That's right, buddy.
If that's their job, then yeah. Again, they don't need to put their bodies on the line to do that.
Well, of course they do, Culler. That's how they do their job.
Cap, it's funny. If they did their job and they would get the wins, the tickets and the jersey sales would take care of itself. Okay. The building would be full. Doesn't matter.
But I defy you. Hold on a second, Culler. I defy you to find any team who has had outside of the Dallas Cowboys. Okay, I defy you to find any team that has had so much profit made.
So I noticed in that
change.
I noticed in that Sounds of the Season video. The one that they cherry picked players being celebratory and happy about playing and winning, even though they were losing the particular games in some of the clips. When Sealer said, "Man, I was looking up. Oh, the ball took forever to get down. I thought I'm going to get whacked. I'm going to get waxed when I catch this ball." Did he make a business decision and not catch the ball?
I mean, Culler, if you're gonna, sure.
Or did I guess he, along with a bunch of other people, didn't get the memo.
I mean, Culler, if you're going to point out one thing to hang against everything else, I've got 30
Yeah, but you know what kind of hit he could have taken with his
Sure,
awareness taken away from the field around him, waiting for that ball to come down. You know what
Who
kind
was
of hit
this
he could have
again?
taken. You would have been the guy putting the hit on him if it was an offensive player.
Who were you saying that was catching it?
Zach Sealer.
Zach Sealer is a guy that I would, if I had 53 Zach Sealers on my team, I'd win it. I'd win most games.
Yeah, I agree. Zach Sealer is the hardest working guy on that team.
Right, because he does his job.
Well, he does his job. Right, he does his job. And
or was he not doing his job? Because his job is to lose right now, is it not? So he must not have got the memo.
Well, here's the thing, Culler. How impactful of winning can Zach Sealer be? Because he doesn't fucking throw the ball, catch the ball, or play offense.
I do
so
know it's the epitome of evil for somebody else on the team to have gotten a word like that and not be telling Zach Sealer. I think that's the epitome of evil.
You can't tell Zach Sealer that because he would tell everybody.
Exactly. And everybody could protect themselves. So somebody would be purposely withholding that information from their teammates.
I would say it doesn't have to be purposely withheld, because if you're going to sign this contract and make $28 million a year or $30 million a year or whatever $1 million a year extra, I'm in charge of everything. And if I say lose, you lose.
I'd walk off the team, dude. I wouldn't even play one more down for that. And I don't know anybody in their right mind that would. It's just like Tyreek said. He ain't going to be like AB. He's grown up in his life. He's matured. He ain't going to go out like AB did. He's just going to put his nose down and do his job.
And be $100+ million richer for it.
Yeah. But if I knew that there were others on the team risking my body, I would walk right off the team. I'd do exactly what AB did. I'd do exactly what Deshaun Watson did the other week. You don't care enough to make sure there's only 11 guys on this field right now on this play? I can't do nothing with 12 guys on the field. So I might as well walk the fuck off. And that's what he did. And people want to blame him.
Culler, what would be your solution to where the Dolphins are right now? Because we seem to be in a purgatory.
Again, the solution I've said since the show started was for them to start executing. That's the only way out of wherever we're at, is to execute.
Okay, so let's say they continue not to execute.
In all facets. I'm including coaching, Mr. Negative. I'm including
so if they continue not to execute, and we see that by the end of the season, they have to get rid of
I don't
everybody.
need the end of the season. I need one more game.
Right, but again, if they continue not to execute, right, and we're left at the end of the season, right, whatever first round playoff exit, same old, we're still looking up at the Bills, then everyone has to go because they're not executing their jobs. Coaches, GM, players.
Everybody except for those that the film shows were executing their job.
I'm on board with that. I'm on board with that. You might have a handful of guys.
That's the part that I really wish people would understand. That if we're going to do something like that, when they talk about tanking correctly, that doesn't mean wiping your roster clean.
Culler, and I would say that the execution that is most important to them has been fulfilled before the first game of the motherfucking year. They jacked up ticket prices. They jacked up everything. They took shit away. And even still, Color Commentary bought 2 season tickets.
Yeah, but they didn't inform me that I wasn't able to buy a yellow parking pass until I bought the ticket.
They didn't have to, Color. They got you. They got you. The execution's done. They got you.
Well,
they got us again, boy.
I guess I got. I'm not a fan. I just got.
Well, you enjoy football, Culler. I can't hold that against. There's a lot of people that go to the games.
Not.
I'm not holding it against you, Culler.
I'm a complete fool.
No, I'm not saying. Listen, they got me too, bud.
2-3, 2-3, sole possession of second place in our division. The entire season left to go. A top 5 defense, and because our offense is struggling, it's over.
Well, Culler, the stats really don't bore out when you face like Jacoby Brissett and you face Mason Rudolph and guys like that. Your defense better ball out. But they also did allow 30-plus points against that same Mason Rudolph. So stats can be skewed.
I know. Because the offense is just supposed to the defense is just supposed to keep going out on the field for all of time. Opportunity after opportunity given to the offense. They're not supposed to eventually break.
They're not supposed
to eventually break.
They're bending but not breaking then.
Right.
And they're bending against bad quarterbacks. The only guy who didn't really need to do anything was Josh Allen on one hand.
What do you consider bending? Because we're not even giving up a lot of yardage.
Okay, yeah, but again, stats can be skewed. Only the scoreboard matters. Only the scoreboard matters.
Right.
That's all that matters.
Right. And we're holding teams to enough points to win.
That's true with the Patriots.
We're actually holding teams to less points per game than we finished last year with.
Well, last year you had
trending down further.
But last year, Culler, the offense.
If you take away junk time when our defenses finally decided to give up on a game in the fourth quarter, if you take away that, we're probably averaging about 7.
The problem here is that you look within the stats, right? Against the bum teams, your Denver Broncos, where you score 70 points.
Okay,
now you don't need to score as many points in the next 3 games.
So what team isn't a bum? Okay, so let me ask you this: why didn't we just forfeit every game when the season starts when we realize there's 11 bums on our schedule?
Well, because you can still go 11 and whatever, make the first round, then get drilled by the opponent in the first round.
So if we're not even beating the bum teams right now, Mr. Negative,
right, and so it's even worse.
And we were beating the bum teams last year.
You've never beaten the bum teams in the Tua era. I'm sorry, you've never beaten the really good teams, the elite teams. That's why people want to blow up the roster.
We beat the bum teams last year.
You can never beat.
Did we beat the bum teams last year?
When are we going to finally?
When are you going to let me talk?
Go ahead.
Did we beat the bum teams last year?
Yes, we did.
Okay, are we beating the bum teams now?
It's even worse. No, we're not.
Right. Which means that we were doing something that we're not doing now, which means that we've proven we can do something. We're just not doing it right now.
Tell me when we've beaten the elite teams. When in the last 4 years?
Nothing about the elite teams.
When have we beaten the elite teams?
I said nothing about the elite teams.
Well, that's my point, though, Culler. That's why people want to blow up this roster because we can never.
But because you're
Buffalo,
right?
But we'll beat Buffalo and Josh Allen.
What you're pitching is the idea that anybody can improve.
Culler, my point being, though, is that's why people like Cap, like myself, want to blow up this roster, want to fire everybody because we're never going to beat Buffalo.
Okay,
we're never beating them.
Right. And why do you believe it is that we can't beat Buffalo?
Because it's shown out. We can't beat them. We have this great roster. We still can't beat them.
Answering a question of why with this is what happened is not a why.
I'll tell you why.
Facts. Look what Buffalo does to us with a lesser roster.
Do you think that we would have been able to win any of those games with a better quarterback?
Again, that's a whole different discussion.
No, it's not. It's a yes or no
we don't
question.
Have the best player on the field. That's why
yes or no question.
Continuously punches us in the face.
It's a yes or no question. Do you believe we would have won any of those games with a better quarterback play?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
So then why do we have to blow up the whole team because the quarterback sucks?
Because the rest of the team is soft as well. It's a mentality.
So if they were
soft, the GM is soft, the owner, the hot dog vendors,
everything is soft. So you're saying with a better quarterback, they would no longer be soft?
You know what? No, I'm not. But a more talented quarterback could maybe mask the softness.
Ah, I see. I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you know what? But where's that better quarterback coming from? Because all I've been told is that we can't tank. We're going to be drafted 21st overall, and we can't trade up.
I tell you where
Where
we
we
cannot
get
be sure that it's coming from, and that's the draft.
When are we beating Buffalo? You know,
I don't know. When we get a better quarterback.
When Josh Allen retires, that's when we're beating
When we
Buffalo.
get a better quarterback.
And that's not going to happen because they're never getting off of Tua.
So then why tank?
They've hitched their wagons to the man.
So then why tank and be a one-win team forever?
I'm not advocating for tank color. I'm
All
advocating
I know is
for
this
the
conversation
entire front
right now is making me
fired.
fucking homicidal. That's what
I'm asking for everybody to get fired. Get rid of all the players that are a bunch of weak-type players and don't play hard.
That's different.
Don't execute.
That's
what I want. I want Tyreek Hill gone.
That's completely different.
Tyreek Hill to me is a clown. He's a clown as far as I'm concerned.
That's
and
completely different.
He's a stat patter.
I got you, but that's completely different.
Kansas City has won 2 Super Bowls since they got rid of that guy. That's not just by whatever.
Right.
They realized that he was not
So let it be known on this from this day forward that Mr. Negative thinks we should fire everybody. Okay.
Yes. I've been saying that for years.
Okay. When do you want that to happen?
I want it to happen yesterday.
Yesterday. Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Gotcha.
I've been saying it in spaces.
Gotcha. When do you expect it to happen?
No, I do not, because Stephen Ross.
I said, when do you expect it to happen?
To be done.
If that were to happen, when would you expect it to happen?
I'll tell you when it would happen. When I'm fucking hired as general manager.
At the end of the season, right?
So I'm not.
So what I would suggest to help your heart is to not watch for the rest of the season.
These guys can't tank properly. They already.
Well, what I would suggest to save your heart is to not watch the rest of the season.
No, don't do that.
I go into every Sunday expecting nothing. I am numb to it all.
Okay,
that's why I don't get upset when they lose.
That's kind of
laugh at
odd.
it. I more or less laugh
kind of
at
odd to me. That's kind of odd to me. I'm just gonna.
I get that, Culler. But again, I've seen this movie before. Omar Kelly goes out and says, "Well, this is a different movie. This is the same movie, Omar."
Right. So just like Ross said, you're going to keep watching the same movie over and over again. What's that?
I will not go to games, though. That's
but you're
watching
it.
Go to another game.
But you're watching it, and you're watching it, and you're spending time commenting on it. Yes. So what's that make you?
Because I love football, Culler. I'm not spending money at the tailgates. I'm not spending money at the stadium. I'm not buying merch. None of that.
There are 31 other teams to watch.
I get that. I get it. But
there's a whole college.
They just don't love.
There's a whole college circuit to watch.
So maybe I'm the dumb one because I love the Dolphins.
I didn't say dumb. I just said odd.
Again, I'm hoping the owner sells this franchise. Until then, I just have to laugh at their buffoonery. Maybe that's entertainment for me.
Now that's a good answer. Now that's a good answer. That's a good fun.
Right. I laugh at their buffoonery. That gives me entertainment.
Comedy born out of tragedy. I can understand that answer.
But when I go see them fumbling around on the field, or when I see Mike McDaniel having trouble getting out words in a press conference, I laugh at it all because it only proves me right. I'm only proven right at their buffoonery. I can see it. Other fans can see it. They can't see their own buffoonery, but they're making money.
Right. So don't you think that tanking the year for them? And I'm not saying you're advocating for it. What I'm saying is, by us accepting that, hey, we're going to lose the rest of the year, and that's okay because we're going to get a top draft pick. Don't you think that provides cover for all those people you're talking about?
Sure. Again, Culler. Listen, they're doing what.
See, this is why I want us to play. This is why I want us to lose. This is why
if they could do a tank properly.
I want us to get exactly what we asked for.
You want to know how
that happens? Until that happens, and we let the players fail, nobody is getting fired.
So you want to know how a tank was done properly? The Indianapolis Colts tanked for Andrew Luck. They also tanked for Pete Manning.
If the owner knows that you're supposed to lose, if the owner knows that the team's supposed to lose, what do you think he's doing on Sunday? He's going to the beach.
Yeah. Okay,
He doesn't give two
Stephen Ross,
shits.
go to the beach. I really don't care where.
Okay. So if the owner knows that the fix is in, right, then who is going to be embarrassed enough to fire everybody when the players embarrass themselves on TV?
He had no problem firing the guy who wasn't a believer in the
because
tank.
he was embarrassed by it.
The owner?
No, I'm talking about when he fired Philbin, he was sitting in the press box.
Flores. He fired the
He
guy
was
who
sitting
wasn't
in the
on board
press
with it.
box in a Super Bowl window watching us get embarrassed, and he was embarrassed. That's why Philbin got fired.
Okay, and why did Flores get fired? Because he wasn't on board with the tank.
That's a whole nother story, and I have a different reason as to why I think Flores was fired. It has nothing to do with either of those.
You know who also was
talking about. What I'm saying to you is, one thing is for certain: if Stephen Ross doesn't feel embarrassment over this product, then he's not going to have any reason to fire anybody.
Oh, he won't. Again, I have another take on that. Why he won't fire everybody?
Right.
But that's
however, if the players were to be allowed to fail once in 30 years, right there for playing is everybody to see, enough times that he feels that embarrassment, then they will get fired.
I would just like to know what other GM in the league, and please cite an example for me, who's had this many opportunities of 3 head coaches now and multiple quarterbacks to get it wrong. I want, like, Chris Greer's got more lives than a cat.
Les Snead. There's one.
Who?
Les Snead.
He won a Super Bowl.
Not before he got 15 years.
With the Rams. He had 15 years with the Rams.
Let me make sure we all know when he was hired so I don't speak incorrectly.
And how many head coaches did they have with him?
At least 4. Up to and including Jeff Fisher, Steve Spagnuolo.
This was all with the Rams.
Among others.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
He was hired as the general manager of the St. Louis Rams in 2012.
Okay. When was he fired?
Never. He's still their GM.
Because he won the fund, he won the Super Bowl.
After 12 years, 10 years.
10 years. Well, then when did they win it? In 2021 or 22?
This was after worse than mediocrity for 15 years in the city of St. Louis.
Okay, so I would say then that Les Snead, what saved him was that he got to a Super Bowl with Jared Goff. What is Chris Greer came to win a playoff game? So there is context to that.
Neither did Les Snead until Jared Goff.
Okay, that was in 2016. They made the Super Bowl, in 2018? So 6 years, 2012, 2018. So Chris Greer in 9 years still hasn't won a playoff game.
Actually, it was like 19.
No, it was 18. 2018.
Chris Greer hasn't bought he hasn't bought himself time like Snead did.
Chris Greer still hasn't won a playoff.
The Jared Goff acquisition, by definition alone,
Chris Greer been our general manager?
Since 2016, he had full control in 20.
He's already halfway through the process. The rebuild has failed. We got to face that too.
Right.
With 5 years, he doesn't get a reset.
Right. Okay, fine. So 8 years, no playoff wins. We fire him. When do we fire him?
He should have been fired already, but fire him tomorrow.
Right.
Fire him tomorrow. Don't let him.
Why hasn't it happened?
Let him use another draft pick. Do not let him make.
I'm going to tell you why he hasn't been fired.
Well, you know what
his job, right? His job is 2 jobs. 1, give the team 53-man roster as much talent as he can. And 2, he has a boss to answer to. Right now, it's Garfinkel.
Right. Talent is only measured by results.
Well, the results in which matter the most, and Stephen Ross has said it time and time again, of the pecking order, there's Ross, his lackey, and then everybody else. And the lackey right now is Garfinkel, and that is who Greer directly talks to. And Garfinkel's number one priority is making this organization money. And that's why Greer will not get fired, because he has made more money for Ross in these 5-6 years than all of the time he's been an owner of this franchise. And I would say also, he's put together a better squad.
I don't know. Daffy Duck could have made the same amount of
time.
money and pulled the same strings, man. I'm convinced of it. Just like we say that about the quarterback, any general manager would have made it pull the same strings as he did.
Winning will
Daffy
cure
Duck can
all.
run the organization.
Winning will make you.
Winning will cure all for you, Mr. Negative, and myself. Right. But that ain't what the priority is.
No,
Jalen Waller was the obvious pick at number 6 or number 5 or wherever he was drafted. So was Tua. Any general manager could have made that pick blindfolded.
Well, look at the draft.
Say so. I would say that in retrospect, on health alone, Herbert was the better pick. So,
but even past the quarterback, look at the draft capital, he had like 5 number 1 picks in 2 years, and look at the result. It's not good. That's no GM has had
the
that.
benefit of hindsight. Daffy Duck could have been our general manager. You heard it here first.
This roster was the youngest 3 years ago. Now it's the oldest in the NFL.
Well, because that's what happens when you believe that you have the team you need. You then get the veterans and fill in the spots and do all that stuff.
Or when you draft poorly, draft the Channing Tindalls of the world, it doesn't work out, and then you got to go get some old veteran.
Well, I hated the Channing Tindall pick from the jump. I thought it was dumb as fuck.
You probably hate
I stand on that.
You probably hate the Kamara pick just as much. That guy can't even get dressed on Sundays.
The Mo Kamara, I'm not so mad about. The Cam Smith, never liked him. Didn't understand it. Was sold a bunch of good goods. Terrible fucking pick. What's another one that we had recently that I thought was dumb as fuck and didn't understand it? I don't know, but there's been plenty of them that I just don't have any fucking idea. Oh, Eric Ikuzama, never understood it. I didn't understand why that guy isn't a fucking tight end on this football team, but what do I know?
Yeah. That was Eazy-E was a pick apparently of Wes Welker. Wes Welker loved him coming out the draft.
Yeah, well, I would have rather them get that guy and make him into a fucking tight end. But
Chris Ballard has 1 less year in the league as general manager than Greer does with the Colts.
Yeah, I'd say fire him too if he's not getting it done. Isn't he the same GM who, maybe it was the GM prior, who didn't build a line for Andrew Luck, and then Andrew Luck ended up retiring, so they got rid of that GM.
Yeah, that's the same guy. Yeah, that would be the same guy.
John Lynch is right behind Greer, but obviously he's got playoff wins.
He's got 2 Super Bowl appearances.
Yeah, I know. So you got Chris Greer is the 10th longest tenured general manager currently.
And
Jason Lick at 9th. Tom Telesco with the Chargers. He ain't really done much.
Fire him.
Les Snead, Howie Roseman, they got themselves a Super Bowl. Finally, John Schneider with the Seahawks since 2010.
They're living off their old Super Bowl.
Yeah, but at least the Seahawks have a tough football team. At least he's drafted
Loomis with the Saints has been there since 2002.
He's got a Super Bowl under his belt.
Those guys are
Mike Brown, Bill Belichick, but he's obviously gone.
For every 1 Super Bowl you win, you buy yourself 5 years. That's the
and
same.
Mike Brown with the Bengals, he's been there since 91.
He owns
Jesus, holy cow. Wow.
Well, there you go.
That guy's got the cushiest job of all time. Holy
he owns
fuck.
the team. It's like Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones.
Mike Brown is their owner. Mike Brown's their owner.
He's a son, isn't he? Of
yeah, you're right.
That could be nepotism too.
Yeah, I remember now. I was going to say, holy shit.
Of course, Jerry Jones is number 1. He's been their GM since '89.
He should fire himself. Well, Jerry Jones once famously said anybody could coach this team when he was referred to once Jimmy was gone. Well, how's that worked out, Jerry?
See, that's how I see.
Well,
To
no,
me,
Barry Switzer did win the Super Bowl with him.
But with
to me,
Jimmy's guys,
Mr. Negative, that's how you
Yeah.
that's how you actually thumb somebody in the eye. You give Chris Greer, you call Chris Greer into the office. You're Stephen Ross, right?
mm-hmm.
And you have a set of headphones sitting on your desk, and you're like, it's either those or it's the door.
Yeah.
You want to be head coach so bad? Put the damn headset on and get down on the field and coach this freaking team.
I just think the only way out of this is
Sorry, Culler.
fired.
Sorry, my bad.
We gotta get Chris Greer out of there.
Lewis, help me out.
So you aligning with Mr.
Cat?
Negative more, man.
I help me out with the filling up the cans of gas to burn this bitch to the ground, please.
Oh yeah. Listen, I told everybody, embrace the tank. God damn it, fire everybody, get everybody up out of here. I don't give a shit. I'm ready for it. I'm ready to embrace the tank. God damn it.
Mm-hmm.
Again, everybody that's looking forward to Tua coming back, not me. God damn it. There's only one quarterback that's not playing for the Miami Dolphins that I want playing, and that's Skylar fucking Thompson. Because in my opinion, Skylar Thompson gets us way closer to the first overall pick in the draft. So for all of you looking for Tua Tagovailoa to come back, I know Skylar Thompson is my savior. I want.
Well,
Skylar
mathematically, you might be correct, Lewis, but he might be Matt Moore as well, man. We might need to get rid of Skylar too.
Yeah, I'm worried about that too, man. Because Skylar is the guy that they need to say, "Hey, go on." And those kind of guys, he can start living by the seat of his pants and slinging the rock downfield.
I know he might be Matt Moore in disguise. Goddamn it.
Well, again, I listen. I don't want to burst people's bubble here, but Skylar Thompson doesn't have this rocket of an arm that everybody believes that he has. And
it's weird. He used to. Now Mike McDaniel coached it right out of him. It's crazy. Mike McDaniel coached that arm right off that kid. It's crazy.
Well, again, and listen, again, I know where I'm at, and I know people love Skylar here, and that's fine. I'm just saying the kid's trash, and I'm here to say Tua's trash too.
He might be trash, but listen, he's my.
I'll say this. I want to see any quarterback. I want to see any.
Right, Crypto. That's right. They're both my
want to
trash.
see any and every quarterback that they can get in here. I don't want to see any quarterback for more than 4 games at a time. I want somebody new, and I want to see.
Exactly.
I want to see 4 other quarterbacks this year run this system into the fucking ground because this system is too tight cast.
I just want to point out. Hold on. Everybody hit the like button first of all, and secondly, I had nothing to talk about for the show today, and this broke out to be a team panel plus Mr. Negative. What's going on?
Yep.
What happened?
I'll tell you what happened. 4 hours of fucking madness.
I think
4 hours of fucking madness, Color. I told you this is what everybody wants to talk about.
Well, you did tell me if you talk about this Color, it'll get the views. And I'm like, no, I'm bored with it. I don't know how anybody would want to click on it.
The fucking chat's been blowing up. People are arguing in chat. We got motherfuckers up here. I told you, bro.
Y'all disgust me.
Well,
disgust me.
The only thing I won't agree on, and I've been pushing back on everybody that I could find with the argument, because again, we misconstrue, and again, he can be fired. I'm not going to defend that anymore. If people want him gone, I'm with it. What I will say though to the people that don't like Chris Greer. I'm sorry. I got a phone call. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Jets on the Chris Greer front. Chris Greer, since the time, and I don't care whether it was 2016 or 2019, because that's another argument of when he took over. I could care less when he took over. The fact of the matter is, since he's taken over, he has thrown not one single pass. He has not missed one single tackle. He has not dropped not one single pass, right? So the simple fact is the definition of a general manager, and I think Cap hit on it a couple minutes ago, is to collect as much talent that you can accumulate on one football team. And the fact of the matter is, whether you like him or hate him, that's fine.
He's done it. He's done his job.
He's done his job.
He's done his job. I don't want to fire Chris Greer. I don't. I don't want
You
to.
want to keep the old geezer in here, man. You want to keep the old geezer
I
in there.
don't want to fire Chris Greer because I believe the next GM has less abilities and less fucking
I think he has most
ability to navigate against our owner. That's what I believe. The next guy that comes in is a shell. It's all that next guy will be.
Got you.
Our
Now
owner
you
don't need to be
out of both
navigated
sides of
against.
your butt. Now I got you. You just are
Hey,
starting
guys,
to talk
shit.
out of both sides of your butt.
Yeah, you guys,
Listen
shit,
to
Culler.
what you're saying. Listen to what you're saying. Heaping all this praise on Chris Greer's ability to what? Fix problems?
No,
and you think
put
I'm
talent
supposed to
on the
worry?
football team.
Hold on. You think I'm supposed to worry about being mediocre after a 9-8 season when we got Chris Greer?
I'll
the
tell you what, Culler.
Kingmaker?
If ultimately Chris Greer loses his job because they fire Mike McDaniel and they say that, listen, Chris Greer's had 2 coaching hires, a quarterback pick, and has failed at it all. We want to get a new GM in here and have him rebuild this
I'm
team
with y'all.
and do
Chris
that.
Greer
Then
has done
okay.
a stellar job. He gave us the roster we asked for. We need to let them play, let them fail, and all the guys there are pussies that don't want to perform can get the hell out of the building. And Chris Greer, go on with your hammer, guy. Do the job. Do what you got to do.
I just want
here's the problem, though.
Whatever the word
he's
is.
not going to get rid of them. That's the problem.
One at a time. Go, Lou.
Real quick, right? I just want to ask people that say Howie Roseman, I think that's his name, the guy in Philadelphia, right? They'll give him a pass. They'll give him a pass because he won a Super Bowl. But that is the same guy that drafted Jalen Reagor and had Justin Jefferson still on the board. Was that a good move?
No, of course not.
No, they probably would have won back-to-back if
And again, Lewis, I'm in agreement with you guys about your main point about
they would be on their third Super Bowl right now.
I just want to ask one more question, and then I'll let you guys back at it, right? Everybody believes the guy in Buffalo is a great general manager. Now, the reason Patrick Mahomes is sitting in Kansas City is because Buffalo gave him that opportunity.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Now again, they got Xavier Worthy. Now Buffalo landed Keon Coleman, right? That couldn't catch COVID if it hit him in his fucking chest. And
you know what, Lewis? I can never seem to let you talk without enhancing what you're saying. But no further do you have to look than the guy that Chris Greer is calling up on the phone for advice. That guy scouted Tom Brady, J.J. Watt, Deshaun Watson, DeAndre Hopkins. Shall I name any more?
Oh, okay, Red, White, and Bills. You're right. Brandon Bean maybe wasn't right there.
But Brandon Bean also. Sorry, go ahead.
He also what?
Brandon Bean also made 2 smart trades and risky trades to get Josh Allen. He didn't fall in Buffalo's lap.
Right. On top of.
And again, what has that gotten them, Mr. Negative?
See, y'all's overall macro point about Chris Greer, I'm with you all on that point. I actually agree wholeheartedly. And no further do you have to look where you could say, okay, well, we made a mistake here, but we got this guy here. Okay. No further do we have to look. Everybody knows I think it was a horrible mistake drafting Cam Smith with Tyreek Stevenson sitting on the board. And now Tyreek Stevenson is balling out already in Chicago while we're hoping Cam Smith gets to practice this week. Okay. So that was obviously a mistake.
I'm hoping to never see
hold
Cam Smith
on.
ever
That
again.
was obviously a mistake. Hold on. That was obviously a mistake. Okay. But y'all enjoyed that win last week, didn't you? Y'all enjoyed that
Not really.
supplemental.
Hold
on.
I didn't.
Hold on. Let me land.
I did it.
You enjoyed that supplemental 86 yards put up by Jalen Wright on top of Mostert's 80, right? I'm sure you enjoyed that.
That I enjoyed, yes.
Who drafted Jalen Wright?
Tell me, Lewis.
Christopher Aloysius Greer III.
Thank you.
I knew you were going to say the full name.
You forgot to say Poindexter.
Who's drafting Chop Robinson to do absolutely nothing?
But
my God, I
Graham Barton's
we can go all day with this.
When Graham Barton's sitting there on the board, we draft Chop Robinson, who hasn't
We
done
can go all day with this. We got Jalen Phillips.
And who's
Jalen Phillips is out the door.
Jalen Phillips, second year in a row, he's been injured.
Again, Chris Greer
He won't be on
cannot
the roster
control
this
a
year.
man's legs.
Chris Greer is attracted to injured players. It's like he loves injured players.
That I will agree with.
Okay, fair enough, but there was no indication on Jalen Phillips in
He had
particular.
concussion issues in
his career
But
in
he's not
college.
suffering from a concussion. He's suffering from an ACL injury.
Okay, so proving that eventually an injury is going to befell the man.
I understand, but Chris Greer cannot control a man's legs
What
unless
about
you're
Terran Armstead? What
Now,
about
wait a minute.
Goes outside
You could say this, Mr. Negative.
Terran
Let me help
Armstead is
you
a
here.
bad move.
Hold on. Let me
He should not
help
even be
you
on this
actually
roster
here,
no more.
Mr. Negative. If you were to say Chris Greer hired the training staff that missed a potential injury in Jalen Phillips' legs under assessment, that's different.
Okay, so what about Terran Armstead? We all know he's never played a season prior to being to Miami. Did anyone not know in the Miami Dolphins?
Look, man, I hold the guy responsible for Tua himself, so it's not like you're not preaching to the choir.
Right,
and that is absolutely fine. He gets injured prone players, and again, I told everybody, and I'm gonna get up out of here. The fact of the matter is, though, and y'all heard it from me first. I don't give a fuck about the other people because I'm seeing now other people on other platforms, and again, they don't have to be named, but they're stealing my takes because I've been telling people now for 2.5 fucking months now. You want Chris Greer up out of here? I'm with you. I'm locked in arm with all my Dolphin brother and sister. But don't cry to me when Brandon fucking Shore is your new goddamn general manager. Because all these fucking people crying about Chris fucking Greer, I hope you like a capologist better.
Well, Lewis, now
so they're promoting a capologist now?
Mr. Negative. Is it possible?
Hold on, let me go get Jason Sarney on the phone real quick.
Negative. Is it
Let's
possible?
take the Sarney guy.
Well, real quick, let
Brandon
me just
Shore.
ask one question that hasn't been asked yet. Is it possible, Mr. Negative, that Chris Greer's flaws are maybe a result of others around him that he may be trying to wait out?
Well, I don't know, Culler. He's been waiting a long time. He's been in that building for 20 years in various capacities.
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying, but remember who is in the building with him on the Dolphins payroll, and that's his father.
I definitely think that Stephen Ross and Chris Greer have the same philosophy, and they think that by doing the same thing over and over again, it's
okay, right. But what I'm saying is there might be other power plays going on a daily basis that you and I don't know about.
Well, and that's
Would you agree with that?
Yes, I definitely agree with that.
Right.
There's definitely something.
Could you imagine a scenario? Could you imagine a scenario? Let's say if we're writing a movie script, okay, just have fun with me here, right?
Yep.
Let's say we're writing a movie script. We're doing it. We're showrunners right now, and we're coming up with one of these new gripping freaking prime time shows, right?
You call the movie "Dolphins Make Me Want to Cry"?
Right. No.
Okay. All right. Just
maybe that might be the intro music. You know what I mean? Have a little Darius Rucker playing in the beginning. You know what I mean? That'd be funny. There we go. We're already cooking, right?
Yeah.
So where this show is going to be about the behind the scenes, actual, intrigue and politics of a football organization, Miami Dolphins, we'll say.
Yes, sir.
And okay, so we're writing this show right now. We're spitting off ideas, right? What about like, yo, man, hey, Dad, this is what we're gonna do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They got these idiots over in Miami that don't know nothing about football. They're capologists, and they're freaking look.
Well,
I like these guys, but let's face it.
Again,
well, hold on, son. You can't just go up into a building, raising hell. You know what I mean? You saw how that worked for Flores, right? Yeah, Dad, you're right. We'll figure this out. Hey, man, the old man is only going to let me fall upward. I ain't getting fired. I mean, there's no way here. But we got to get rid of these cats because they're making me draft these people that I couldn't even. I mean, Tua, really, Dad? Yeah, Tua was kind of bad one there, man. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, what do you think?
Now you know why I want Stephen Ross so badly to sell the team, because I don't believe anything else.
Right.
Everything else is
I know the name of the movie.
Well, hey, son, real quick. Hold on, son, real quick. this is how we ought to handle it. I need to be GM. You need to be vice president. So get the old man to fire everybody. He'll move you up to vice president. I want your first move to be to hire me as general manager, and we'll start drafting the Tom Brady's and the J.J. Watts of the world. Fuck them all. We'll spend the old man. We'll spread the old man's money all over Miami.
Again, I just, until Stephen Ross sells this team, no, I don't think
I've got the name of the movie.
These guys are safe. It's unfortunate, sad.
What's
I want to name the movie. Can I name the movie?
Go ahead, Cap.
Soft tissue damage.
Yeah, go ahead. Name
Soft tissue damage.
Can we just call it IR? Can we call it IR?
We could just call it soft tissue and let
Soft
people
tissue,
figure it out.
Soft tissue.
Or softies. Just call it softies.
We might have a trademark problem with Keebler Elf.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Instead of the Wildcats, we'll call it Pussycats.
Yeah, well, no, because then everybody thinks it's a strip movie. No, I like soft
Isn't
tissue
it, though?
damage, bro. Yeah, soft tissue damage.
I mean, we got
Ooh,
McLaren.
fencing. I like that too.
Right. Fencing, right? Oh God, that's terrible context.
That's awesome.
Let it be known context said that and not me.
I just read it, bro. That's all. Listen, here's my problem. Here's my problem, right? And listen, I can point to the misses and the shortcomings and the blame that befalls upon the general manager. I just, again, to Culler's point, I don't want the next shill, dumbass businessman picking. I don't want Mike Tannenbaum 2.0 up in here, bro. That's who is the next guy. The guy who can the guy who can go on talk shows and fucking
I
do
kind
all
of
that
want
stuff.
Tannenbaum back. The dude seems to know what he's talking about, man.
Color, I don't ever want to hear that ever again.
Another one we fired. They're like, oh, hey, look at it.
Tannenbaum's a fucking dumb fuck,
I would
and I don't need any more of
Yo,
that.
Spillman. You find an old trade, it'll be Spillman.
If you wanted to fire Greer because you chose Greer over Flores, all right. And that's where I think the crux of it is with you, Mr. Negative. But here's the problem: we can't fire the owner until we can get the owner can't hear the fans. He can only hear the sound of cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
Yep. Well, that's why the fans have to stay
yes,
away.
Sir, no, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Ross. That's all he hears.
Fans have to stay away. That's the only thing Stephen Ross will see and hear if the fans stay away from
Ross's reparation. I like it, Lonzo. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Love it, Bonjo. Love it.
Damn. I think Ross needs to have a town hall meeting.
Yeah, again.
That's what he needs to do. The fans, all the Tuaneers. He needs to have a town hall meeting with the Tuaneers and the un-Tuaneers.
I mean, Lonzo, the guy wears a white cap, dude. I'm not gonna lie, man. I mean,
yep.
There's got to be some symbolism going on there.
The
These
white
rich
caps.
people, man, you don't know how these rich people see each other, man. Like,
I feel like
rich
Chris
people
Greer
are
walks
weird.
around. I feel like Chris Greer walks around all day with no hat on, and the second a camera comes around, he has some like little fucking assistant boy come running up to him with like 4 different hats to choose from because he wants to look like he's a regular average guy wearing his fucking baseball cap. But
when do you ever hear of Joe Blow Nobody having weird parties with J-Lo and all these other people? You know what I mean? Like, rich people are just weird. I'm just
you know
gonna put
what?
it out there, man.
I got it, Culler. Let's start with AI and deep fakes putting Stephen Ross in the same building with Diddy, and that he was a part of all the Diddy stuff and everything like that.
I can't do that.
I mean, listen, Miami, New York, there's just too many places these guys cross paths. And word on the street is that the lawyer that Diddy is representing, Diddy couldn't buy it because all his assets are frozen, and Stephen Ross is footing the bill for the lawyer to protect because he doesn't want to be
now our show is getting really good. Just saying, this show is good. We need to hire a ghostwriter.
Boss Ross the sex trafficker. That's what it is.
What was it? What was the show called again?
Well, he wasn't caught hanging out with Robert Kraft, so you never get that one.
He owned that
Do
building
we know
that
that or
Robert
not?
Kraft got caught in. He doesn't just look. You see, you think he didn't get caught in a sex scandal? I'm telling you, he's the pimp. He owned the building.
He owned that spot. He owned the spot.
So in other words, he's the Michael Vick of sex trafficking. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly right. He's the Michael Vick of sex trafficking.
He's the Michael Vick of sex trafficking.
He's the bank, ladies and gentlemen. He's the fucking bank.
Hey, what was this movie called again?
What's what called? The show?
The movie. Fencing?
No, I thought we were gonna call it soft tissue damage.
Soft tissue. Right, soft tissue.
Yeah. Yep, and it fits because
right, because there's
the
also
story,
the sexual innuendo and all that. Right,
That's
right.
That's right.
Tissue, yeah.
The big reveal in the soft tissue damage movie is Stephen Ross has been giving fucking soft handies his whole life.
Somehow. Won't we need to incorporate Deshaun Watson in here somehow? Like that's why
absolutely that was his favorite customer. That's why he wanted him here in Miami.
Would have brought him in, it would have been too obvious. It would.
He could have gave him $250 million in credit color. That's what you don't even understand. He would have given $250 million in credit on the house. Stephen Ross is running that whole gambit. He ain't nothing but a diddy diddler. This Stephen Ross.
This movie this movie is getting much more interesting as we write the.
I'm telling you,
we just call the movie. We can call the movie Rico Near.
This is no PG-13 either.
Nah, hell no. This one we're gonna have to have
the Rico Near.
Oh, wait a minute, Game Boy. Wait a minute, Game Boy. I never said Watson didn't enjoy a good massage. I never said any of that. I mean, sure
this
he did.
movie's rated R, and the director's cut is rated X.
Well, according to rumors, there's still a chance that Watson could come to Miami. Cleveland is apparently.
Oh God! And now why do you think I've already been planting the seed, Mr. Negative, that it ain't all his fault there?
Well, there you go.
He always wanted to come to Miami, anyways. He's trying to play his
never wanted to be there. All he wanted to do was fleece the Cleveland Browns and an NFL organization because of how he got treated in Houston.
Yeah, well, he's mission accomplished.
There you go.
Yeah, he got that accomplished now. He goes to the team he originally wanted to come to.
Now the real Deshaun Watson will come out.
He got his bag, and now he's going to the team.
Game Boy, his ears bleed.
Miami's going to get the Houston Deshaun Watson.
See,
the original one that was supposed to come over in a package deal.
That's the very thing, Game Boy. See, I don't believe we would be in Cleveland's situation if Watson was Miami's quarterback and not Cleveland's quarterback. Because what you fail to realize is I don't believe in the Cleveland Browns. I believe in our team, in case I haven't demonstrated that for the last 4 hours.
I would say this, Culler. Hold on a second, real quick. Culler is right, because if Watson was here, then so would Flores, and he would never have been in trouble with all the fucking scandals, and he could still do his massage happy endings because his pimp Stephen Ross would allow it all day.
Now you're on to something.
Stephen Ross would have got him a yacht just for that purpose.
A yacht, he'd have a fucking
he would have provided the service.
And guess what? If that yacht floats off 7 miles off Florida's coast, that's international waters. He can do whatever he wants out there.
Right, that's it. No law is broken.
I love this movie you guys are writing, and I would definitely watch the movie. But I'd rather have Skylar fucking Thompson play quarterback than Deshaun Watson, because Deshaun fucking Watson is garbage.
Well, what you find out in the movie, Lewis, is that Skylar Thompson is he's actually the executioner of this whole thing. Like he's Ross's personal doer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But Lewis,
like his cleaner.
But Lewis, you're not making any sense.
Man.
You just said a moment ago, Skylar makes our best option, but you just said one guy is worse than him. So by definition, Watson would be our best option based on your observation of him being more trash than Skylar.
Well, yeah. In this movie that you guys are creating, Skylar Thompson could be the stunt double for Deshaun Watson because they're both trash.
He's
I like that. I
he's
like that.
Ross's tweener, bro.
Well, there you go then. Well, but at
Skylar
least you put it in
Thompson was the one.
perspective.
Skylar Thompson was the one shredding all the documents, bro.
I thought we were trying to move off of the bad quarterback playing. Y'all want Deshaun Watson to come here?
Hey, hell yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
I mean, that
that's your goal.
you know, we should do. We should
Didn't you
bring
say we
in
want to
Deshaun
take?
Watson. Let's bring in Deshaun Watson and then draft Shador, and we could really be in a shit show
hell
then,
yeah.
boys.
Quarterback competition between
No.
Shador and Watson. Oh,
I
that'd
don't
be
want
that'd be
Shador
epic.
neither. Shador's trash too.
South Beach would be something to see.
By the way, before anybody starts rolling their
He's
boat
the
out,
best option we got, Lewis, to win the Super Bowl.
before anybody starts rowing their boat out 7 miles, Miss Finn's corrected me. It's 12 miles off the coast. There's international waters.
Yeah, I didn't think it was that close. I thought it was more like 100 miles.
Row harder.
Cap for Life is saying Deshaun Watson has to play Miami. What does that matter? Even if he beats Miami, Miami's trash. Like, so what? What does that mean?
That don't mean nothing if he beats Miami. Yeah,
mean
he just beat another bad football team. That just means he beat a bad football team.
Yeah, we're making it sound like if Deshaun Watson beats Miami, that makes Deshaun Watson good.
No,
wait
a minute. Wait a minute. No, I beg to differ.
Beating bad football teams.
I beg to differ because Mr. Negative said that our defense only looks good because we're beating bad teams. So if the Browns are a bad team and Deshaun lights up our defense, then it's on him.
Again, well, that's what.
Especially about defense.
That's what.
Can't have it both ways.
I think our defense is
well, hold up. That doesn't count because the offense is going to turn the ball over.
Is he going to have a job after that game?
Wait a minute. I got to hear how this doesn't count, Crypto. Hold on.
It doesn't count because the offense is going to turn the ball over at least 2 times, and the time of possession is going to be skewed by an extra 10 minutes to the Browns. So I'm not blaming
what Deshaun Watson does on his own.
But why would Tua be turning over the ball that many times, Cap?
Tua ain't playing.
Yeah, that's
Skyler's playing.
Browns are going to put up on the ground and win.
Okay, so Tua won't be playing in this scenario.
Skyler's playing.
Skyler's playing in that game?
I could only hope Skyler's playing. I hope Skyler plays every fucking game moving forward. That's what I'm hoping for. Keep the dream alive, goddammit.
Thank God, we still got hope. We got a guy with an arm now.
No, well, that's what the Big O said, Culler. He said
that's probably where most of my hope is coming from, bro. I mean, the guy's got an arm. You know what I noticed in the last game?
He said Skyler got the best arm in the quarterback room. That's what the Big O said.
I'm glad I haven't said this with you around yet because I know you, of all people, will understand this because you're a semantics guy like myself, right? You know what I noticed in the last game? By about the third quarter, I think Tyler Huntley realized something. That he was going to have to figure it out on his own.
That's right.
And I think he started to.
That's why I'm with Lewis, and we need to get Tyler Huntley the fuck up out of here quick.
Why is he doing that? That's Matt Moore, goddammit. I don't need him on
TV. We better get his ass up out of here quick before he figures it out and starts winning some goddamn.
Let me explain to Crypto what I meant by starting to figure something out. I think he realized that Mike McDaniel's whole system and wrinkle and all that is predicated not on Tua per se, but a guy with a weaker arm. And he started to like throw in a way as if he was forcing his passes to be slower because he was being forced to throw the ball too early for his own comfort.
Well, is it not based on timing?
And he started Mr. Negative. He started to adjust that timing, and he was just flicking it out there with a wrist.
You know where? Hold on, real quick. I think where the timing.
Oh, he's getting it. He's getting it. Holy shit!
I think what's happened here is this, guys, is that the timing is really thrown off because Mike McDaniel is used to having tiny little quarterback run his shit. So 2 steps in a throw is in less than 2 seconds. When a fucking grown-ass, fucking real-ass fucking guy takes 2 steps and throws, it takes 2.5. And that 0.5 seconds, 0.6 seconds throws the entire kilter of everything off.
Yep. And so Tyler Huntley is basically like he's almost like it's just like he's saying, okay, I'm playing with a Nerf football now. You know what I mean? That's what it was like. It was like adjusting yourself to a Nerf football.
Yeah.
I could see it in the way he was throwing, bro.
If this team
I don't know,
loses,
man.
And he just started hitting crosser after crosser, and I'm like, all right,
if they
we
lose
can
on
work with this.
if they lose on Sunday, is it outrageous?
I'll
to
take
think
back everything I said if we look like trash on Sunday.
if they lose, do they keep Tua on the bench? Is Tua going to sit longer if they lose on Sunday?
No,
He's going to be back.
Tua will be
Tua's
in.
not gonna be on the bench.
They'll be right back on track too. He's coming in right away.
He's going to play versus
to try
Arizona.
to save the season and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna be hurrying him back. Like, oh, we need him back. We need him back.
Why wouldn't McDaniel say that? And he only said I expect him at some point during the season. He didn't say Arizona.
Yeah, he did say something back.
Because
He did say
they plan to do everything they can still. Remember what their first directive has always been negative, is to keep Tua's value up.
For what?
For any possibility.
Well, I don't think they're going to trade him. I don't think they're going to move off him. So I don't know. They just signed
the
overpay.
fact of the matter is that goes to Mr. Negative. I guess is trying to ask the question that I posed a couple weeks ago, right? Like the simple fact is, because I did hear McDaniel. McDaniel said he expects Tua to play sometime this season.
Right.
He didn't give a timetable.
That's a broad statement, right?
Arizona. The simple fact is, when all this happened, I came out and I said, I think the NFL steps in here because, yeah, they paid him. So maybe the Dolphins want Tua back on the field just because they paid him, they want him on the field. And that's fine. That could be a valid point, right? But who don't want Tua on the field is the NFL.
Correct.
Because, again, the NFL they're still paying out lawsuit money for concussions. You have the post.
Man.
I think you might have got a phone call.
Dolphins do want Tua to answer the question the way he answered. Oh, my expectation is to see him sometime this season. Is because the NFL is pushing back because they know he's eligible for return in a week and a half. Could that be a possibility? Could the Dolphins be in a power like struggle dynamic where the Dolphins are like, hey, NFL, we want this kid back out.
Well, I mean, if you think, see, I thought I was with you thinking that power struggle was going on from the jump. If you're thinking that it's still going on and that actually never stopped, then I couldn't disagree with you. I could imagine that wholeheartedly, especially given the movie script I just came up with in my head for the other thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I agree with you.
I think the Dolphins might want to put Tua back on the field, but I think the NFL is the one telling the Dolphins, no, we don't want him back on the field.
Yeah, I agree, Lewis. I mean, they put him on
That's why McDaniel made that statement, that brought up a statement.
I think Tua's playing the part of, I definitely still want to play and I'm good to go. It's just all these politics to possibly save a future as at least a backup or a quarterback one on a trash team. You know what I mean?
Well, Culler, it never made sense to put him on IR, especially when he's flying to Seattle like less than a week later.
And I'm glad we've gotten to this point. If you guys are interested in having this part of the conversation, because it's a part I haven't gotten to yet that I've been meaning to the past couple shows. This whole all of a sudden we're not sure that he's going to be back for Arizona is striking to me. Because even though McDaniel never officially said anything till now, and this is the first time he's actually said anything, nobody's going to convince me that the messaging from the building hasn't been clear that he's coming back for Arizona. And so I find it kind of striking that they're now changing direction on that and keeping up the idea that, wait a minute, for whatever reason, we may just keep him on the shelf longer.
When you're in concussion protocol,
because nobody's going to convince me that it's not keeping him on the shelf. Because look, protocol or not, okay, there's nobody going to say that he's that much of a special case that 6 weeks ain't enough. The guy's ready and able to play.
He even said he wanted to go back in during that Buffalo game.
Right. So any further delay, they can talk to me about seeing more specialists and giving it more time all they want. Okay? He's already cleared.
Well, yeah, I think we all know that, but again,
so the question then becomes,
put him on IR.
Right. So the question then becomes, why all of a sudden are we changing direction and keeping it up in the air as to how long we're going to keep him on the shelf longer? Because that's what we're doing, is keeping him on the shelf. And there could be 1,000 reasons why we're doing that, up to and including one suggestion that we're just being strategic against the Arizona Cardinals, which I think is stupid. And I don't think the Arizona Cardinals DC gives two shits who we put at quarterback.
These teams now know how to shut down Miami's offense. Whether they can or not is another question. They know the recipe. Do they have the ingredients to stop it?
Well, for the people that are coming out and saying that it's strategic, Culler, to your point about Arizona, what the fuck wouldn't you want him to come back for Arizona? Because the following week you go to Buffalo. If you don't start him in Arizona, you're damn sure not sending him to Buffalo to start.
You're not right. You want to knock the rust off in Arizona, or scratch him for Buffalo too. Right. You either knock the rust off in Arizona, or you scratch him for both.
And the thing for me, right, is when I look, all indications, and Mr. Negative touched on it, he flew to Seattle the following week after the concussion. They were saying he was fine. I mean, we all remember the day after him, Raheem Mostert and I think Jonnu Smith were in
Disney on Ice.
Disney on Ice. The Tua, I think, was fine. And again, people, when I bring this up, people always tell me that it's a conspiracy theory. Well, goddamn it, let me throw on my tinfoil hat then. The fact of the matter is, I don't think Mike McDaniel, Chris Greer, or the Dolphin organization had any plans on putting Tua on IR. I think the reason, and the sole reason, that Tua has been on IR for 4 weeks is because that was an NFL call.
The NFL encouraged it, we'll say.
well, if you want to say encouraged, I'm going to say forced.
Right.
The NFL told them, put this kid on IR because the NFL has been trying to convince the Miami Dolphins that not to play this kid anymore, because we always talk about what the bottom dollar is for the Miami Dolphins, right? Stephen Ross and the Dolphins seem like all they care about is money. Well, guess who Stephen Ross is an employee of, or whatever. He's an employer of the NFL. And guess what the NFL's bottom line is? Money. And again, Tua Tagovailoa to the Dolphins, right? To Stephen Ross. He's a money maker for Stephen Ross in the aspect of selling jerseys, being a friendly guy, kissing all the babies at interviews and shit like that. Tua's great for that. But as the bottom dollar for the NFL and what they're trying, the NFL hates paying concussions or having that lawsuit looming over their head. So again, Tua's good for business, maybe for the Dolphins. Tua's bad for business for the overall product of the NFL. And I don't think the NFL wants that kid nowhere near a football field.
And it's hard for me to disagree with that. I actually.
Why would the NFL
have the same belief?
He's bad for business because of what they're trying to portray. That's a safe game. They went through that whole. They made a movie about the
right. And I don't disagree at all. I don't disagree at all. So that leaves us where I mean, is that something the players you think might already know? And given that they've decided to do nothing about quarterback, that's like, I don't know. It just seems to me that.
Well, I guarantee that the owner of the Dolphins, Stephen Ross, and the league, and that they've had these discussions. I totally believe what Lewis is saying. It's not outrageous to think that that's a conspiracy. It's what's best.
Right. I also, here's the thing. I don't understand if most people would accept that.
Yeah.
Like the people that, especially the people that don't want to play again, the non-Dolphin fans that are actually genuinely concerned about his well-being, right? There's a whole large number of people like that, right? So it's not as if we couldn't be like, well, guys, we got screwed, and everybody would understand that we're quasi-tanking. So why all the secrecy?
So Culler, correct me if I'm wrong, right? And this goes on the whole Tua contract. So apparently he needs to finish the season healthy, where they can then, I guess, they don't have to guarantee certain monies or something, as long as he's like healthy at the end of the season. So when Mike McDaniel comes out and says, we're going to see, I'm hopeful to see him at some point. Well, is it outrageous to think that they'll make sure that Tua plays in the last couple games and then he's healthy, right? So then they can get out of the contract at the end of the season. They don't have to.
Fair enough. So do you think that maybe that Greer and everybody up above him, maybe even, do you think they're feeling a lot like I am, where they're just like, God, I really want to know, and just in case a guy like Huntley can at least be somewhat like a guy like Geno Smith? I mean, let's be real. 11 years in the league, nobody could have predicted Geno Smith getting it right.
Right. No.
And so I'm not going to be an idiot and all of a sudden think that Tyler Huntley could too. What I'm saying is, do you think in their mind that given what McDaniel believes about himself and the offense and all that being so quote unquote quarterback independent,
I will say
what I'm saying is, do you think that they're like, look, we got to see what happens with Tyler Huntley against the Colts?
Sure. Well, again, I think they have to
look, if something crazy happens and there's some kind of spark we can ride for some kind of actual tangible success this season, even if it screws over our draft positioning, it's enough to say, look, the team is there. The team is what it is. Now it doesn't matter what kind of resources we put out there to get a quarterback, because it's worth it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Again,
how are we to know that if we don't just let the guys fail?
Right. Okay, and let them fail. That's fine. Let Tua go out there. But again, they have how his contract.
I'm talking about without Tua.
Okay, fair enough. But again, they have to get past
if what you guys think about the team is true, then you'll get what you want. We will be the first overall pick. You see what I'm saying?
No, and I don't even care if they get the first overall pick. I even worry because the guy's making the picks.
I'm just saying that becomes an inevitability without even having to force it.
From their point of view, I would think it would be in their best interest to sit Tua as long as they can, make sure he's healthy by season's end. You don't want to have him go out and say game 8, right, and get re-injured, and then he's out for the year, right?
This is where I get forced to make a hyperbolic question that everybody thinks it makes me a fool. Okay, but I have to ask it.
Go ahead.
What happens if we go out and do and put up a Denver game Sunday against the Colts with Tyler Huntley?
Leave Huntley in there for Buffalo.
No, I'm just saying, where does that leave you regarding your feeling of the near future, at least?
If I am putting on my GM cap, right, the way they wrote the contract. Okay, so again, I'm again
for a friend.
Denver.
That would just mean that our hearts and prayers will go out to all the lost family members, because tragically the Indianapolis plane team fell out the sky and all of them died. So we have to give our hearts and prayers. That's what I would be thinking.
I like your answer, Crypto. That was matching my hyperbole.
Their first order of business, in my opinion, has to be: do they enact that little clause they put into his contract in the offseason? That's their first decision they need to make. They need to decide whether they're going to.
We know 70-20 is hyperbolic, but let's say we go out Sunday and 34-7. and we are just rolling all day.
and keep rolling with. That's why I think the Colts should have kept rolling.
I understand we keep rolling with that, but how does that make you feel going forward?
I don't. I only look for the logo color. I don't. Whatever's best for the team, and if it's best to sit to his ass on the bench, then sit his ass on the bench.
No, I'm not talking about the Tua dynamic.
Right.
Obviously, that would be over.
Okay. So
I'm talking about the we don't want to win no more ball games dynamic.
I'm not worried about any of that. I want this team to start making the right decisions.
It wouldn't give me any hope anyway because the Colts are trash.
Okay.
Like again, bro. Listen, this is a toilet bowl game. It's not like these are two contending teams in the AFC.
So would it be fair to say that even if Tua didn't get hurt against Buffalo, that you would have also been done with it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Bro. I know that about you, Lewis. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I know about you.
Yeah.
So,
the fact of the matter is, bro.
That's altogether different.
Yeah, because people keep telling
We're talking about Groundhog Day.
Right. So my question couldn't even apply to a person like you.
No, and
we could go out there and win 96-0, and it wouldn't change.
I was saying after week 1, Tua played like dog shit against Jacksonville. We were a punch out away from losing to Jacksonville, and Tua would have been a big part of that because he looked like dog shit against Jacksonville. Then he followed that up by looking like absolute dog shit against Buffalo. So these people that think that Tua's coming back to set the league on fire. What indication, and this is where I'll agree with Culler, Tua looked like in the last 4 or 5 games last season and the first 2 games of this season. So now it's not just these first 2 games. It's about 6 or 7 games where Tua and the offense that he leads have looked like dog shit. It's not a 2-game sample size. It's a 7-game sample size.
Right, it's larger now. The sample size is bigger now.
He's looked like dog shit.
Mike McDaniel.
It's not a one-off. It's more like a trend now.
Yeah, Mike McDaniel has he has no solutions for what's going on. He looks lost on the sidelines, whether it's with Tua or without Tua. He's been figured out.
I don't know where do we go from here. Do we try to get anything for Mostert at this point? How much be worth?
You might maybe a 7th. That's it.
They're gonna lure me in because you start talking Waddle. Yeah, let's see what we. I'd trade Waddle even if we weren't tanking.
Waddle, I think you can get another $1+ for him because he's young and his contract.
Waddle, what do we give a Waddle? I don't know. I think Waddle probably would go for a 2nd and a 3rd now.
I think he can still get a 1st because of his age and the
age. Yeah, he might still get a 1st.
That's crazy. I wasn't on board, but I would trade Waddle's ass too. I would trade him. I wasn't on board at first, but I'm willing to trade anybody. God damn it!
If the price is right, why not?
The sad part is, I see it on Waddle's face. Waddle don't want to be in this situation. He don't want to lose. I would be heartbroken to trade a guy like Waddle because he actually looks like he cares.
If it was one holdover, it would be probably him.
He got it.
Everybody. It'd be 52 people gone. If I had a choice of one holdover, he might be the one holdover.
Who's that?
Waddle.
He actually looks like a guy under pressure to perform.
I would say A-Chain. He plays hard, that guy, A-Chain.
If I had to leave one holdover, he might be the candidate.
Waddle just gets hurt too often for my liking. Like he gets mad.
Right, and that might make me move off of him.
Like Waddle actually says the quiet part out loud. Like, what the hell is going on? I admire him for that. It'd be sad to see him go.
He's got to clean up the drops too.
We could probably get as much for him than we can for Tyreek. The Tyreek numbers ain't there, so his stock is quietly dropping too.
Well, there's the age thing too. Because Waddle.
That's why we need to probably trade Tyreek first. Boy, his stock really just tanks.
I gotta say though, as much as I rip on Chris Greer, though, I can't sit here and say I want him making those trades because I just don't trust the man anymore. They got to get rid of the GM first and let the new GM then sell off the assets. I got to be keeping.
Well, Utah fan, what do you mean you don't think you thank God that we're not in charge? Well, you're thanking God that they're in charge because what has that gotten us? The current situation. Thank God that we're not in charge.
What have they done, Utah, to prove that they're
right? You should be thanking him. You should be thanking him that we should be in charge.
Most things I said up to this point have come
All
to
four of us up here could come up with a better plan.
You guys are
As of now.
Charles Barkley, TRBL Turble. That's what you guys are. Turble.
What Chris Greer has done to this point hasn't worked, and that's a fact. The results do not lie. And I know he doesn't catch passes. I know he doesn't throw the ball, but he's bringing players that
anybody measuring him for a helmet yet? What is his 40 time?
It's funny though. They go talking about the safety because I saw a grading system where Elliott and Jones were both like rated in the top 5. Jordan Poyer rates 122. And that's and I was told Jordan Poyer was an upgrade.
Look at this. We got exactly what I was expecting for Thursday. If you guys want to watch a little fresh,
I agree. We get a guy who's a dog or used to be a dog.
No. I'm saying we got exactly what I expected for Thursday. If you guys want a little fresh meat to chomp on, 34 minutes ago, posted on YouTube, our lovely coordinators have spoken at the podium. Yeah, Frank Smith, Anthony Weaver, Danny Crossman, Butch Berry, and
Frank Smith, the guy who doesn't call plays, but he's the
OC, and Mitchell Arroyo.
It's funny that Jared Goff has as many touchdown passes as Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill combined. Isn't that like one? Isn't that a fact?
Well, Milton had Milton had 18 touchdowns the other day in South Florida.
Jared Goff does have more receiving, just tied the amount of receiving touchdown. And not only that, Amon-Ra St. Brown has a better quarterback rating than any quarterback on our roster. How about that?
Oh, maybe we can trade for them.
There you go. Their star wideout has a better QBR than our actual quarterback.
So, I wouldn't mind listening to Anthony Weaver speak, because that man's a real coach. I don't think we have to look very far for our next head coach if that ends up happening. Not this guy. This guy's a buffoon. Speaking of the buffoonery, Mr. Negative, how about a little Thursday afternoon buffoonery?
Let it play, Culler.
Just getting the feeling tight ends pretty much most every game. What's led to that this year, that shift in playing time toward him?
I think a lot of it was in training camp. A lot of things he was doing really well, and he's a young player. Still,
I think I already figured it out with Frank Smith. I mean, if you're on offense with this team and this guy comes up to you and you're like, you kind of missing your technique a little bit, you know what I mean? Maybe you needed to cut your route a little harder, whatever. This guy's.
I will say
I'm
something.
Gonna need you to. I'm gonna need you to see what I'm gonna need you to do is I'm gonna need you to put your hand in the dirt a little deeper, and I need you to like move over a little more to the left about 3 inches when you're beating the guy's face in.
Well, at least you can form sentences.
Michael K, what do you mean? That's quite the comb over, Michael K.
Hey, easy, Michael K. Easy on the comb over talk. I'm gonna have to go shave my head again.
As we see it ascending, and there's I know with him right now, he's very conscious of certain areas he needs to improve on, and those are things last week, that we really worked on, and we saw improvement. So the big thing that we love about Julian is his focus, how important this is to him, And, being an inline blocker isn't easy in the NFL. You know what I mean? So just with us, it goes as a culmination of things. And, we're looking to build upon what we did well last week and continue it.
Is that I think that's the new coach speak for he's not good at it. Is it's hard to block in the NFL, or it's hard to catch the ball in the NFL, or it's hard to win in the NFL, or it's like all the same thing. We suck. It's like you can't just say
It's
well,
hard to be a fan of the NFL.
yeah, it's really hard to be a tight end in the NFL. No
It's
kidding.
It's hard for me to watch this coaching staff fail.
And this week for Cindy.
What was the difference that you saw in the run game efficiency against the Patriots? Was it opponent based or was it more execution?
It was a little bit of both. So we saw with the attack that we were able to do some things that I think would allow us collectively to really focus on a couple areas of our fundamentals and really attack that part of the game plan. And a credit to the guys, they really worked on it during the week with their fundamentals and how they're going to do it. And especially a division opponent on the road and where we're at, it was an area that we thought, hey, if we do this, we can really shift the attack, into like all things with the run game. You always want as an offense to be balanced in your attack, and then the way the game goes, you might run a little bit more, throw a little more the way it goes back and forth. So really everything went into what we kind of thought they were going to play, how we were going to focus between the core blockers, the backs, the receivers, how it was all going to be connected. And, I think it was really credit to the guys of their execution allowed us to be really effective in the run game for New England.
How big was it to get Johnny Smith?
So in other words, execution. Like all of that stuff he said didn't matter none if they didn't execute it.
Well, no, but they executed the run game against Buffalo, 145 yards on the ground, and they lost by 21. So I mean,
right.
I mean, right. Whatever fits these coaches' narratives, right? It's whatever.
Yeah. But bottom line though is all of what he said still was predicated on execution. You can say it's bold, and all that.
Yeah.
But all the way he said that they practiced and all that mattered not if they didn't execute it.
Right. Yeah, no, they didn't execute in the Buffalo game. They executed to a degree in the New England game. So it resulted in a W. Yeah.
Right.
It was great because once he gets the ball in his hands, he's very, very much effective down the field. So I think that's just something as we're looking at ourselves, and especially over the bye week, areas that we can really improve and help ourselves.
Well,
and it's just making sure that overall utilizing all of our guys to be involved in the passing game and utilizing all of our guys in different areas of the run game as well in different capacities.
I wonder if they asked Siri or Grok, like, you know what I mean? Like, hey, where can the Miami Dolphins improve? That was like probably information overload.
Yeah, they just won't go down that road, Culler. I mean,
Right. They asked the computer, tell us where the Dolphins can get better, and the computer spit out a barrel full of fish.
And who's doing the computer programming in the Miami Dolphins facility? Right. Get the answer you want, and there you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Question about OBJ. We hear different players, quarterbacks and receivers talk about how intricate this offense is, the shifts, the motions, the timing. How is it?
Hey, maybe we should just use the hurricane spaghetti models from the National Weather Service and stamp them on a playbook and be like, there you go, just run that shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, right, it couldn't be any worse. So,
realistic that a veteran such as OBJ can be an immediate impact guy, or do you kind of phase him in a little bit?
I mean, it's kind of what are you looking to do? And then when you're looking at the defense, what areas can your personnel lead you to, advantages in matchups? And
Andy Reid would have kicked that guy out of the building for asking that question, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No,
advantages in run games. So I don't think you necessarily go, okay, you assume he's going to be able to take it all in at once. I mean, that's not fair to anyone. So I think ultimately we look at
Andy Reid would have been like, Who do you think we are? The Miami Dolphins?
Of, all right, who's the defense? How are we going to attack them? All right, with our deployment of the people, what's the best way to work matchups? And I think that's kind of overall what we always try to go with. So like each week is different, but the more you're here, the more you get involved, the more things, you can pick up on all the things that, guys who've been here for 3 years know. But I think each week we look at ways to attack the defense and we use our people. So we're excited to continue his growth in this next week.
We saw what an improvement it could be for Snoop going from start 1 to start 2 with a week. How much did this bye week in 2 weeks now before his next start help all you guys get him prepared?
I think it was really good for everyone, not alone him. Like, yeah, it does the familiarity with certain things, with how guys play live and the communication he's having as he's working with the guys. But I think, when the season doesn't start out the way you were anticipating, what do? You can either go into panic or disarray, or you really focus on, okay, what have we done well and how do we really build upon that and then work and utilize our guys to get better. So I think that
I know what you do. You start thinking about next year.
Yeah, well, I think that discussion definitely has
really
to
what
be
last
had.
week allowed us to do is to really focus on ourselves, Stoop included. But I think really for us, it was getting back to some basic principles and making sure we execute them better. And then that's the challenge now this week.
There's that word again.
What did we learn from last week? Areas we've grown, and now being able to do it again on the road up in Indianapolis.
Cool. Provided that Devon can play on Sunday, I believe it'd be the first time you have him, Raheem, and Jalen active since the opener when Raheem got hurt and exited that game. What would the impact be on the offense of having all three of those backs available for you guys?
It'd be great. I mean, guys are going through their process to return.
I don't know, Travis. What do you think?
In the game, so I mean, we follow medical for all that, but I mean, ultimately, when we get back to full health someday with our guys, I mean, it'll be a fun opportunity to really use our personnel to attack the defense.
Hey, Coach, how do you think it would be if you had an extra superstar on your team this week? I don't know.
Attack things.
Right.
Defense in different ways.
Frank, a question about Indy. Quentin Nelson, impactful player. What can a guard do for a team, and what does he do for that offense?
There we go again.
God, really?
God, man. Our media team is the worst, dude.
Well, Culler, I can't wait to hear his answer because he is a O-line coach. That's where he got his start from. So let's see what he has to say.
Okay. Yeah. But it's the way he asked was so like obtuse, man. Like,
Well, it's also taken it's kind of taken a shot at the Dolphins' philosophy of not building the interior of the line.
right. The problem with all that, though, Mr. Negative, is that's actually changed, and I've been screaming it from the rooftop, and nobody wants to hear me. That we actually don't have a bad offensive line this year.
Well, if you go by the
our
numbers,
problem is
that
our
is
execution,
true.
man.
Yeah, the execution isn't there.
At key positions. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, someone has to take the fall, and it's going to be – we all knew at the start of the year, before the start of the year, right? If things were to fail, the offensive line was getting blamed. We all knew that.
I mean, if they were even half as bad as they've been,
Right.
I would say fair enough. You know what I mean?
Right.
But they've actually been pretty dang good in relative. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
numbers. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
And that bears out. That bears out also not just in win rates, but also pressure rate on the quarterback.
Right.
Which, by the way, has gone down from the first start for Skyler was at 45.8%.
Right.
We put a lot on Skyler, but we forget to blame the O-line just like we do with Tua for him for some reason. Tua's was 11% before he got hurt.
Yeah, there's plays to be made there.
Really quick. Let me just hammer this home. Okay. Tua's was 11%. He gets hurt. Skyler comes in. It goes up to 45%. Now, I would agree that some of that is on the quarterback. Sure. Not all of it. Okay. Then Tyler Huntley comes in, loses a game. That game, he was under 25% pressure. Already improved. Last week against the Patriots, or last game against the Patriots, he was at 13%.
Okay.
So the offensive line has already adjusted now and gotten back to where they were
with Tua.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's guards in general. I mean, they help you control the front edge of the pocket, obviously in the passing game. Obviously, they're point of attack blockers in the run game. Whatever scheme you utilize, obviously there's a different emphasis to the way they impact the blocking. My time in New Orleans, we had Carl Nix and Jari Evans, who at the time were about as good as it gets. And we were heavy inside zone and gap schemes because of the way they could displace the line of scrimmage and the way they could set the front edge of the pocket for Drew. We built from there. So I think it's ultimately, who do you have? What do they do well? And how are you going to utilize your people? So with what they do, obviously he's a very good player for their system. And ultimately, I think it's when you're building a line, you're always looking at, the matchups and how you can do different schemes. And like for us, we do a bunch of variations of different things that allow our guys to be in positions to be successful.
Colts on the second worst run defense in the league, without giving up too much of the game plan. How important will that running back room be on Sunday?
I think it's, when you look at all defenses, whether it's statistically they're doing some, statistically it says they're poor, or they're doing something.
Is there some place they go to learn these questions, bro?
I don't know. I'm listening to this Culler. The questions are, I don't even understand. The questions are asking. I mean, there are such obvious answers. Quentin Nelson, of course, that's going to make my line more dynamic. The guy is he's a stud. You're telling me, what's going to be the difference between him and Liam Eichenberg? And then Frank Smith knows the answer. We all know the answer. Of course, it's going to be, light years ahead of what we're getting right now.
Right.
And Frank Smith just is up there. It's
right. Your opponent is trash on run defense.
What do you guys?
How do you think you might utilize your run game to exploit that without asking you to give up the game plan?
Well, we're going to fool them. We're going to come out passing.
Right. Hey, I know.
See, I don't. How much is Frank Smith even involved in?
The quarterback takes the ball from center. Okay, after he says hike enough times.
Yeah.
Okay, he takes the ball from center. He starts to make a motion towards the guys behind him. He sticks out the ball so that they can then take it from his hands.
Yeah.
And then they can look at the line of scrimmage and say, "Oh wow, there's an opening that will fit my body." And they try to run through that.
And the guys up front will try and create a hole, even bigger than their body is. Yeah.
Well, I think it ultimately comes down to
these are total. It's egg shaped. It's got white laces, and it's made of leather. Coach, can you give me one example of what might fit that description?
Well, in Culler, I might take Frank Smith more seriously if he actually did call plays. I never see him on Sunday. You know how you always see the OC or the DC on Sundays, right? They'll pan over to those guys and they'll, to what they're kind of thinking or doing, or, chatting into their headset with the play sheet covered over the mic and whatnot. I don't even think I've ever seen. I don't even know what Frank Smith looked like before seeing this press conference.
Right. And that's the thing. So he's basically up there just to be a mouthpiece for the players when they ask about obvious questions, right? Because
Frank, what's your game plan? I don't know. I don't call the plays. I really know. You have to ask Mike McDaniel what the game plan.
Or hey, do you ever say into Mike McDaniel's ear when you think it's obvious we should run right here? Do you ever give your opinion to Mike in the headset during the game?
Yeah,
that's the kind of question they need to be asking this guy.
They don't. The Miami media just doesn't ask tough questions, son.
That's a tough question, but it's only born out of the fact that they prop this buffoon up for this very purpose.
Right.
So I would have no obligation to respect their don't give us hardball questions if you're going to put up a guy like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At least ask him about whatever. Find out what he's. how are we supposed to know what to ask him if we don't even know what his job role is?
Right. Well, exactly.
Is he responsible for personnel? In other words, if Mike McDaniel calls X, Y, right, Z, flip, wiggle, whatever, is he the one that says, okay, Achan, you go in there and run it?
I really think his role is what Joe Philbin was in Green Bay. You know, Green Bay had Mike McCarthy calling plays. Aaron Rodgers was audibling on the field, basically running the offense. Joe Philbin was there. I don't know what Joe Philbin's role was, but yet he hired him as a head coach. So, hey, you know what? Maybe Frank Smith has got a head coaching job in his future. I don't know.
I mean, is it, hey, I just teach the guys, I just coach them on the field, I coordinate during practice to make sure everybody is organized.
Maybe
I draw up the roster for coach. I don't know. I organize his playbook.
Maybe he goes and gets coffee for Mike McDaniel. I don't know.
If we just go based on the raw title of the job, offensive coordinator, he would be coordinating something, right?
Yeah, he would be calling plays. That, to me, is what the media.
Well, I don't even know if calling him directly is necessarily has to be involved in coordinating. You could be coordinating everybody's lunch.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, at least in San Fran, right? At least in San Fran, Mike McDaniel had the title of run game coordinator or play designer, right? He was an assistant.
Right.
Yeah,
Which means he was probably responsible for saying, hey, I'm coordinating so that when the coach calls this run play I designed, I want to make sure that he puts Mostert in this spot and Wilson in this spot and Debo in this spot. You know what I mean?
Right. Like you could give Frank Smith the job title of he coordinates Wednesday's lunch. You know, I don't really
Right. What is he exactly coordinating? So we know what to ask him.
Right,
Hey, if it's personnel. Oh, did you think it was wise to put Achan in on a 3rd and 1 as a single back?
Right, exactly. You know, you're spot on. You're spot on.
So, real quick, guys, I just want to point out to everybody who's watching, because I know we have loyal fans, hit the like button. If these loyal fans can understand the whole principle behind the tailgate, behind the Fins tailgate, we need your guys' help to share the show. We need your guys' help to broaden the reach. We need you guys to share, tell people about it, get them to come here. So one day we can afford to have someone in that fucking room asking real fucking questions and not these softball dumbass questions that these guys have to fucking ask because their newspapers want to stay in good with the Dolphins. Okay? I've already looked into it. I've already looked into Media Pass, purchasing it, what it would cost, and then I haven't gone into the nitty-gritty on the detail to have someone do it, write the articles. We're talking tens of thousands of dollars to get it done properly, right? But if one day this freaking organization can afford to have that, that's when things are going to change. Because right now, we have people that are working, and some are, listen, I like our beat writers, right? I don't dislike them. First of all, Alan Pupar is my favorite of all of them. I don't care what anybody says. Alan Pupar is my favorite of all of them.
Guys, they're just asking really dumb questions.
Well, here's the deal, right? Like, sometimes they're zigging.
Again, real quick, Cap. Again, what else are they supposed to ask when we don't even know what this guy's job role is?
Well, again, that's the type of
not even their fault.
But that's what the Dolphins want. They want guys up on the podium who are not going to have to experience hard questions. And the media guys, they've already probably been told, hey, you ask hard. I'll use Omar as an example, right? Omar, when he was with the Sun Sentinel, he would absolutely just go off on the Dolphins, right? Then he left the Sun Sentinel. He got let go or whatever. Now at the Miami Herald, it's a whole new Omar. That's my perception.
Listen, when Omar recently wasn't with the Sun Sentinel and was just a free agent,
right,
doing all his own stuff, he was the best he's ever been.
Exactly.
The best he's ever been. He wasn't beholden to no one. And he asked the hardest questions, and he was the most colorful freaking commentator and critic of this team.
Yep.
And then now that he's back at the Herald, he's back in the box, back asking the questions that the Herald wants to write puff piece articles to keep good with the Dolphins.
Exactly.
If you guys want this team to change, it's gonna take y'all changing it, and it's gonna take y'all having representation for us, by us, for us. Okay, it's Fila up in this bitch, except it's TFTG. Okay.
Well, Cap, that's why I subscribe to you guys. That's why I listen to you guys, because you guys don't hold back, and that's what I love. You're giving me the straight news. You're not trying to sugarcoat. You're not trying to paint some lovely, like happy-go-lucky type picture.
I'm giving it real, dog. I'm giving it real. But
real, and that's why I subscribe to you guys. That's why I come on your platforms and in those spaces. That's why I'm there, because you guys will give me the news that I want to hear, that I need to hear. It's the straight truth. I don't want to be lied to, and that's what the Dolphin organization does to me and the beat writers. With the exception of, I say, Alan Poupart. The rest of them, sorry, I just feel like I'm being lied to. That's how I feel.
So I find it funny, right? Because to me, when the team's doing good and on the high, the beat writers are writing the woe is me or look out for this type stuff. When they're doing terrible and it's a shit show, it's all, come on, guys.
Yep.
It's this zig and zag nonsense. And I get it, right? Fine. They have jobs. They have their own bosses that they have to answer to, while also having to want to stay in the good graces with the team and whatnot. And I got it. I'm just saying, if you guys want any change, it's going to come from us changing it, and you're going to need representation that is an embodiment of the change we desire. Because it looks to me like it's full on collusion from the guy, the parking attendant, to the fucking owner of the thing, to the beat writers that write about it. It's like full on collusion for mediocrity and just selling hype, ad space.
They're gonna have to pay me to shut me up, dude.
Color, the money they'd have to pay me would be so astronomically high.
Shut up for $1 million.
Nah, it's gonna take more than that, bro. It's gonna take so much, because for me personally, if and when we get to the point where we're at that, it's enough money to survive. I want to survive and win a Super Bowl. Okay? Now, if you're going to tell me I'm going to thrive by me and all the guys who are associated with it, we're on our own fucking yacht now. All right, maybe we can figure it out. But, again, look, fuck them, bro. Fuck these motherfuckers.
I'd still shut up for $1 million, in case there's any millionaire tunaires out there, want me to shut up.
They're not going to shut up. No, they're not.
The backs being connected with the linemen and understanding how we're trying to attack the defense through different schemes, being connected to the blocking allows them to be able to know where they can anticipate through their aiming points where the reads will be. So I think just
real quick,
whenever
Culler,
you're facing any defense in the league, because
Mr. Finisher, pointing out my point exactly. The Green Bay Packers fans own the team. And look at how that organization, through its entirety, has been relevant and cranking out. Listen, and I'm not a believer in Jordan Love, but if he ultimately works out and in the next 10 years wins him a Super Bowl, it'll be another feather in the fucking cap that they've always been correct.
Seems like they're like the Bengals under Marvin Lewis. Seems like they're a perennial 11-win team, and that's it.
Yeah, 11-win team that's always either winning their division or almost winning their division in the playoffs every year.
Yeah,
every decade. They win one.
Because they enjoy what we all beg for, a shitty division, okay, and all kinds of other things that we all say we don't need to win.
Every 12 years, they've won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I know.
I've watched the Packers win, I think, 3 Super Bowls in my life? 2?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just every
Not
generation
lately.
they're winning. Doesn't matter, Color. I could have seen it with my eyes and been above ground.
Well, it's
The
because
watching this
it's because it takes 500 years for a company owned by people to make any change. That's why it's like not really that great an idea when you think about
I don't know about all that, Culler. I really don't. I don't know about all that.
You think it's hard to get rid of Stephen Ross? How about a bunch of shareholders
I don't know, man. Again,
that are voting for Tua? You know,
I don't know.
It could be worse that way. Is all I'm saying.
It could, but again, I don't necessarily need to own the team as a fan. I just want to know that the fans actually control it, and not just the fans, but the right fans. Not the fans are controlled by the organization with their propaganda and their bullshit. That's what I'm tired of, bro. That's what I'm tired of.
Well, yeah, that's all well and good if you have a vote. If you're a shareholder and have a vote.
Culler, I don't want to have a vote, and I don't want to own a share. You know what I want?
No, what I mean is
I
if you got a bunch
want
of
the organization. Hold on, Culler. I want the organization to be fearful of the fans' scorn.
I understand, but it will only be fearful of the shareholders. What if the shareholders can't get an over 51% majority to get rid of the GM or whoever's not producing?
Culler, I'm off the fans owning it and shareholders owning it. I'm off it.
All right.
I want whomever is running shit to be afraid of us. Not us, not losing our money, but us holding their feet to the fire.
Well, I don't know how that's possible, man.
I tell you how it's possible. When the Fins Tailgate Network has the numbers, that's when it's possible.
Well,
because I'm telling you right now, when the Fins Tailgate Network has the numbers, we are setting up in the parking lot in a full show of force, demanding resolution. Power to the people, Culler.
Then we're gonna follow them around to everywhere else, like.
Yep, they'll go to the restaurant. There we are.
Like
they
Detroit
go to
Stadium and
yep.
Michigan Stadium and
Yep. They're
and
going
New York.
home. There we are. Wait for them. They show up to fucking MetLife Stadium. There we are. They're gonna practice. They're gonna do a joint practice in Washington. There we are.
I don't know where all those rich people have sandwiches in Boston.
Utah fan on X saying they don't care what the fans think or say. And that's because they have us too divisive amongst each other to do anything and say about it. That's why. They will care what we got to say when we have unity. And I don't think we're going to have enough unity until we have a good leadership council. And I'm sorry, but I'm voting us. That's it. I'm voting us. I vote us.
And I won't stand there in a nondescript sweater blowing sunshine up your ass.
You know why I vote us? Because I know that I have enough guys on this team and people that I know that I can talk to enough motherfuckers that can talk to enough other motherfuckers to get it right.
I'll admit, I'll blow sunshine up your ass, but I'm not going to stand there in a nondescript sweater doing it.
So the Green Bay Packers, have 537,460 stockholders who collectively own an estimated 5.2 million shares of stock.
Mate, can you imagine how it is to make a decision in that freaking organization?
So Mark Murphy is the chairman, right? There's a board of directors, and Mark Murphy is the chairman of the board.
That's the guy the shareholders vote on ultimately. Right?
Yeah. So again, the shareholders will all vote on the board of directors, I'm sure, whenever that vote comes.
So they basically vote for a guy that acts as Stephen Ross, as the owner.
Right. Yeah. That'd be like Mark Murphy, right? He's the chairman, so he's going to make the decisions.
They vote on the acting head of state. That's right.
Yeah,
right. Which would be the voice of the owner. Right.
Yeah. He'll hire the GM and then so forth and so on. So, I mean, it does work with Green Bay, but they're a unique kind of situation. The NFL will never allow this sort of situation to occur. I think Green Bay gets a special exception there. But
here's the thing.
I'd be all
you know what Green Bay fans all have in common, those shareholders? Most importantly to them is winning football. Not Hype, not sales, not I need a racetrack at my fucking football field. None of that other bullshit.
Yep. No, listen,
See,
Cat.
now here's how you're talking. If you're talking about, yo, get them donations up, people, because we could, we need money for that, and that's something that could be done right there. Putting ads up, like renting a billboard,
Well, all we needed was $800 million to fucking get 10% Color. Jesus.
No, but an
So-
ad. I mean, y'all start getting the donies up, man, and we'll put out billboards out there. Toss Boss Ross, stuff like that.
I mean, look, I don't know. Again, the problem with it is that we could never get enough money or enough people in fandom. Well, maybe we could. We are in Miami, but it'd be futile for us to buy enough of this team to control it. So listen, it's just like nobody in America's got enough money to control it, yet the people run it. Now there's not unity amongst the people, so half the time you're not happy with who's running it, but that is what it is. The point of it is that if we can get a large enough sample size here at the Fins tailgate to create a big enough stance to defeat any and all opposition, then it will be our voices heard here over everyone else's on what this team should do.
Well, we're going to have to get non-Dolphin fans and people that don't even know football to help with our plight, because we're going to need like 3 times the number of people that can fit in the stadium to have that kind of power. That would be 200 and something thousand subscribers at least.
That's what I was thinking too, Color. I had said my original
So we're going to have to go after non-football people to help us too. You know what I mean?
My original assessment was it was going to take 75,000 subscribers. I've now reassessed it to over 125,000.
You know what?
To
Let's
150.
Let's get the red pillars on this. They could drum up 250,000 people to help us in our plight, man.
I don't know what we need, Color, but we need something. And again, it's gonna ultimately come down to us having enough numbers that they can't drown us out.
Or maybe we'll get the Me Too people to help us out. That's easily 250,000 people.
Fuck, I need the knitting community behind me, Color.
The knitting community, yeah, definitely. We could get the woke mob too. The woke mob might be more effective.
Give me the radical right, the radical left. Give me them all. I don't care.
Exactly.
If they bleed aqua and orange, I don't give a shit.
If you're radical, help us out.
Yeah. If you're a fucking radical, you want to topple some statues or burn fucking some building to the ground. I need
Miami
you.
Dolphins extremists.
That's it. Yeah. I need the extreme aqua and orange. That's what I need.
Yeah.
That's it. That's what needs to happen.
I like what Pretty Boy had to say there in the chat. That happened.
I mean, that
will unite. That will get rid of the 2 in ears. They'll go back to Alabama and root for Milrow, or
they'll go back to Alabama, put Milrow on their shoulders, and carry him right back here, bro. You know it.
No more Alabama quarterbacks. You gotta, again, the Pretty Boy is the right spot on. Start right there, and then this fan base can maybe heal. The true blue Dolphin fans.
Hey, maybe James Hetfield was right.Maybe we should draft Shadir so that way the Colorado fans will just leave us the hell alone.
James Hetfield, the fucking lead singer of fucking Metallica, said that?
Yeah. Well, no, he said that he was living in Berkeley area, right, in California. And he said he had to move because the liberals in Colorado at least understood that he was the type of hunter that just took an animal and used and consumed the whole thing and all that. You know what I mean? To feed his family and to make clothes out of, like, to use the animal, you know what I mean, in its entirety. And he said the Colorado liberals let him do that. They let him have his own business. They don't mob his house because he's doing that. Where the ones in California don't even want him to take that animal.
Well, I'm
So
sorry.
He was basically saying the Colorado liberals leave you the hell alone.
James Hetfield's got a fucking private jet. He can fly to wherever he wants and kill whatever he wants, and no one can do shit about it. I don't care about him.
Apparently, they were mobbing his house in California over it.
Well, I mean, I don't want to go down that road, Color. Fuck him. How about that?
He was just illustrating the difference between people in Colorado and those in California. Is what I was saying.
Yeah, I would say they've got their own problems.
The Coloradan Shadir fans will leave us alone, hopefully.
I side with Floridians and those who think like Floridians, and that's it. Everyone else could go fuck themselves. To me,
you're a
again,
Floridianist.
That's right. I'm a fucking
you're a Floridianist.
Floridian supremacist, maybe, I guess. I don't know. A Florida supremacist, flow supremacist. I don't know. We'll workshop that. I don't know. We'll workshop that later.
I know what I'm not. I'm not a Frank Smithist.
Look, Frank Smith ain't the fucking problem around here. He's just another fucking guy that has his head available for chopping off and blame somebody for fucking failure. That's all he is. Okay. Again, to me, we aren't going to solve any problems until we solve the problem in our own fucking backyard, and that's the fan base. We got to solve this fan base, and right now the iron is hot.
And the solution to that, Cap? What's the solution to fixing the fan base?
I mean, I have a good idea. Like, I was thinking about just going to the game and just decking everybody that I think is the problem.
Proscriptions? I don't know. What is there?
That's a lot of things you have to throw.
It's okay. That's all right, Mr. Negative. I think once I hit like six or seven, and
the rest will get in line.
That's right. They're like, well, fuck this guy. You know, I'm gonna go old school.
Hey,
old school Neanderthal on it.
Yeah, we're like Anthony Octavian and Lepidus right now. We're like writing the proscription list.
Yes, writing the proscription list.
Hey, what about Judy's father? Oh, I kind of like Judy's father. Yeah, but I'll give you Judy's father for Susie's nephew. How about that? Okay.
Exactly, Color. These are the problems we need to solve.
I mean, they literally sat there and did all this back then. They're like, yo, how about Jim? No, I like Jim. Well, what about Timothy? Oh, no, Timothy. Nope, I like him too. But you know who I really don't like is Bob. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll give you Bob if you give me Timothy. But I'm going to have to take Esmeralda, too.
I'm still trying to picture Cap going around the stadium just clocking guys, and then everyone else gets it.
Like, oh, fuck, this guy's on a
I would pay to see that. That'd be great.
The little kid in the Tua shirt, you know? Like,
oh, yeah. What do you get that girl in that Tua shirt? You better take
that fucking shirt off right now. I'll beat your daddy up.
Yeah. Your dad never spanked you? Here, take that clock.
Cap, you need to wear, like, you got to have that avatar. You got to have that emblem on your T-shirt when you're doing this. You know,
the executioner.
Yeah, the executioner. You got to. People really get in line. Then
by the way, YouTube, we are not calling for actual violence. We
are not. No, we are not.
This is complete satire.
Yeah.
Y'all speak for your goddamn selves. I'm fucking calling for it, YouTube. Fuck 'em.
I'm not advocating for it.
Nope. And then by the time I get into that media room, they'll be like, oh, fuck, here comes the big dick Chris walking up in his bitch. Don't want to get your teeth knocked out. Fucking watch out. He gets the first and last question.
Yeah, YouTube's like, yeah, well, they didn't clip the satire disclaimer, Color. Sorry.
Yeah.
Damn. So first off, Ross needs to go. The root of the problem is him.
No. I want Ross to stay. But I want to have control over it. That's all. He can stay for all. I'll just say, look, Ross, you're going to win so much more with a team that actually has grit winning Super Bowls, buddy. I promise.
What we need, maybe we do need his daughter around because, you know,
I'll marry the daughter. That's
Well,
what I'm
think
gonna do,
about it
boys.
though. Think
I'm gonna
about it.
marry the daughter.
When a dude gets to be his age, right? There's only one person that can tell him to shut the fuck up and listen, and that's usually their daughter. You know what I mean? Like the daughter
Hey,
would
real
be
quick.
like, "Yo, Dad, go the fuck home and shut up. Go back to sleep. I
Real
got
quick,
this."
is Stephen Ross senile and he's not running the show anymore and it's run by the inmates?
No, I don't know about that, but because
Yeah, I
he
don't know
seemed
either.
pretty, he seemed pretty spry the last time I saw him. I don't know. But
Who
that's
knows
my
what kind of
point. Is
medical
that,
fucking shit he's
but
got?
that's my point.
Oh,
That's
for
my
sure.
point. Sometimes it's the dude's daughter that'll be like behind the scenes, be like, "Shut the fuck up, Dad, and just go the fuck away." You know what I mean?
Pretty boy is endearing himself to the Tua nation in the chat.
Well, I mean, look, again,
Oh, he wears socks to bed. I wear socks to bed, pretty boy. It's cold, man.
not me, bro. I gotta take my socks off, bro. I got to. I
I
can't.
want my feet dangling out the end of the
Can't do
blanket
it.
and then freezing my ass. I keep my shit on 76, man. It's cold around here.
Yeah. Again, we gotta get it done, boys. We gotta get it done.
Mr. Negative's like, damn, Culler, you're already running the heat.
Caller, listen, I
no, that's my AC, bro.
Yeah, you know what? I never even think I know my folks, they winter down in Florida in the Tampa area, Clearwater, and they put the heat on. Like they need it on. I get it for them. They're used to this Canadian weather, right? We get here. But I don't know.
Where are they at?
The heat down in Florida. I don't think it's hot enough, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. You guys, I guess it gets down.
Yo, 40 degrees is 40 degrees.
Oh yeah,
That's the way it is, man.
I never think it gets down to those temperatures. So that's.
I mean, even 50, bro, is pretty cold when you ain't got some kind of heat circulating.
Oh,
you know
Color. I have the heat on when it's like in the 60s here, so I understand. I just don't think it gets that cold in Florida. So that's just me.
Well, it does, but generally not only during certain months.
Okay, fair enough. That's fair.
And the thing of it is, what confuses people is those same months it could also be 90.
Right. Yeah, the switches like
sometimes in the same day.
Yeah, the weather's real erratic these days. So
Arizona's like that too, man. It gets pretty chilly at night there near the desert too, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Even in the summer.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Anyway, so let's see what Mr. Smith has to say. I wonder if he calls his wife Mrs. Smith.
I mean, every week is challenging in its own right. Even if someone statistically isn't doing well, it's the challenge of the execution to make sure we're all connected, because ultimately you don't want the running backs have to do it all on their own. You know, where it's like guys are on block, they're just making people miss. It's like you want to make sure that everyone's in phase. That way we're able to connect and hit the pockets of the defense that we're anticipating.
To that point, has the thought of incorporating Snoop into designed runs been brought up at all over the bye week, having an extra week for this game?
Yeah, I mean, we waited.
Holy fuck, a really good question.
It's just going, for us, it's more of what is the defense like? How do they try and defend the run? Like, okay, where's the areas you can create advantages for yourself? So it's like normally each week it's all right. Where are the areas that we think we can get a matchup or we can get an angle or something to that extent? So. Each week we evaluate it, and it's basically always comes down to what is the defense percent and how can we challenge them, when we're deciding which stuff to do.
Yeah, and I agree it's a good question. I just hate his answer. Like, why is it that we have to design something? Nobody was ever even thinking, oh, the guy can run, so let's immediately design something. Of course, the defense is going to think that too. We're talking about, yo, get your ass out of the pocket. And if shit breaks down and you got nothing but green grass in front of you, run. That's what we're talking about. They got to be so regimented with everything. It's like, the fans called for running the quarterback. What are you doing to design runs? It's like, God, dude. If I was Frank Smith, I'd be like, are you serious with that? Like nothing. We're hoping he doesn't have to. Nobody wants their quarterback to run. It's kind of like, and the reason I say all that, and it sounds like I'm hyper fixated on it, but they asked Tyler Huntley about running. And he's like, yo, my first job is to play quarterback. If I got to run, I got to run. Like, and he totally blew off the question. You know what I mean? I love that answer. I'm like, right on.
with Dan, backup quarterback.
Yeah. Flacco.
Skyler. I wasn't sure what he was talking about. Skyler's getting back from the rib injury. How much has he shown you? And are you feel comfortable with him being the number 2 quarterback?
Just be glad our third quarterback isn't Kyler or something like that. That'd be just a complete mess. So what was that?
With Skyler, how comfortable are you guys with him now throwing the football and moving around in the pocket based on what you've seen in practice recently?
Yeah, he's still working with working himself all the way back to feeling comfortable. So, I mean, ultimately, with Skyler, being here for so long, once he's, returning, everything's and feeling completely ready to go. Obviously, we know what he brings. So, I think ultimately for us, it's just making sure that
what is that?
When guys,
come on, Omar, follow it up. And just what is that? What does he bring, Frank?
Go through their process to return to play is making sure that we're all clear, everything's good, and then we can get them back to doing what we do, because ultimately for us offensively it's
what is it that we do, Frank?
You want to do what guys do best, and you play to their play strengths, and then ultimately we have our offensive system and we go. So
well, that's a goddamn lie right there. Hold on, Culler. That's a goddamn lie.
Please do, Capitan. Please do.
That's a fucking play to their fucking strengths. Are you kidding me? How is this offense played to any of the quarterbacks outside of Tua's strengths? It doesn't. It doesn't.
They can't, because it's an offense built solely for Tua. It doesn't build. You can't play the other quarterback strengths.
You know what's crazy is that some teams run RPOs, some teams run the wide 9, and then some teams run what people continuously call at all levels a pro style offense. Why do they call it pro? Why do they call it pro? I don't know.
Yo, Joe Riss just won the internet today, bro.
Tank Smith.
Well done, Joe. Well done.
Lewis says he brings in the first overall.
Yeah, that was the answer to the question of what Skyler brings to the table, right?
Well done.
Oh God,
Jay.
you guys are making me die, man. I'm crying right now.
Like Snoop has different skill set that he provides than Skyler, but I think ultimately, his ability to throw the football and play in the pocket and also move with the feet. I mean, we feel very confident when, we need him to play, he'll be ready to go.
Then why are you shrugging your shoulder when you answer that? You see, these people think we don't understand body language. You know what I mean?
Well, he's not even looking at anybody. He's just kind of looking down, shrugging his shoulders like he wants to believe it.
Man, he sucks, man. It's Skyler, man.
How well did he do playing in the pocket against Seattle? He was getting killed back there.
Right. Oh, and Huntley brings a different skill set. But Skyler, he can throw the ball and he can move in the pocket and get out of it if he got to.
To Lewis's point, Tyler brings the second overall pick, not the first.
Right. Oh, it's hilarious.
So is Tim Boyle, he'll be the backup this week?
I mean, it's today. We're still with the process for the rest of the week. We just make sure we're figuring that out.
What process? Who else is there on the roster?
The reporter tried to ask him again the same
Skyler
question. To see if he
Skyler is
slipped.
hurt. Two is on IR. Who else is there?
And Frank's not even allowed to answer that question, and he's just like,
Going through the
you know,
process.
we're working it out the rest of the week. Oh God, this is hilarious.
Not before we set everything in stone, for Sunday.
Well, Tua still has to become eligible to return to practice and go through the final stages of protocol. How quickly do you feel that could happen for him just to get back into the offense and back into the swing of things to be able to start again if he were to be cleared quickly once he's eligible?
I think whenever he's cleared to return to play, we'll just see how that process plays out. But I mean, the way he is, I'm sure it'll.
And he's like, I'll be sitting there watching with the rest of you, bro. I don't know, man.
Well, if he doesn't, come on. He doesn't know, he's coming off IR. I mean, let's be
right. Just say you can't answer that question. You know what I mean? Move on.
No.
Hey man, tell you what, we'll all sit on the couch, pop a beer together, and watch it all play out, man. How about that?
Yeah, I'll just wait till Tua runs out of the tunnel or whatever he's going to do, and then I'll know he's ready to go.
Hey, I'll call you as soon as I see Tua put a helmet on. How about that?
It'll be, nose to the grindstone. Here we go, and making sure that he can be ready to go for whatever the timeline is. But I mean, he's been, great in the process.
Yeah,
and
you
trying
see
to
what
play
I see.
just
I
his
mean,
energy. So, whenever that happens, we'll make sure that we do the right things in his return.
Whenever that happens, he throws his hands up and everything. He's like, whenever that happens,
he doesn't know what to say.
We'll go from there.
Yeah, he's out there taking all these questions. He's like, should I answer this? What will Mike McDaniel do? What's Steven Ross?
He's just digging himself deeper.
Yeah. He's the fall guy.
How to answer a question without saying one damn thing, man.
Yeah, shrug your shoulders and look away.
Play is all handled appropriately.
Frank, I know you guys don't want to make excuses. I'm not asking you to, but from a coaching challenge.
He was actually asking you, Frank, what is appropriate? That's what he was asking you.
Exactly.
We know you're going to handle it appropriately.
Yeah. What is appropriate?
Right. What do you consider appropriate?
Standpoint, you've gone from Tua to Skyler to Snoop, Tim Boyle in there. How difficult has that been on this coaching staff? But this staff, has this been the biggest offensive challenge that you faced?
I don't know. For me, no. I remember back in 2016 Chicago.
But from a coaching challenge standpoint, you've gone from Tua to Skyler to Snoop, Tim Boyle in there. How difficult has that been on this coaching staff? But this staff, has this been the biggest offensive challenge that you faced?
You know what that reminds me, Culler? That reminds me of when Adam Gase was doing that thing in the press conferences with the eyes.
We gotta get that clip.
There's a new screensaver for everybody.
I'm clipping it right now.
Yeah.
I'm so bad.
It's like he's trying to think of the award-winning answer.
I'm so bad. I was born bad.
Frank looks like Lee Majors. Yeah, I would have to agree, Crazy Dolphin. He looked like Lee Majors there.
Yeah. .png. All right, there we go. Sorry, Frank, I had to.
That's for a new intro for you guys. When you guys are doing a new intro, you can use that.
Exactly. I need to upload it to my brand real quick. Let's see if I got space.
Hey, everyone, what do you think the Dolphins' problems are that you put up this picture?
Add overlay. Let's see here. Where'd it go? There's old Frank. Look at that. I got enough space, too. All right. So now we don't even have to keep this on. We can go, let's see, remove that for a second. And now we got it. Boom. Point.
Nice.
Every time somebody gives a bad take, dude, that's my news. That's my news right there.
Love it. Oh my god.
Oh, we innovators here at the Fins Tailgate, aren't we? Everybody hit the like button. If you like Culler's freeze game, hit the like button. Oh man.
Oh.
I don't know if for me, no. I mean, I remember back in 2016 Chicago when Jay Cutler, Brian Hoyer, Matt Barkley. I mean, we went through a whole. That was a very much challenge in itself, and that was a very tough year. This one, it's when you're dealing with the variance of guys at the quarterback position, it's just making sure that we have a plan built that they understand and can execute and communicate. So.
Is that what they call levels of trash?
It's weird. Like as a coach, sometimes you embrace the challenges and you love the challenges because it's like it's all problem solving. So sometimes you enjoy the challenge of each week and the variables that it plays out, and other weeks you wish that they didn't occur. So it's kind of that like you're like, yes, here comes a challenge. Like, oh gosh, I wish it wasn't as hard this week. But I think it all comes down to the guys we've had. And the way they go about their process, and that's what makes it easier for us because we know how diligent they are and how ready to go they are.
So, do you think?
Finally, a real coach. Oh my God,
yeah,
that was painful. Although quite, that actually put a smile on my face.
DC, right? We know he's running the defense. At least we know.
Yeah, this guy's the defensive coordinator, future head coach of the Miami Dolphins. And have you heard this guy speak yet, Mr. Negative?
Oh yeah, no, I've heard him a few times. He's very clear. He's very, with his thoughts. He's very, it's well thought out, and he communicates wonderfully. I got no issue with Anthony Weaver on that end of things. So.
Yeah, I mean the guy's just complete class, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like if I had to put a picture in the dictionary next to the word class, I would definitely put this man's picture.
I won't disagree, Culler. At least I can understand what Anthony is trying to get across. With Mike McDaniel and Frank Smith, I'm lost. I have nothing. I don't even know what to do.
And I could only hope that some of his class is leaching onto them guys. You know what I mean?
I hope so. Let's hope.
Like plastic in a soda bottle.
There you go.
With yellow number 12. which is probably banned in your country.
It might be, yeah.
No, there was one yellow. I forget what number it is. I just learned on a documentary last night.
Okay.
There was one yellow that's banned everywhere else, like most places it's banned, that actually makes mice clear.
Oh, geez.
Like transparent.
Okay.
So that they can see all the internal organs when they're doing all their studies on lab rats and lab mice and all that.
Wow.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? And this was a food coloring.
Okay, I didn't know
that they put in the food. You know what I mean? Like, and this is what it does.
Right.
To mice.
Right. Wow.
Like, wow, man.
Cool.
I don't know what number it is. So don't think it's like something we're consuming now. I think we've banned it too, but.
Right. Yeah, but before it was kind of
right. And this was like they use yellows and stuff like that to make our egg yolks more yellow and bananas more yellow and stuff like that.
The look of certain foods. Yeah.
On Sunday, or is it just expecting too much at that position to play with that limitation?
Yeah, I mean, we're certainly hopeful as a staff. I think with that kid, I'm not saying he can't do anything. So if I was going to count on anybody to get out there and play, it would be him. But we're preparing for both situations.
In regards to,
man, I mean, the dude, just looking at his jawbone would make me want to like perform. You know what I mean? Like
he didn't beat around the bush. There's no shoulder shrugging. Like he was very clear, precise. He answered the question direct, and there was not on to the next question. It's great as a fan to listen to a coach, explain and answer a question with confidence and with
right. He also answered the question by saying, "Look, it's obvious I'm not going to answer it in the negative. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's not
Get
gonna
that
do it.
out of the way. I'm not trying to,
No.
sugarcoat nothing because I'm
No.
never going to answer in the negative anyway.
Exactly.
You know, he's just telling you outright. You're going to get a canned answer from me here.
Yep. And I respect that. I like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know they've got to give canned answers. We get that.
Right. Yep.
You know, and that's because the reporters ask canned questions.
Right.
You know?
Yep. 100%.
When you have a safety with something on their hand, you look at them as, hey, the opposition might go after them just because they have some limitations.
Well, unfortunately, we've had 3. So I think our safeties are taking like boxing classes in their off time or something like that. But we've had a situation with Poyer. He did something to his hand in training camp, as well as Marcus May. And both those guys to this point have played excellent when they've been out there. So
I wonder if it has to do with coaching them to punch the ball out more.
Maybe. Might be.
Huh. I wonder if that's a trade-off that he's just, obviously not willing to admit to. You know what I mean?
I do take exception, though, to the fact he says Jordan Poyer has played excellent. I would definitely push back. I know he can't say otherwise, but
right. Well, remember, he already told you that. He already warned you about that.
Right. Yeah. No. I get where he's trying to go there, so I can still appreciate it. But yeah, I would just kind of say nothing that. There's room for improvement. That might be the answer that is
right.
Yeah.
I think if that was the crux of the question, he may have answered that way.
Right. Yeah. No,
but it was really about the hands. So it's like, but ironically though, what he won't admit to is, we're going to compromise our guys' hands to punch the football out more. That's just something you deal with. You know what I mean?
To his credit, right? It won them the Jacksonville game. So, hey,
it made Vic Fangio's career because that's the biggest thing that Fangio was known for.
Right.
Every one of his top defenses were top in turnover.
Yep. Knock the ball out, jar it loose, do what you got to do.
I mean, that's the stuff that changes ball games.
Oh, 100%.
You could be getting destroyed on defense all day. One turnover sometimes is all it takes to change everything.
You look at what that did for the offense too, right? Right after that turnover, they go 80 yards. Catch and run. So
that's the thing that people are like, well, we're one punch out away from being blah, blah, blah. I don't see it that way. That was an excellent defensive play.
Yeah, and it led to a great offensive play.
And if their running back was better than ours, he would have held on to the ball.
Yep. Yeah, true. Very true. Can't say otherwise.
And we still had to follow it up with an offensive play to get a touchdown. It's not like we scored on that defensive play.
Well, that's what I said, right? Like it's like a great defensive play still had a great offensive play still had to ensue to make that defensive play matter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's precisely what I always talk about when I talk about rewarding the defense.
Yeah.
We rewarded the defense there. We paid the defense for their exceptional play.
Yep, they kept the ball out of the end zone, and in turn, the offense put the ball.
That's all I ever ask, because if we're doing that once or twice a game, we're winning that ball game.
Well, that's
just about every time.
Yeah, it's a game of inches, and it's a game of opportunities. But if you miss them, then you're going to come up short. If you capitalize on opportunities, then you're going to come out ahead 9 times out of 10.
Right. I've also tried to tell people that when you're facing the Buffalo Bills or the Kansas City Chiefs in a playoff game or a big game situation, getting them to punt is just as important as a turnover and should be paid off just like a turnover.
Well, Culler, like it's okay. Go back to the last Bills game, right? The 31-10 game, right? Okay, so Miami they turned the ball over. What did Buffalo do? They capitalized on the short fields and also got a pick 6. Josh Allen really didn't do much in that game when you look at his numbers. They wasn't, eye-popping. Yeah, Cook had a good game.
Right, and if I could go back to the game without actually knowing for sure, it's a feeling that I take from most of these big games that we lose, is that the first time we got them to punt and we went 3 and out after that, that's at which point I always know we're going to lose a game.
Right. Yeah.
Like when you force the Buffalo Bills to punt, you have to score on that drive.
Right. Yeah. you got to put them in a deeper hole, right? If you let them kind of hang around, then
there's a balance that even if you played your best and were even with them, there's a field position balance that usually is in their favor.
Yeah.
You have to score when you force them to punt.
And I'll go back in time, and I don't know if you remember it was a playoff game, and Miami was at Buffalo, and they were countering them punch for punch, right? And then Buffalo was actually made a few turnovers. They made a would-be turnover. Linebacker named Mike Reichenbach, right, had it right in his hands, and it would have turned the game right around, right? Miami probably would have gone on to win this game because Buffalo, after that missed opportunity by Miami, scored, and then Miami fumbled the kickoff by Mark Logan, and then they scored again. Right.
And from their fans' standpoint, they're like, we got him. We got him. One drive where they didn't score. We have to score here. Same with us, dude.
It's the same old, right? Like missed opportunity.
And I used to feel the same way about those Marino teams when we're playing somebody like the Bills or the 49ers or the Cowboys, where you're like, oh, man, we see their punter. This is our spot. This is it.
Right.
We got a chance here.
But, yeah, you capitalized on, like I was at the 92 game in Buffalo, 37-10. Lee Oliver has 3 INTs, right? Miami took advantage of every blunder that Buffalo
and I'm just even referring to the punts because I think a lot of people think in this day and age think it's a new thing where you're like, oh, we got to hold Kansas City to a punt, and that's actually a win.
Well, it is. Well, it's a turnover.
This is thing going on. This is how you know that a team is an upper echelon team.
Right.
Is that when you feel like you've lost by not making them punt, or not scoring after making them punt, if that makes you feel like you're going to lose the game, that's how you know you're playing an upper echelon team.
Yeah, and Red, White, and Bills. No, listen, like our mistakes led to short fields for you guys. You guys capitalized. Like clearance. There's no other ways around it.
If you get a team to punt and you go 3 and out next, and you're like, that's okay, we'll get them to punt again. You're not playing a good team.
No, exactly, because they're not more times than not.
You can feel it when you're like, no, we have to score because we made these guys punt. That's how you know you're playing a good team.
Well, Culler, it's the same way as like when you're facing Patrick Mahomes, right? You know that field goals aren't going to get it done, so that's why
my point.
Yeah, you got to get 7, right? You got to take.
I felt that way about field goals too. Like, oh, we held them to a punt. Man, we only got a field goal out of this drive. That's not enough.
No, it's not. You got to capitalize. You got to hit them with 7.
You know what phrase was running through my head at halftime in that Super Bowl game between the Patriots and the Falcons? 25 points. Oh, that ain't enough.
Yeah, because you leave the door open.
I can't even believe. Even as much as I knew I was right, I still couldn't believe that I was right in my mind. Like I called it in my mind. Like 25 points, that ain't enough.
No, again,
that's
right?
Tom Brady in a Super Bowl. That's not enough points.
No. Again, I thought Atlanta was home free, right? But again,
not me. I'm like, 25. That ain't enough.
I was scratching my head when they didn't run the ball.
My point in saying that was that the Falcons needed to come out in the third quarter and put their foot right back on the gas.
Well, they kind of did when they got that turnover. Wasn't that in the third quarter when Alford returned that interception?
Well, they kind of went a little more regular season game planish in the second half, I would say.
They stopped running the ball for whatever
reason. Even the subtle decisions they were making were like, oh, we're back in the regular season again.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No, I would have been chewing clock.
You watch a bit of baseball, if I'm not mistaken. It's the
I
same
watch a lot of baseball.
Right. It's the same mistake that these managers make when they get in the playoffs for the first time in 20 years.
Yep.
They start managing the games like it's regular season.
Yeah, it's a different animal in the playoffs.
It's like, no, your pitcher needs to keep going if he's getting outs. You know what I mean? Like,
yep. Don't overthink it. Don't go just
or if you're in game 4 or game 3 and you're on the brink of elimination or pretty close to it. Sorry if your top pitcher just pitched yesterday.
Yep.
He needs to get in the rotation.
Yeah.
And get you some outs.
Yeah. Yeah, and some, you know what?
Playoff baseball, and
well, yeah,
you see it all the time. Mike Matheny was a great example, most recent example of this with St. Louis.
Yep.
Where he falls right into the driver's seat that La Russa had created there.
Yep.
They get to the playoffs, and he's just managing like it's a regular season series. Like, you know what I mean? Like every time.
Yeah, no, and again, I'll use Ozzie Guillen, right, for the White Sox in 2005. Like, he used Mark Burley in extra innings, and I think it was game 2 or something against Houston, and he had just pitched, right? I think he came off a short rest. Either it was from game 7 of the prior series or game 1 of the World Series. He goes, no, listen, I need everybody on deck here.
We need this win. We need to get the first win of the World Series. That's how important it is to set the tone.
They ended up sweeping Houston in that World Series and got a World Series title. So, I mean, again, some managers just manage it differently in the playoffs as opposed to the regular season.
It's the same with when you're in a Super Bowl window as opposed to when you're not.
Yeah.
So it's okay to draft a guy like, let's say, Achane. Well, we'll use Kansas City Chiefs because they're the ones that actually did it right? So
yeah,
it's okay if you know you're not in a Super Bowl window. Let's put Pacheco on the shelf for a year or two. Let's wean him in. We got good enough backs right up front. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not in a window anyway.
Right.
We want him to be hot when we're in a window.
Yeah. Well,
right?
again, I mean,
But guess what? They are in a window when they got Pacheco. So what did they do? They put him right on the field. They didn't care that he's a rookie. They didn't care none of that. Get the ball in this playmaker's hands.
Well, Culler, you look at the great teams, right? You look at the KCs, you look at, those types of teams, right? And they're going to rely on their rookies because when you're paying these guys and you're paying a quarterback top dollar, you have to have your draft picks, your mid-round, your late-round picks. You got to hope that those guys hit and contribute right away because that's what keeps these dynasties going. Because you can't
exactly. Not like Cam Smith, where we hope he gets to practice this week.
Yeah, get him out there.
We're in a window. Cam Smith should have already been balling on the field.
Yeah, I agree.
For example, I'll give credit where it's due. We got Achane right out there. We got Wright. Seems to be like we got right out there.
Yeah, great.
But those are two that it's so obvious and such a glaring need. Plus McDaniel's favorite position.
Like what the?
So of course, our rookie running backs are going to get right out there. Those are McDaniel's favorites.
Right, but what the hell is Channing Tindall still doing on this roster? How long do I have to wait before this guy actually contributes?
Or how long do you have to wait before you just tell the guy, look, you're not a middle linebacker, stick your hand in the dirt, get on the edge, and get to that quarterback?
Okay, be a specialist. I really don't care. If you only want to have him on third,
in other words, try one more time by taking the head out of the game.
Yeah.
And then see what you get there. And if not, bye.
I just think that also it's too early on Mo Camara, but I mean, is he going to be another Channing Tindall type thing where, you know what, they just don't have confidence in him to be a 3-down linebacker? He's only a specialist. It looks like that's what Chop Robinson might be. Is that you can't set the edge. He's getting washed out in the run. Like, what's he going to be? That's just a long line of draft picks. I just shake my head at. I don't know.
And I can't even stand Danny Crossman. So we're gonna finish out the Anthony Weaver part of the presser, and then I gotta shut it down because
I gotta run soon anyway, Culler. So it's all good.
Yeah, we're just about over 6 hours, much more than I wanted to do today. I didn't even have anything to talk about today, but
Culler it morphed into a great show. So
they usually do. They usually do.
Yeah, it's all good.
As long as everybody hits the like button.
That's the key. Everyone hit that like button. Show some love.
Y'all don't want to donate today, so you might as well hit the like button. It's totally free. We got 40 people watching on YouTube right now, 66 likes, so we're above water. But 40 people ain't a lot watching. So
smash that like button.
If you hit the like button, more people would be watching.
That algorithm.
Regardless whether he has something on his hand or not, I think he'll be able to go out there and do his job.
We have a question about your defensive success. You got 9 sacks and you've allowed teams to rush for over 100 yards each game, but you're number 5 in the league in defense. Why are you number 5? Why have you had that success?
Yeah, The run defense numbers, obviously, we got to improve there. That's certainly a thorn in our side at this point. It's particularly the explosive plays that have hurt us in the run game. In terms of our success, I think a lot of that has been our pass defense, and then just guys collectively starting to grasp big picture-wise what we're trying to accomplish. I think as long as we don't, give up those explosives and let the ball go over our head in the pass game, we have the guys that are going to make plays if we force offenses to try to matriculate the ball down the field, which nobody wants to do, particularly this team we're going to play this week.
What about red zone?
In other words, we want to force them to dink and dunk because our strong suit is stopping people dinking and dunking, because at the end of the day, they don't have anything at the end of the rope. They can't get through that walled garden just like we can on offense. You know what I mean?
Again, right? You're going to play to your strengths. So, okay, if the secondary is their strength, then whatnot. Again, you got to look at the quarterbacks they're playing, right? So force them to beat you with the run. Okay, teams are going to take what the defense gives you. That's why they're struggling in the run. We don't have edge setters. I mean, we have odd.
Well, we do, but he's injured right now because we were doing fairly well setting the edge when Phillips was still in the game.
Right, but now that we have to force Chalk Robinson into the game, right?
It was clear against the Patriots. I mean, they were just
going to run at him. They're going to keep running at him until he proves he can improve and set the edge. And if he can't, then this is going to be a continuing problem. Unless they bring a safety down in the box, and then teams might try and go over the top.
Or if this man, is able to coach people up, that's something we have to consider. Maybe I know it's reaching a little, but
And we'll see what happens this week. If Jonathan Taylor plays, then again they will need to bring a safety down.
I mean, he has mentioned clearly himself that we have an issue setting the edge in the past. So
And until that stops, teams are going to try and keep exploiting it until they stop it, right? Until they fix it. So
right now, if this guy told me he's working on the problem, I'm more likely to believe him than some of our other coordinators.
I believe him, but again, he only has what he has to work with. No,
Sure.
So again, he's not going to really do
right.
much more than he can.
Right. Although we're hoping that it's getting pretty close. We should be getting pretty close with Chubb.
Yeah, hopefully.
So at least that might help do something to help the issue a bit.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
those numbers aren't that flattering. Is that just a byproduct of the run struggles, or
I don't think so. Some of those numbers just situationally we've been put in bad spots, right? We've had a couple PIs where they gotten the ball on the one. Those obviously kill your red zone numbers. We had a couple that long third downs that were converted where, good throw, good catch. Hats off to them. I was encouraged by the last game where we went 0 for 2, and that'll help. So hopefully that's a sign of things to come. And like I said, I think it's just a matter of finishing, particularly when they get down there.
Challenges as Anthony Richardson posed.
You've seen him. He's back there when he pulls the ball down to run. He looks like John Riggins, right? He's enormous. He's big. He runs through people, and then he has a hose for an arm. So the throw he made against Houston, which was like 70 yards in the air or something, falling backwards, is incredible. So just his skill set, his physical attributes, he is certainly still maturing as a player, but I think his ceiling is incredibly high.
Kind of piggybacking off those last two questions, their splits in the red zone for the Colts are much better with Richardson in the game. I'm curious what a quarterback with his running ability does to make the challenge even more difficult in the red area.
Yeah, it's a nightmare, right? Because essentially they always have an extra hat for you when you use him as a runner. I've lived through that. I got to watch that from my own sideline with Lamar for the last 3 years. So the thing we try to stress to the guys that even when it's empty, you got to play it like Wildcat, because he can certainly pull the ball down, and they can do a bunch of scheme runs in that situation. So it certainly provides issues for a defense. You find certain ways to try to attack them and still not leave your DBs vulnerable, and we'll try to do just that.
What difference does Jonathan Taylor's presence make to their offense and to your defense?
Yeah, I think that kid is an absolute stud. When I watch him, he reminds me a little bit of Fred Taylor in the sense that he has some patience and vision. He's a guy that he's going to dip in and out of holes. Le'Veon Bell.
Palm Beach County's own Fred Taylor.
There you go.
Tight back, and then still has a speed to kind of to get away from guys. So if he doesn't play, it certainly doesn't hurt us. If he does play, you always want to play against the best, and I consider him one of those.
You've been getting some good playing, some good minute snaps from Deshaun Hand. What has he shown you probably since the beginning of when you got here to where he is now?
Yeah, I mean, Deshaun, and you look at him, he's strong as an ox. And every day he's in this building, he just works. He's not an excuse maker. He's not a guy that goes out and makes the same mistake multiple times. He's just constantly trying to get a little bit better each day, which is all we ask of every single player on the team. So I'm happy with where he's at. I'm happy he stayed healthy throughout, and knock on wood, he's out there for all 17 for us.
How much more can you?
And if you don't like my answer, I'm gonna come over there and rip your head off his shoulders.
You get out of Bowser now that he's been with the team for a bit, as opposed to just arriving on Thursday morning and complete 30 snaps on Sunday.
Yeah, a lot. Tyus is obviously a guy I have history with, and unfortunately, he missed last season with dealing with some things with his knee. I think Tyus is a tremendous football player. I still think he's kind of working himself into where he was prior to injury, but he's extremely knowledgeable from a scheme standpoint. He can play multiple positions. So just when you're able to acquire somebody that familiar with what you're doing, particularly at this point in the season, that's huge for a defense, because you don't have to limit yourself when he's in the game. So I think the sky's the limit for him. As he gets more confident in where he's at with his body, I think you're just going to see more production from him.
Was his name one that came up? Did Chris Greer ask you about him earlier this offseason, obviously with your background with him? And what physical skill does he have that makes him effective?
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on Tyus for a while, because when I first got here, he still wasn't cleared to play. So we were just kind of keeping an eye on him and where he was from a health standpoint, just because I knew he would be a seamless add to the defense. And the other thing that happens, and I saw it, you saw way back in like 08, 09 when Rex went to the Jets and he brought Bart Scott and Jimmy Leonard with him to the Jets. So you have guys that are scheme familiar that are able now to help you teach the other guys some of the intricacies of what you're trying to get done. So in terms of his ability and his flexibility, I mean, he can play Sam backer. He's a guy that's had 9.5, almost 10 sacks, I believe, when I was with him in 2021. So you can rush him from multiple spots on the edge, inside. He can drop and knows every drop with details. So just adds a tremendous value for us.
Going back to Jonathan Taylor and Anthony Richardson, what kind of, I guess, added layer of stress is there late in the game having to account for a running back and a running quarterback? I know the Ravens come to mind with how they use Derrick Henry late in the game, where he kind of just able to take over a game late in those situations.
Yeah, right. Always an issue, particularly in close games. And the things where they really stress you is when they're particularly in plus territory, it's 4 down for them, right? So that normal situation when it's 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6, where typically you're thinking, all right, let's go hunt and let's get after the passer. You're playing those as more 50-50 situations now. So to me, that's probably the biggest stress in it all, is that your typical predictable pass downs don't play like that when you have those guys.
You notice how I've had to, I've hardly paused at all and said anything?
No, because again,
I'm completely enthralled with what this guy's saying. I'm just like, you know what I mean?
You can see the clarity in his answers, and you can see the confidence in what he's saying.
I'm ready to go tackle for him right now. I'm ready to go outside right now and find some rando and just tackle the person.
Well, Culler, that's what I got from Brian Flores. Whenever, the guy, I wanted to run through a brick wall for that guy because I believe in what he's saying. I don't believe in Mike McDaniel or Frank Smith and what those guys say. I was literally just a headache.
I was literally just daydreaming about my days playing football, on the field during games and all of that. I'm just sitting here daydreaming, picturing all this stuff this guy's saying. You know what I mean?
But this is what having competent coaching is. That's all that it is. You have confidence in it, so you're glued to every word they're saying. You believe in it.
You're finding noticeable growth in Chop Robinson through his first 5 weeks.
I thought his last game was his best game to date. You talk about setting the edge, falling back, playing gap and a half, impacting the passer, which we obviously expected and know that he can do. I'm pleased with his trajectory and how he's grown so far this season. I know the sack hasn't been there yet, but he's close. And like I tell all rushers, like they come in bunches, right? Like as soon as you get that first one, they usually get a bunch of them back to back. So looking forward to that kid's career as he pushes forward.
What stands out in the self-scouting you did during the bye week for your defense?
Yeah, the biggest one I think was just the explosive run numbers. If you take the biggest explosive run out of each game, we're like top 5 in run defense in yards per carry now. Unfortunately, can't do that. Okay, we have to get that fixed. But I don't think it's going to require wholesale changes. Pleased, obviously, with what we're doing on third down, but knowing that you got to continue to spin the dial and keep offenses unbalanced. So just trying to make sure.
That's got to be my favorite stat, man. Like we all forget about it until Sunday. Sunday, that stat becomes all of our favorites, man. That third down percentage. You know what I mean? That third down stop.
Well, that's the money down, right?
I mean, we're all to be we're number 1, right? I believe we're number 1. And it's like to be that is like we don't think about the importance of that till we're actually watching the game going, yeah, got him to punt. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
that's
again,
a huge thing, man.
Yeah, and that's why this offense needs to take the heat that it's taking because
absolutely.
Even if they were like half efficient, right, to what they were last year,
right?
You can make an argument this team's 4-1, right? Because it wouldn't take much.
How can you be How could you have only scored 63 points on offense when your team is number 1 in third down?
Right, and I don't care what quarterback you have in there with that. With like you said, if you're number 1 in third down defense, right, you get more opportunities with the ball. I don't care who your quarterback is, get it done. Like we have the offensive genius, get it done. Get it done. There's no excuses. No excuses. Yeah,
I mean that's a lot of dropbacks for your offense to not be.
Like we still have Tyreek Hill, we still have Hill on the field, we still have Waddle out there, we still have, we've had 8-chain out there for the majority of the season. I understand Mostert's been, banged up, but Jalen Wright, like he looks good. We have Jonnu Smith out there. Like, I mean, all the weapons are there. I get it, the quarterback's injured. But if you can't figure out with your offensive genius or pedigree of designing plays and putting everybody in a better position to win, then I don't think you're going to succeed as a head coach. Because adversity, Don Shula once used 4 quarterbacks in 1993. I get it. They finished 9-7. They started out 9-2, and Steve DeBerg and Doug Peterson and Scott Mitchell got it done after Marino went down. Got it done to a degree. We're just not getting it done basically with who we have after Tua. So it's, I don't know. To me, a great head coach, a good head coach, will figure out how to best utilize the pieces that he has at his disposal. So,
yep.
Sure, we're not doing anything that's going to come off as predictable when somebody is studying us.
Are you optimistic about having Agba on Sunday?
I am. I mean, you see the guy; he's tough. He was out there through individual yesterday. I know he's nursing an injury. But just like I said about Javon, I'm not counting that kid out.
We've a question about Quentin Nelson. We look at Anthony Richardson, Joe Flacco, Jonathan Taylor, Michael Pittman. He might be the best player on their team, Quentin Nelson. What can a guard do for them? What can he do for Anthony Richardson? What can he do for Jonathan Taylor?
Well, first off, he went to an excellent university. I mean, let's start there. I mean, arguably the best in the country. But I
wonder if that's his university.
No, I mean, I think the kid is an absolute stud. Me, particularly as a defensive line guy by nature, I don't have the most love for offensive linemen. He is one that I do because he plays the game from an offense perspective like a defensive lineman. He plays nasty. He's trying to finish everything. And to me, he's kind of the tone setter for their offense. So when you have that guy, particularly when he's a big, right in the middle, he's kind of your enforcer and your intimidator, and guys tend to follow that guy.
Coach, when we first talked with you back in February, whatever that was, you raved about Ramsey's flexibility.
Yeah.
I'm curious, 5 games in, 6 weeks into the season, how you've seen that play out on Sundays.
Yeah, as expected. I don't think there's a position on the football field he hasn't played. Right, you blitz him sometimes, and like a Sam backer, we've put him all over the place. We've blitzed him from the corner position. You know, we're almost ready to put him at inside backer just to try to mess with some of these offensive guys. But you know, just
right,
love
I'm with it.
The kid and just the intensity he brings to the game, his competitiveness, and then just his overall football IQ allows him to play all those spots seamlessly. Really, to me, it's incredibly admirable what he and Cater Kohu as well. I don't want him to get kind of lost in all this, because when Jalen does move, that requires somebody else to know the job too. And Cater's been great, just seamlessly moving those guys around. And offenses like trotting the same people out there, and when they don't know where they're going to be, that's a problem.
I wanted to ask you, obviously you guys are having tremendous success on third downs. Credit to you. But where would you want to have success as a defense? I know sack production, turnovers, red zone defense,
Third down
defense. Obviously, those are all factors.
Don't overthink it, Omar.
But where do you put the most stock in terms of this defense helps teams win?
Yeah, scoring defense. Right, that's it. I think I'm pretty sure that you win 100% of the games where you score more points than the other team. Pretty sure about that. So we're trying to hold offenses to as little points as possible. All the other stuff is incredibly important, but ultimately I think that's all those measurables are to justify not allowing offenses to score.
Defense.
So that's what's most important to me, and I love the stats, and it's incredibly important.
Important to me, Coach.
Great on defense, but
let them run all over
games.
See if they can
That's
score.
the most important stat. And there's going to be certain games that are be required to win a certain way. And whatever way that is, we'll try to play that way and get it done.
I know takeaways are always emphasized, but when you have a quarterback in Richardson who's tied for second most interceptions, what do you tell your defensive backfield?
Nothing different than how we approach any other week, right? We're always striving for takeaways. Coach Barry just had a great meeting about takeaways and turnovers, both trying to preach to the offense and holding the ball, and for us punching it, strip sack, and doing everything we can to try to get that ball away. Because when we win that differential, your percentages of winning go way up. And just like I said, ultimately that is the goal: win the football game.
We saw Jalen Phillips post that he had successful surgery. What's the approach he has taken through all this, where a lot of guys could be down over it, but it seems like he's positive.
I mean, just what an incredible individual, right? The adversity that he was hit with, a lesser person, you could see crumbling, right? Or going through a state of depression. He has not done that, right? He's faced it head on, which you would hope, particularly in this profession that we're in, that's what you do, right? You don't, after a storm comes the rain, right? And this is a storm for him. And I know he's gonna push through this and be the guy we expect him to be.
So to get this thing started, Dan.
Oh yeah, no, thank you, Danny.
Yeah, good call. Get Danny Crossman out of there.
I thought I might have to hear him talk.
I hear you. Caller, anyway. I do have to.
I appreciate you, Mr. Negative. Everybody hit the like button for Mr. Negative.
I appreciate you, Culler, for allowing me to come up here and just voice my, vent or voice my concerns with the Miami Dolphins. Appreciate you guys at the Fins tailgate. Everyone, definitely tune in. Guys over there doing great things, and I'm just really appreciative that you guys are here for the fans.
Oh, no problem, man. My pleasure. My pleasure. Thanks for being an outstanding guest as always. You really understand the guest host relationship. Appreciate that as always. And it'll get better, man. I promise you.
No, it can't get any worse, right, Culler?
I know I'm throwing platitudes at you, but I don't have nothing left but platitudes.
I appreciate.
At least I can admit their platitudes.
Right on, right on. No, I hear you.
Anyway, don't forget this.
Again, yeah.
Yeah. So every time
You got to throw that up on X.
I plan
X.
on it. I plan on it. Anybody, if you come up here, this is what you're going to get for your bad takes.
I hope that the Miami Dolphins use that as like the cover page for renewing season tickets.
Or how about for the elevator?
Oh yeah, put that on the. Oh yeah, even better. Put that on the elevator.
Like, especially if we lose like the next 3, like put that up on the
Perfect.
Or this.
Perfect. Miami Dolphins social media department. If you're listening, talk to Culler. He'll set you on the right path.
Oh, that's definitely going on Twitter. So
right on. Love it.
I appreciate everybody that came to join us this morning and this afternoon. It's been a long one. We're at 6.5 hours because of y'all. So hit the like button on the way out. Be kind to each other. What's up, Molly Mall? Sorry about your Cowboys.
Take care, everybody.
But yeah, man, have a good one, Mr. Negative, and everybody else. When it's gloomy,
take care, everyone. See you, Culler.
Outside, just look out the window, look at the rain, and say, "Fins up."